der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Johnny.
Only the final race of the season for the Nürburgring Nordschleife, the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstreckenserie, and it's Johnny Palmer and Peter Snowden taking you through this final event of the year. Almost guaranteed not to be the full 4 hours, unfortunately, because we are well behind time. The reason for that, you don't get any prizes for guessing. It is the weather here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, where, second weekend of October, and a lot of the time through the rest of the year, actually, certainly around March and April. If the fog arrives, it's just a question of being patient and allowing conditions to be right for racing. You wouldn't know it now, though. Beautiful conditions. However, let me tell you where we are in terms of the schedule for today. The race was due to start in 38 minutes time at midday, so qualifying should have been done and dusted already, grid formed, and we were due to go racing at midday through till 4 o'clock local. Actually, qualifying only started 7 minutes ago. Now, I think, Snowy, you told me that there was was it something like an 8-minute free practice session that allows you for a lap?
Yeah, basically what, yes, exactly was. A free practice of eight minutes. I think only one of the GT3 cars went at that. I think that's the dynamic motorsport 911R with Beretta at the wheel of that car was the only car to go out for that. The rest of it was really more the VT2 classes and Cup 3s, V6s, V4s, Cup 5s, all those populated that. Qualifying is underway, but we have our first Code 60 of the day, Johnny, and you were just chatting a moment ago, and you're absolutely right. This is at Kesselchen, and it's for the 483 BMW 125i of Müller and Stelbring. Not sure who was actually in the wheel of that at the moment, but it's gone off on the right-hand side and into the barriers at Kesselchen. So that's a Code 60 already during this 45-minute qualifying. It is still there in terms, sorry, the Code 60 is still there. Whether the car is not, I'm not sure, but not the most auspicious start to the day for 483, unfortunately.
No, and that can happen when you've only had basically a lap in free practice. The tricky thing about this place is it's 25 kilometres around. It covers an awfully large footprint through a valley, as mentioned, and you might have been able to get to the bottom of the conditions on the Grand Prix lap, for instance, and the early part through Hatzenbach and down towards the very fast Schwedenkreuz into the right-hander that leads you into the foxhole. But then, literally around the very next corner, the track may still be damp. It might even still be raining in places. And to be able to feel fully on top of the conditions all the way around is almost a non-existent thing, an impossible thing. So we don't know what happened in the incident down at Kesselchen. I do know it's very, very fast along there, though. And if you get a bit of a tack slapper or the car is imbalanced in any way, 9 times out of 10, you're never going to get that back.
Yeah, it's one of those parts of the circuit that I can tend to describe as like when you're running downhill and you end up, your body's going faster than your legs are.
Yes.
And it sort of starts to build up and all of a sudden you think, oh, and ouch. And
yeah.
It's not one of those places. It is, as you say, extremely fast. Talking of fast, the first car said representative time was Patrick Niederhauser in the line speed by car collection Audi R8 with an 8-minute 30, which is it's not normal times at the moment, but we are just getting started. But the first car up there, the Phoenix Racing, now they're starting to flood in now. So the Phoenix Racing, Sham at the wheel of that, has set second place with a 32. 36 is the junior team, Max Hess, at the wheel of the outgoing M6 GT3. I think Niederhauser is just set a new, per sector quicker. So he's certainly getting into no, my apologies, actually coming to the pits. My apologies, I'm misreading that.
Well, the other thing we should remind people is that if you don't know much about this portion of the day, and if you've not perhaps caught sessions from the Radio Show Limited network of channels previously for N24, it is a similar setup at the end of the lap in that there are cones out at the start of the main straight, and that is to allow cars to, as you head through the Vidal chicane, you've effectively got three choices to make. You can either stay well to the right, use the pit lane entry road and just come into the pits as usual. I say as usual, normally that back door route from the Grand Prix lap isn't in kind of frequent use on a Nordschleife lap, but there is the option, if you wish, to just spend, wouldn't actually register a lap time, but nevertheless that option is there. The other option is to stay well left and go on to Hats and Back and start a proper lap of the full North Loop. Or you could sit right in the middle, stay on the Grand Prix lap part of the track and use the hairpin. You will have to thread your way through, it looks like 3 tyre stacks or polystyrene blocks. But there's then a cone section, a narrowish lane on the right-hand side of the main straight, which allows you to head back down to the first corner and the Mercedes Arena. So if you are changing setup perhaps, tyre pressures, and you think car's not quite right, I don't want to do a full lap because out in the country it's going to take you a long, long time to return to the pits, there's always the option to do another lap of the Grand Prix circuit if you wish, before you're then ultimately very brave and turn left on to tackle that first sequence of left and right bends. So that is all set up for qualifying, and I assume free practice this morning only. The cones will be removed in time for the start of the race. We still yet to get official confirmation of how long the race will be, but it is likely to be something like 2 hours and 45 minutes, there or thereabouts. But yeah, that again, it's a slightly fluid situation, depending, I suppose, on if anything happens in qualifying over the next 45 odd minutes as well. It's going to be a quick turnaround, much quicker though than normal between quali and the race, as it's busy on the main straight now. A couple of Porsche Caymans, there's also a Porsche Cup car from the SP7 class and some BMWs as well. I'm impressed though, Snowy, with the amount of cars that are here for this final race. My entry list stretches to 8 or 9 pages. It's not the same as, you know, former N24s where we've had 250 cars or something, but it's still a decent number for the final race of the year.
If you use a smaller font, you'll use less pages on the print.
Yeah, good point. Think of the environment.
Is that the one you printed out for me? Because my age and my eyes, you printed a nice big font.
That's right, yeah.
For Dad. There you go.
There's a car per sheet on my one. Yeah.
Thank you. No, you're absolutely right. It's great to see this number of cars out. Beautiful sunlight now, which you wouldn't have expected an hour, 2 hours ago at the Nordschleife, where we couldn't even see the Schloss, which is one of our references as normal to look down there. You can't see the castle. It's probably not going to get any racing. But mercifully, the sun has burnt it all off. Great number of cars out there for this, our final round. 45th running, as you say, of the Münsterlandpokal round. VLN, it is that it's still govern the series. It's called NLS these days, but VLN still govern it, and individual clubs do individual races and run them to all the same series. Obviously now slight change up, because we're talking about the weather and the short and whatever, but there's sort of the knock-on effect that straight away, of course, is teams have got a different strategy, because the race is now different, totally shorter.
Of course, yes.
So instead of being 4 hours, we're suddenly now 2 hours 45. I understand is what we're going to have. It's not been officially confirmed, but I believe that's what we're looking at. So a 2 hour 45 minute race. That's 165 minutes, isn't it?
Yes.
So a different strategy. All important around here, because the amount of laps each driver can run in a car. We've saw them seen run 7, 8 laps. You don't really get to 9 laps in. I'm talking the SP9 cars using the most fuel up at the front. I think we might see some different things come into play here, because there's probably quite a lot of bragging rights for the SP9 class, the overall victor of this race, going into the winter.
Yes.
You win that last one. You don't win the championship. That's in a different category, which we'll talk more of later, Johnny, where the champions come from, which class. But the overall victory, there's that sort of that marker of we won the last one. Everybody goes away thinking, oh, they, whoever that may be, have done it. I'm not going to say who it is.
Well, you don't know yet, do you?
You never know. Didn't you see that memo?
Oh,
No,
okay.
It's not touring cars.
Right, yes. I hear what you're saying. The one thing we haven't had yet is an Audi win all year. So, you know, balance of averages. Does that suggest we're due one? Maybe, but GT racing doesn't really work like that. The Audi was closer last time. A couple of them were, in fact. So there is they've certainly got a chance, the R8 LMS. But you're right that a number of titles are still up for grabs. The very tricky point system to get your mind around, only because it's done to decimal places of points at certain times. And I would imagine 165 minutes is far enough into the pre-scheduled duration of 240 to give maximum points. Normally there's a rule that there's 50% and then 75% as well, but it's a little bit weather dependent, so we probably shouldn't get into the complications of that potentially. But obviously that will change things if only half points, for instance, are awarded rather than the full. But amongst the titles still undecided, the VLN Championship itself, and there's this thing called the Speed Trophy as well. So defending champions Danny Brink and Philip Lyson, the #1 Adrenaline Motorsport team, Altsner Automotive BMW. That's a 325i from the V4 class. And really, they're in the best situation to make it 2 championships out of 2 seasons, but having to make sure that a number of other contenders perform less well than them. So it's not decided yet, but certainly Brink and Lyson are in the best place as far as their championship position currently is concerned. The Speed Trophy, two-way fight between Phoenix Racing and the BMW Junior team. So they are 2 SP9 cars. They're only separated by 4 points. And yeah, this late October season finale, compared to last year, looking very, very different, because it's normally held in wet, dark conditions as well, but forecast has been okay all week, apart from the fog that you can never really tell when it will arrive or indeed disappear. But generally, the forecast for the rest of the day is sunshine.
Johnny, just to blend in beautifully what you've just said about Audis. Well, Phoenix Racing Audi number 11 has just been taken over by no less than Kim Louis Schramm, who's just popped in an 8:24 to take provisional pole. Brilliant. Wow. So I think you could be on the money there with the Audi possibility. I'm intrigued to see as well. We've got the Lamborghini out again of Conrad Motorsport with on my entry list, just like yourself, John. It's 4 days ago it was published, and it's only got Axel Jeffries in that car, the number 7 car. It's obviously pro lineup. I just want to see who's going to accompany him, because he's on our timing screen as well. So we haven't got a second driver for that. So now here's a thought. He could do the whole 2 hours 45, couldn't he?
Yes. Yes. Nothing stopping him.
Just throw that into it. Now the race is shortened. Don't need to pay a second driver.
That's true. Yeah. Might be being thought about.
I suspect highly unlikely, but I'm just saying within the regulations.
Yes.
Just throwing in a curveball, you could actually do it. You could just say, oh, put him in it. He's going around all right. Just remember to come in for fuel a couple of times. You'll be fine.
No problem. Well, this is one of those scenarios where teams will have to be thinking very quickly, but potentially in an unconventional sense, just to try and work out where the advantage may be lost or gained. I do remember previously we had races, I think, with the distance changed partway through the race, in actual fact, because the weather was changing so rapidly. And I remember John Hindhoff and I, they were calling the race at the time, said we should do this every time. Get the race started, and then only after 30 minutes tell everybody how long it's going to last. And I think that's a great concept. But
keep them guessing.
Yeah, exactly. But others might have a slight issue with it. So
yeah. You have a strategy, we have a different idea. Exactly.
Yeah.
Audi's 1-2 now.
Okay.
So
hey, they've been listening to
Phoenix and Lion Speed by Car Collection. Kim Louis Schramm still at the head, provisional head at the moment. Patrick Niederhauser in second place. So Johnny, as you're so good at this, it's lottery evening in the UK on a Saturday. So can you just write down the first 6 numbers that come to your head?
Yeah.
We'll split it with you.
Right. 3, 4, 5.
No.
7, 11, and 19. Oh no,
that's reading an entry list.
That's right.
Not the same thing.
I knew I shouldn't have printed it out so large. I can't get it off my mind now, or indeed
Fisher
my
Price
desk.
entry list.
Yes, that's what it is. My first entry list, folks. It's in pretty different colours. so that I can identify who is who. And coming out of the Grand Prix section, the open S-bend and leading up towards the Vidal chicane is, well, one of the two Falcon Motorsport Porsches. Tricky to tell those apart. It's probably door mirrors or indeed visor. It's the 3. Helps when it's turning right, and I can catch the number on the side of the door. So car 3 is being driven by Lars Kern, but he decides not to go out onto the hats and back, and in fact turns right down the pit lane. So 118 cars are due to be taking part in the race meeting. Sometimes that amount is altered very slightly, sometimes slightly fewer, sometimes slightly more, and we keep our fingers crossed for that. Blimey, but the parking space in the pit lane for Lars Kern was very tight indeed, because so many other cars based either in his garage or next door were also out on the apron. The lollipop guy was sort of casually waving him in to a slot that really didn't allow him to open either of the doors. And that's how heads up you need to be. It's sort of second nature, the natural habitat for Lars Kern, but does shock me every time. Let's hope that pit stops aren't needing to be done in that sort of style later on.
Just flicking through the rules and things, Johnny, and a bit of history there as well. Also, the last time that this was a 2-hour 45-minute race was the VLN4, round 4 in 2019. Would you believe?
That might be the race I'm talking about there.
Indeed.
Yeah,
but
okay.
Also at 165 minutes, which is what this is, it is full points.
Excellent.
But of course, a point on a driver not competing, of course, he won't qualify for points.
Yes.
If a driver doesn't take part. So we were right in theory
yes.
that one driver, as in that was highlighted largely because Axel Jeffers is the only person on the entry list at the moment for the Conrad Lamborghini. I'm sure there is going to be a partner, but we were saying he could do it. But of course, if he did, the second driver that was listed currently for a car wouldn't get any points. So that probably not the most helpful towards a championship. It's not going to happen. I'm just saying theoretically it could have done.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult.
Of course, talking about 165 minutes, provided there's no red flag.
Well, yes. Goes without saying, really. But it's going to be difficult for those teams that are entered with 4 drivers. And I don't think anybody's here with 5, but you're not going to get through 4 drivers, because what is the point in pitting more times just to cycle through pilots when, you know, if a race isn't affected too much by code 60, you should only need to stop twice rather than 3 times for a 2-hour 45-minute race. So that allows for 3 drivers, but not in the case of Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport, 4, because they have Mr. Lorenzo Rocco. What's the middle name again, Snowy?
Well, it's not the middle name, it's de Toropaggio.
Oh, that's his last name, is it?
Lorenzo Rocco de Toropaggio.
Interesting. So why is his last name displayed as Rocco on the entry list?
There's only so many spaces on the spreadsheet.
Yeah, maybe.
The cell's too short.
Okay, fair enough. Sharing with Patrick Niederhauser, Patrick Kolb, Patrick with a C and Patrick with a CK in the case of Kolb, Jorg Vibarn. And I wonder whether discussions are already being had as to, sadly, which of those 4 drivers will miss out today, which is going to be massively disappointing, depending on, of course, where they've had to travel from. But you've got to think of the bigger picture, haven't you? You've got to think about the team getting the necessary result, because there's no point, as I say, coming in after 30 minutes, let's say, just to make sure that everyone gets a drive, Snowy.
Absolutely. This is where the strategy, there's quite a lot to go on now. That little bit of fog, we see it initially as, oh, it's delayed. We haven't got, we've got qualifying straight into race. Okay, it's all a little bit different for us, but for the people down in the team down there, so much more to consider, and that's going to be some interesting conversations going up down the pit lane. As you say, you've got 4 drivers in some of these cars at this level, and we concentrate on the SP9 cars quite a bit because they're up at the front. It's the fastest cars, they're the overall winners, etc. But as we've said, there's so many different classes and different things happening further down the field, and there's a lot of these entrants further down are a whole bunch of mates effectively going racing very seriously and very properly on the North side for the way it's run in this series. But as you say, to spread the cost or whatever reasons, they split it between 4 people.
Yes.
They probably buy the car a quarter each. It's almost like a sort of consortium, isn't it? They get in together and away they go. So they will sort it out. I guess that true friendships will be defined now, won't they?
Well,
Who gets to? Yeah, maybe they sit there with a bowl and put the names in and just reach in and take one out and.
Could be as simple as that.
Could be as simple as that.
Those that have been racing.
Lucas Gajewski down in the pits to go and find that out for us, didn't they?
Yeah, that would be great. That would be very, very
great.
That. It depends whether teams have been competing at the Nürburgring for a number of years, and therefore they were part of that 2018 edition of the 165 minutes, because there may be a driver that's owned a drive and has been for 3 years or so. So he's, I'm definitely the starting driver. Remember what happened in VLN in VLN 4 as it was then 3 years ago. Yes. It's been a very, very difficult week at the Nürburgring, by the way, because we are constantly reminded how dangerous this place is, and there was some very, very sad news at the start of the week during one of the days that is open to the public. You may have read this in the press, and obviously I don't want to delve too much into detail because investigation work is still going on, but we're certainly thinking of, we have people in mind that have been affected by the crash on Monday evening during the Touristenfahrten, the public lapping sessions, where one person sadly killed and 7 people injured in what's thought to be a 10-car pile-up in the Touristenfahrten. Now, there was suggestion that maybe one of the cars had dropped some fluid on the road, and that then caused a knee-jerk or a kind of ripple effect, which has sadly meant that somebody's lost their life. But, you know, these are sobering moments within motorsport whenever they happen, Snowy, but this place just has that extra element of danger. It comes from the days when Jackie Stewart used to race around here as well, and he would say, you know, this is almost locked in time from decades back. They try and make it as safe as possible, but you cannot make it 100% safe, never.
No, you can't. I mean, motor racing is essentially dangerous, and we must never forget that. No matter how much the officials make it safer, certain parts of it are different these days. Obviously, the Grand Prix circuit, it has to have a license, it has to have a certain level of safety before it can get an F1 license, but that's only a tiny fraction of this circuit. The cars are infinitely safer these days than they were when you took in Jackie Stewart days. Ironically, that you've got to remember that they retired half a century ago.
Yeah, I know.
Formula One.
Yeah.
You know, the last Grand Prix here, that infamous 1976 on the 1st of August for Niki Lauda, and that accident. But he was also one of those safety campaigners that kind of took on the mantle from Jackie Stewart of, you know, this place isn't safe enough. And one of the reasons he said, it's funny, it ties in with what you said earlier about fog and marshal's post and whatever. One of the things that Niki Lauda said pre the 1976 Grand Prix here on the Nordschleife was not so much the circuit, but the fact that it was so big they didn't have enough marshals. If you went off in a place between marshals, nobody could get to you in time. Ironically, that's exactly what did happen to him. But it proved, and that's why it was last run here as a Grand Prix. But it has changed. It is, I think it's a lot safer. Obviously, barriers and technology in that sense has improved enormously over the last few decades. And also cars, and I think from the way that NLS run this, or VLN, you have what they call the ring license, the Nürburgring license. There is a process, and we mentioned this before, but it's worth repeating in this context now, Johnny, that Lewis Hamilton, 7-time Formula One world champion, which are hugely qualified, uncontestable abilities, can't come and do a round of this.
Yeah.
He couldn't tip up with a Mercedes and persuade Toto, right, let's have a Mercedes, let's go and do an AMG GT3. Actually, Lewis, you've got to go through a process and gain your license to go and do the Nürburgring. I think probably the most graphic way of explaining it. You've got to do this. And this goes down through the field, which is why we see usually such great discipline, and we say it time and time again. It's multi-class, multi-layer racing on the biggest circuit in the world. To put this into context, we've said this before, a Grand Prix circuit's, you know, a few kilometres round. This is 25 kilometres and 170 corners. Variables, altitudes, drops, dips, the foxhole, bits like that. Huge speed differentials. But the majority of the time, everybody is perfectly disciplined, and mistakes only really happen when a driver just gets caught out by, say, a little bit, you know, a wheel wide, a wheel off, or something else, or a knock-on effect, or as you say, fluid. By and large, the discipline between the classes is amazing. If ever you get the chance to go onto YouTube, or other channels are available, other products are available, and look at an onboard lap of a GT3 car in one of these NLS races, all the 24-hour, going past the other category cars. And it's like threading a needle, especially down through Hatzenbach, where there's no runoff area.
Yep.
You know, there's a ribbon of grass either side, but then it's the barrier. And it just proves how well this works, and I think it's phenomenal how they do it.
Yeah, and safety is improved year on year, effectively. And you might think the barriers are very, very close to the road, but actually that serves to protect the cars because they don't gain momentum on the grass, for instance. And it also serves to protect fans at the large campsite areas, at Flansgarten, Brunchen, and of course the track workers as well. So it is an old school circuit. Unfortunately, we still do have to deal with weeks like this, and it has been incredibly difficult for all those involved. And of course our thoughts go out to families and friends affected by Monday's accident. And I suppose there was a decision to make about whether this event should take place today, but after much discussion it does, and it means that we will be treated to the final race of the season. But in slightly sobering, or very much sobering, more sobering mood for the final race of the season.
Talking of the final race of the season,
yes,
you said that the officials like to keep people guessing.
They do.
New race distance.
Okay.
It's
right.
not 2 hours 45 minutes now. They've added another half hour back on. It's 3 hours 15.
3 hours 15 is very awkward.
All that spreadsheet you had there,
yes.
Don't save it. Don't
Scratch
turn
that.
auto save off, Johnny, and start again. Get your strategy head on and work that one out. We've got to add an extra half hour in. So Axel Jeffries now does need a teammate.
Yes.
Jokingly, he did already, but it's just like that rule is now gone, so they can't do the. No one driver can do the whole thing.
But also, if it stays green for most of that, you have to think that 3 stops will now be necessary as well.
Exactly, fuel straight away, yeah.
And one driver might only get 15 minutes, therefore. Jordan Pepper is labelled against the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini.
You beat me to it.
Oh, sorry.
As ever. No. No need to apologise. Quicker and better. Younger, fitter, quicker, better. It's all there, Johnny.
Yeah, that's right. That's a Daft Punk song, I think. But you're far too old to know that.
Oh,
there's the reference.
Oh,
you just said I'm younger than you.
Yeah, I know, but you didn't have to seize on it quite so quick. I mean, you pounced on that one.
Well, I'm like a cat with a ball of string, especially with your coloured shirt today.
It's season finale before we have a flowered shirt. Come on.
If only I got that memo.
Well, one of us has to make the effort.
I don't. Yes, precisely. You can balance things out with your dress sense against all the other things you just mentioned. Anyway, back to the matter in hand. Jordan Pepper not only has now been identified as an extra driver in the number 7 Lamborghini GT3 Evo from Conrad Motorsport, but he's also gone quickest, and by 16 seconds. Goodness me, an 8:02.9 is much more on the money than for the South African, with Felipe Fernandez-Larza going through in the Fricadelli Racing Team Porsche that is shared with Klaus Aberland. So Klaus with a different teammate from 2 weeks ago. Julian Anlauer was sharing with Klaus on the Fricadelli Fricadelli Porsche, don't I?
Yeah, Fricadelli Porsche.
Yeah, fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't know. See, that's the old grey cells going as well.
In the Freisinger Porsches, but you've actually got Fricadelli running a different make of car now.
I have.
Fricadelli running. Somebody told Klaus Aberland he's running an Audi, not a Porsche.
Sorry, everybody connected with Fricadelli. You are Porsche through and through, having run them for years. Don't know why. That's again a matter of getting to the end of the season.
Or maybe you know something we don't.
Well. Hey, Audi.
You heard it here first.
Audi hypercar for Fricadelli Racing in the new World Endurance Championship. Highly unlikely, but you never know. So Klaus Aberland and Felipe Fernandez-Larza with Julian Anlauer, the real talent 2 weeks ago, to put the car on pole position. And that opening stint, if you remember, he had a drive-through penalty, Julian Anlauer, for jumping the start, and still came in at the end of his stint in the lead of the race, and by quite a large margin as well. But sadly, I assume Anlauer is busy elsewhere and therefore isn't on the entry list for NLS 9. Michele Beretta, also in a Porsche, just heading now around is this towards the end of the lap? Looked a bit like the Dottiger. Yes, I believe it is. Now, this is a car shared with Adrian Delina, Matteo Cairoli, and Beretta then in the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, which has been doing some racing in the Creventic promoted 24-hour series as well. but good to have Dynamic Motorsport in the 38 car as a full pro lineup. And I think they could be dark horses, particularly with Matteo Cairoli in their ranks, as the Porsche, then driven by one of two Italians, threads its way through Tiergarten and Hohenrhein. And there is no option, of course, to come into the pits at the end of the lap in this current configuration of the circuit. It's coned off to your right. So those wanting to make a pit stop have to do a full lap of the Grand Prix circuit, although it's not the full Grand Prix circuit, it's the shortened version, before they can then access the pits. That's standard for qualifying, though, which is being held later in the day after the proceedings this morning and also into this afternoon, heavily delayed by that thing we call fog. Certainly not a first here at the Nordschleife.
You wouldn't believe it now, looking at the scenes of the glorious Nordschleife bathed in autumnal gold sunshine. Race is going to go therefore to 5 o'clock, if I'm correct on that. The time we start, it would be 5 o'clock at local time. Would have been a bit earlier than that. So yes, 5 o'clock is going to run to. Different strategies, different thoughts all the time. I like this, but mix it all up a bit. Qualifying a little bit later. Normally got a bit more of a time in between to think about what to do. They've had that luxury taken away from them. And just to add in that little extra layer, the officials decided to add an extra half hour onto the race as well.
Yeah.
Just when you thought it was safe. Just when you thought your strategy was complete.
I think pretty much all the competitors will be pleased for the fact that there's going to be another 30 minutes as part of the race. But it does rather provide a headache for those working out when the cars are going to be coming into their pit stops. Remember that pit stops generally have to be done to a minimum pit stop reference time. The 483 BMW, by the way, has now made its way back to the paddock, and this is the car that, did you say that 483 was the one affected at Kesselchen and Klostertal?
That's the one, indeed.
Right, so it is returned from a long way from home via a flatbed, a recovery vehicles now to the paddock area.
Quick turnaround required there. Would normally have a bit of a gap now, wouldn't they? But
yes.
Yeah.
So that's a real shame for the 483. I'm not sure whether we ever labelled a driver against that car, but it is the Fabian Perrone and Detlef Stelbrink car.
Stelbrink at the wheel.
Detlef Stelbrink, and actually Matthias Muller too. So it's it's one of those cars and teams without a name, but with three driver pilots' names after, next to it, and the BMW 125i. So it falls into the VT2 division for production cars with engine sizes between 1620 and 2 litre. So certainly some damage on the front of that car. New front bumper required, and it's just a question of whether that's done any damage to the internals of that BMW, which will prevent it from racing. But let's hope not.
Yeah, the bumper's fine. It's the bits behind it, isn't it? It's the ducts and the radiators and all sorts of bits of things there. We were speculating almost jokingly, but just for the sake of it, really, about driver changes now. The race distance is 2 hours 45, now being 3 hours 15 instead. And who can qualify for points at the end? A driver listed to get points must complete one timed lap of the race to qualify for points.
Okay, only one lap
to qualify for points.
Yes. Well, that should be relatively easily achieved, even if... See, I still think it's a slight challenge for 4 drivers, but then again, unless you get lots of code 60, the SP9s will still need that extra stop, because, I mean, very rarely can they do over an hour. If you were to be able to stitch 3 stints of 1 hour and 5 minutes together, there's something else happened now out on the track as well with one of the intervention vehicles. It's that Unimog with the lights rippling over the roof of the truck, and two cars, and I think an additional intervention car there. I'm sounding pretty sketchy.
It's the number 435 Cayman, which is the Team Mattol Racing Cayman S, and that's off at Weerscheifen. So you say code 60 there, with probably only just a few minutes of this session left to go. Conrad Motorsport it is, as you say, that Stunning lap of 8:02.930 from Conrad Pepper. That car's in the pit, as indeed the second place Fricadelli Porsche.
Not quite Conrad Pepper. I mean, he'll know the team pretty well, but Jordan Pepper.
Did I say my
You said Conrad Pepper, yeah.
I'm just going with your Fricadelli Audi.
No, it's good.
It's the end of term season finale. It just mix it all up.
That's a minus point that we're both on now.
Okay, at least we're equal.
Yeah. So we're equally losing. It's turning into a contest like QI now, from to quote a UK
Conrad Pepper. That's
quiz series.
I do apologise.
That's all right.
Jordan Pepper.
Well, you know, if he's victorious by the end of this event, then all their drivers may be changing their first names to Conrad, because it's a car that always goes very, very well on a single lap pace. For whatever reason, they don't always have the luck across a race distance, though, and it's frustrating that, because it's a great looking car and it's also rapid, but it just needs to be able to finish more stints than it does.
And hugely experienced, Conrad, the man himself.
Oh, well, yeah.
Just slightly experienced in this form of this discipline of racing. But as you say, if it didn't have bad luck, it wouldn't have any luck at all, would it, sometimes, that car this season?
Yeah.
It's certainly got the pace. I would say perhaps not as reliable as it could be sometimes, but that's a small element of it. Just kind of needs just that little bit of fine-tuning. A bit like the sort of vortexes we've seen in some of our other series, that they're there, but they're just getting there. They're getting better all the time. But the big thing for that Lamborghini is it just doesn't seem to get the roll of the dice.
Yeah, and
crazy things taking it out, or a tiny bit braking or something like that, and it's just not been lucky this year. It may be today, maybe it's time out. It might be its moment.
That's true. It did finish. It finished 6th in the opening race of the season, which was NLS 2. But we know the reasons why we were delayed at the start of the season. Very similar to the situation today, in fact. And a 3rd place earlier on in the year as well. So maybe it is starting to shake away those gremlins from previous seasons. I just remember it not having a great deal of luck in recent memory at the N24 as well, despite having qualified on the front row of that race in the past, or certainly the first couple of rows, because when it's driven very, very swiftly, it is as good as everything else represented in SP9.
Well, as you said, that extraordinary lap from Jordan Pepper there of an 8:02. Put that in perspective, the Fricadelli car that's in 2nd place is 5.5 seconds adrift.
Yeah.
3rd place car, Beretta in the dynamic motorsport car, 15 seconds. And he's got no experience, no pace at all, has he, Beretta?
No, hasn't got a clue. Hasn't got a clue.
Hasn't got a clue, yeah.
We are joking.
I think that's a tad harsh, but
I was pulling your leg and his, hopefully, although I'm not sure I'm that familiar with him to be able to be so jocular.
Brave territory.
Yeah, indeed. Matteo Cairoli, though, I don't think I'm disrespecting Michele Beretta's talents, but Cairoli would be quicker, I think, on qualifying pace. So it's an interesting tactic to put Beretta out for the qualifying session, unless it's to do with track familiarity. Quite possibly. I don't know when the last time Cairoli was here. He must have done some races this year, though, and clearly a decision that's made away from prying eyes such as ours as to who is your qualifying driver. We really are very, very close indeed now to the end of the session. A minute to 12 local, so we should be theoretically a minute away from the race start, and you may well be tuning into RS1 right now for that. We are delayed because of fog this morning, which meant that free practice was held much later than normal and only for a lap effectively, and 45 minutes of qualifying took place at 11:15 through till midday. Jordan Pepper's Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini GT3 Evo is already parked up in the garage. This is the car that he shares with Axel Jeffries, and that is Axel, I think, having a chat, or maybe it's Jordan actually. I only see his back, but certainly that's Franz Conrad having a little chat. Yes, it is Jordan, you're right. So a report back about the track conditions, quite possibly, and where he might have been able to improve, because it is a long lap around here. Rarely do you do it all perfectly, but an 8:02.9 is a mighty effort. Checkered flag is now out, bang on schedule. So 45 minutes of quali have been done, and there could still be some improvement. For instance, Patrick Niederhauser on this lap for Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport, quicker through the third of 5 sectors, quicker through that middle sector than anybody else so far, doing a 155.5. The other 2 sectors are very impressive as well. So maybe the 24 car, the Audi R8 LMS from Car Collection, powered by Car Collection. Lion Speed is the new team name for that crew. They're running in Pro-Am. There's nothing preventing it from working its way much further up the order. Already 9th. Could it maybe bag a front 2-row slot? Maybe with the 2 cars that have already locked out the front row. One of them, by the way, is a Pro-Am car, the Larsa car for Fricadelli. They're already both in the pits and holding on precariously by 9 seconds to a front row start. But there's a massive gap there that could potentially be plugged by 1 or 2 that are leaving it late. Oh, but this might prevent a quick lap from happening, though, because on the exit of Hohenrhein, the 58 Porsche has come to a halt, and that is in a very awkward slot. If this is the start for the start of the start-finish line, I think it is, Snowy.
It is. That's the Bill and Jim Cameron car, isn't it? Which just seems to be parked at the side of the track, and lack of power or steam or electrics or something. It's just totally unable to go. So checkered flag is out, but that Porsche pretty prone in the way there, which won't really prevent that much. We can still get across the line, but you can't. Sort of slow zone. It's just been put as a slow zone of the GP transition.
Right, so there is a slow zone in place, and therefore speed limit of at least 120 kph and quite possibly 60 to make sure that everybody is going by that at a safe speed, and that will rather scupper any chances of Patrick Niederhauser improving, and likewise other cars around him. Frank Stippler only 10th in the Phoenix Racing Audi at number 5, and he was pounding round, did a 105.6 through the first sector, a 103.1, and although the remaining sectors up to the finish at the Dottinger Hohe will be very good, there's no reason for him to ease off before that point. He is going to lose any time that he's gained heading into that slow zone, unless the 58 Porsche is recovered very quickly indeed. So we've got some times to give to you, but of course they could well alter depending on when some of the SP9 cars slipped onto an extra lap. It will have been seconds before the checkered flag was displayed, but as long as you got across the line before the checker showed, then this current lap being worked will still count. So we're easily going to be here till 8 minutes past 12, Snowy, before we absolutely know that Conrad are on pole.
No matter how much we commentate on this, it still gets me, because you have that checkered flag and you think, oh, have they just, they can do another lap? Yeah. We'll know in 2 minutes. Oh, no, we won't. It's a Nordschleife, won't we? We've got to wait potentially 8 minutes for them to complete the lap, and it seems out of context, but it's exactly how it is on this circuit. Interesting at the moment, that Jordan Pepper lap that you spotted at the time was at an 8:02. Quite extraordinary. Provisional pole position. It's unlikely that's going to be pipped. Fricadelli racing second at the moment. So it's Lamborghini, 2 Porsches, Mercedes, Porsche, Huber Motorsport. A little bit surprised to see the number 44 BMW Junior team, what we call the outgoing M6 GT3, further down the order, still in 6th place. But it's a strong, I guess it's strong enough there. It's a 3-hour, I'm going to say it's a 4-hour race, it isn't. It's a 3-hour, 15-minute race this time round. Stippler in 11th at the moment in the Phoenix Racing Audi R8. I'd be surprised if Stippler is still in 11th position at the end of the first lap. I'll just say that. That could go either way, like shares, may rise, may fall.
I think Stippler only rises generally, though.
Pretty well, but you just never know. And the Falcon Motorsports Porsches, you said, nice to see those back again. They're just rounding out neatly the top 10 in 9th and 10th. Although Dennis Olsen, I think, is out on track still. Muller has pitted a while ago, but the number 3 car is out on track, I believe, currently with Dennis Olsen at the wheel.
I mean, quite rightly, we are raving about Jordan Pepper's time being an 8:02, but we've only got to remember back 2 weeks to Julian Andlauer. He was in the 7 minutes. He did a 7:53 for pole position. So you can go quicker than an 802. I think there's 5, 6, maybe 7 seconds to gain.
This is what's intrigued me, because I think the difference is a few weeks ago that everybody was much closer.
Yes.
This time it isn't. It's odd that Jordan Pepper's that far ahead. As we said, you know, it's 5.5 seconds to the second place car, Muller, and then it's another 9.7 seconds to third place. So, you know, almost 10 seconds across the first three. Surprises me.
Interestingly, TV directors, for you can enjoy our coverage in both sound and vision, by the way, although I'm well aware that many of you just enjoy radio, so I'll read out the result. But tellingly, our TV directors have gone with a graphic now, so they don't think much is going to change in the top 10. Jordan Pepper, Lamborghini GT3 from Conrad, 802.930 from the Muller. Oh, that's interesting. So it wasn't Larsa, unless it's Muller to start the car later on. His name is displayed in green for number 30, the Fricadelli racing team. So there is an additional driver for that car. That might be Nico Muller, perhaps. Sven Muller is accounted for in another car. The 30 car doing a time that was 5.5 seconds slower, though. Then the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche of Michele Beretta doing an 8:18.259. That's car number 38. From the 70-man filter Mercedes, 8:19.001. Nico Menzel for Uber Motorsport in another Porsche to make it 3 911 GT3Rs in the top 5. Car 25, another Pro-Am entry, 8:20.590 from Daniel Harper in the BMW Junior Team M6 GT3. Car 44 was 6th fastest. 7th quickest for Kuba Kimasiak in the Audi R8 LMS GT3 for Phoenix Racing, number 11. 8th place for Sven Muller in the Falcon Motorsports Porsche. So we had potentially 3 Mullers out in that session. They've all bagged top 10 starts. Patrick Niederhauser, we will never know how quick that Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport Audi might have been were it not for the difficulty at the end of the lap. That qualified in 9th place, and in 10th position Frank Stippler in the Phoenix Racing Audi. Then you've got the Klickver-Seidferung team Porsche, which is an SP7 entry, so therefore pole position in SP7 to start from 11th, car 69. Uber Motorsports Porsche Cup car number 80 will start second in class at 12th. Dennis Olsen, surely some improvement from 13th position on the grid for the Falcon Motorsports Porsche. Then you've got the Cup 3 pole sitter, which is car number 75 from Schmickler Performance and their Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sports. Torsten Kratz in a similar car, second in Cup 3 to start 15th, although of course now we're into the territory of the grid being altered by the 3 starting groups. They all qualified together, but they're then split up into 3 starting Gruppen to make sure that the start is done safely, and they will be started 2 minutes apart. The 66 car, 16th fastest, is the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, which will be 3rd in class from the SP Pro pole sitter, although I think that's the only SP Pro car in the field, the Black Falcon Team Techstar Porsche 911 GT3 Cup MR standing for Manthey Racing, car number 350. And a little further down the order, SP9 AM, that was the Klassen-driven Audi R8 LMS GT3, the Twin Bush by Equipe Vitesse car number 50. There's I think only one SP9 AM entry this weekend as well, but that car of course will be exactly the same speed down the tubes. It's not the car that's in different spec, it's merely the driver lineup. So we'll see how they get on, but obviously the target will be to finish the 3 hours and 15 minutes race, and hopefully with a trophy at the end of it. SP10 looking very close indeed. If I tell you the pole sitter did a 9:05.5, and then only 3/4 of a second slower was that was the Schnitzelarm Racing GmbH Mercedes that got pole position, but it was only 3/4 of a second faster than the Black Falcon Team Techstar Porsche Cayman GT4, and then 73 thousandths of a second slower the BMW M4 GT4 of Valkenhorst Motorsport, number 181. So they're all occupying 23rd, 24th, 25th fastest on the combined qualifying session. SP3T pole sitter there, the VW Golf Mark 7 GTI of Max Cruiser Racing, and the driver who likes to be known as Lars Nielsen, not his real name I understand, setting the time there, a 9:06.7, car number 310. TCR Pro, Alex Prins doing the best time in the Cupra Leon, prepared by Bonk Motorsport, car 810, and that car did a 9:14.314 to be 31st fastest. In Cup 5, which is all BMW M2 CS racing cars, the Adrenaline Motorsport car that was driven by Griesner, number 870, doing the best time there, 9:16.315. I could go on to many more class divisions, but we'll probably cover those later on in the day. What I can tell you is that 114 cars took part in qualifying, and now the very tricky job, Peter Snowden, of getting those cars out of qualifying mode and into race mode for an awkwardly dictated race, which will be 3 hours and 15 minutes, which just doesn't fit into any spreadsheet of strategy I've ever seen in my life.
Exactly, just mix it up. As I said, it's end of term finale. It's make it up as you go along. I'm not suggesting
there might be an element
I'm not
of
saying
that.
the organisers are doing that. What I'm saying is it's your strategy, as in the teams. We're going to change it. Make it up as you go along, boys. We're going to tell you one time distance. It's going to be 2 hours 45 minutes. Do your strategy. Actually, let's add another 30 minutes on. Why not? It's going to be entertaining as ever on the Nordschleife. 114 cars, I think you just said, Johnny.
Yep.
For 3 hours and 15 minutes coming up very shortly. Very, very quick turnaround, as you say, for cars and teams and everybody involved. And starting orders, starting drivers will be still being considered, I think, because of that change of strategy and who's done what in the time there. I'm wondering if Jordan Pepper will actually start that Lamborghini, or whether they're going to put Axel Jeffries in it and try and put in a quick stint to start, a solid stint to start with, and then put Jordan Pepper in it. I just wonder if that's what they'll try and do. He's done the time, but that's the car spent a lot of time in the pits. As in, we know their luck, nothing wrong with that. It set the time. It was so far ahead. What's the point in really going out? It did a little bit, didn't it? One more. I think Axel Jeffries did go out one more time, but was unable to beat the time. An interesting one. Pole position car. A Lamborghini at the start. A couple of Porsches, as you said, then Mercedes. The Audi resurgence of the Audi, if you like. It's a little bit down the order, but it's still, effectively now we're talking about it being a shortened race. It's only 45 minutes shorter than normal. That's all we expected. We came in for a 4-hour race. It's 3 hours 15. The Audis, two different teams there. Lion Speed by Car Collection. Patrick Niederhauser at the wheel of that car in 7th place, and Gamaziak in the Phoenix Racing version right behind it. Only a couple of seconds between them on lap time. So two Falcon Motorsports cars, you say, top 10, 9th and 10th. Stippler just outside the top 10 in that Phoenix. So 8th and 11th for Stippler. Interesting thoughts on that first lap. We've said this many a time, Johnny, that it's an endurance race. Grid position isn't that important. There are bragging rights of where you are. I'm sure Jordan Pepper will be very, very happy with his lap time. Franz Conrad may not be so much, as in you don't need to get that much out of it at this point. You don't need to stress it. I suspect that's probably why that car spent so long in the pits of, okay, it's that far ahead, we don't need to do anything with it for the moment.
Well, there's an argument that might be said that you forego the final 5, maybe even 10 minutes of the session for what you stand to gain in the garage, doing that extra little bit of preparation for the race. Maybe the discussions that I was describing 5 minutes ago with Franz Conrad, deep in conversation with 2 of his drivers, maybe even this late stage they're saying, right, I think you should go in for the first stint, the second stint. I would imagine Jordan Pepper's being held back for the final stint in actual fact, but it depends how long that is, because I can't see that cars will be pitted early in order to back time them to the, do you say 5 o'clock finish?
Correct.
Surely they'll run a full stint initially, but we have seen in the last race, in fact, some cars came in after 5 laps, and what you stand to gain there is that your pit stop can be shorter, because it's all about how long you've just run your minimum pit stop reference time is then shortened if you've only done 4 laps, 5 laps, compared to the full 7 that you would do on the first stint, 8 after that. And then,
sorry, the big variable there is you're absolutely right in everything you say, but what's probably going to govern all that is what are the other teams doing? And I think that's what will probably determine that. People have an idea, but they'll have a plan B. They may say, let's do a full stint, as you said. They may say do a short stint. Whatever their chosen option is, they will be there on the pit wall, and they'll be doing the swan necking, looking down, up and down, who's doing what, trying to look at somebody else's laptop and told to move on. It's private data kind of stuff, you know what I mean? You get the picture, doing the espionage spying bit of what is everybody else doing, second guessing. And it's always that you've got to have that confidence and not have that doubt. If you set yourself, let's say, a full strategy, full distance on the first stint.
Yep.
And then another rival team suddenly goes short and does 5 laps. You've got to keep out of the mindset of what do they know that we don't? What's different? There's a reason they've done that. Is it a different type of car, different type of dynamic? Does it use its fuel? Does it use its tyres differently? Why have they done that? And don't just go and copy. Or have they got it right? It's that confidence, isn't it? What stick to your plan? I think the key for the Conrad Lamborghini for me on this is going to be it needs to be leading going on to the Nordschleife at the end of that first lap. So it's got to completed the GP circuit, staying in the lead, and get onto the Nordschleife in the lead, and then it's got a chance. That then allows for it's pure bad luck. It seems to get maybe this is the race where it doesn't have the bad luck.
I'm also intrigued as to which Müller is also due to be joining Axel Jeffries and Jordan Pepper, because we've accounted for Sven, Dirk and Jörg Müller associated with different manufacturers. So is it Alex Müller, perhaps? Nico Müller? I'm not sure, but I wasn't expecting, well, on the initial entry list, it was brave old Axel Jeffries doing the whole race. Well, that was announced 4 days ago, though, and obviously Franz Conrad has been diligently on the phone trying to get together a very impressive driver lineup, and 3 drivers for the final round of the season. Actually is different from how things have happened for the Conrad Motorsport crew earlier on in the year, when they've had Michele Di Martino, they've had Kuba Gamaziak in that car as well, but only ever 2 drivers to this point. They haven't done all of the NLS races. This, I think I'm right in saying, will be the first event of the year where there have been 3 drivers in that number 7 Conrad Lamborghini. To be confirmed, of course, just as soon as the official data comes through from the timekeepers regarding that Zeit training session. So we're in a part of the day now which is the interval between qualifying and the race itself, the 3-hour and 15-minute race, and there is a track parade taking place right now. Some cars have been allowed, I assume, to leave the paddock area and to now do some sedate-ish laps around the Nordschleife.
I suspect it'll be a lap.
I think it will be at this sort of speed, yeah. At the same time, I don't think the cars that are going around are necessarily hanging around in terms of speed, but it is in stark contrast to the speed that I'm used to seeing SP9's motor up the hill through Kesselchen and Klostertal, and then the carousel as well. But a great opportunity for those driving these cars, and quite possibly passengers as well, on a glorious day. I mean, certainly not guaranteed weather like this on every October Saturday, but the shadows a decent length, and thankfully the track visible from a great height as well. Talking about pictures that hopefully you are enjoying as well on our live stream, but if not, let me describe them to you from the helicopter pretty much. And it's a decent look down to the carousel, but there is not a cloud in the sky, so an uninterrupted view. I actually think at the head of this car parade there is an intervention vehicle which has rescued yet another car. So it's been a qualifying session of attrition, really, having not covered that many quali sessions around this place other than the N24, but certainly NLS qualifying sessions through the years. I don't know quite how many cars do tend to find incidents, but you know, qualifying, the name of the game, you have to think, is to try and get your car home again as straight as possible. but innately there is risk involved because you're trying to go as quick as possible to bag that good grid position.
Yeah, but it tends to be pretty good, to be honest, Johnny. They're pretty well behaved in qualifying in NLS, and most of them get through. We have the odd incident, but it's pretty rare, to be honest. They tend to save it all for the race.
Yeah,
which is very kind of them, because that's when we're talking about them.
Exactly.
That was a bonus for us getting to cover qualifying this morning. You're absolutely right about the intervention vehicle there. It is bringing back whichever car was actually, it's a flatbed, isn't it? Bringing back whichever car it was that called that last code 60. I'm not quite sure which one it was. It was a very helpful. I'm going to say it's a black car. That narrows it down a bit, I guess. But the parade vehicles have now gone past it. That was possibly why they were going quite so slowly, approaching the carousel that you were just describing from the helicopter view that you were describing so well. And that's sitting behind the flatbed, bringing the vehicle back. I will try and be a little bit more precise than that and define which car that was on the back of the intervention vehicle.
Yes, it should still be beaming back a signal from its tracker, actually, as it is being recovered. So hopefully that's a relatively easy thing to be achieved. We've run through most of the SP9 entries, but it is good to have additions from Dynamic Motorsport, from Vulcan Motorsport. Not really additions, they're just returnees that were missed for the Barbarossapreis 2 weeks ago. Manfilter's Team Landgraf Mercedes for Dirk Muller and for Lucasandro Treffs. That's a pro car, number 70, which is HTP run, but with the Manfilter branding, and the Team Landgraf organisation involved with that as well. There's also a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car in the SPX category. Now, is it in SPX because it is one of the newer cars? It's labelled as a 911 GT3 Cup car, helpfully on my screen, but for whatever reason can't run in SP7. So, yeah, I think that'll be a 992 iteration of Cup car, which was qualified by Mike Stursberg. And we'll have Turkish driver Mustafa Mehmet Kaya and Mike Rosenberg joining them in the only SPX car in the entry. Remember these days that SP4 and SP7 are run as a combined class. So SP7 for Porsche Cup cars, but there's also squeezed into there a BMW 325i for Christian Schotter, Jorg Schoenfelder and Sergei Van Vuren. So that's an SP4 car, the BMW 325i, car number 252, in amongst a load of Porsches, 6 of them in fact, which is the now well-recognised SP7 class for Porsche Cup cars. Bill and Jim Cameron, for instance, running SP7, and that's the car that had drama late on at Hohenrhein. Their 58 car requiring, we assume, outside assistance, although it had ground to a halt frustratingly within sight of the pit lane. So I just wonder whether it might be fuel, actually. I mean, you're only putting a little bit of fuel in these cars so that they run as light as possible for qualifying. But then again, Bill and Jim Cameron and the team that look after those guys, mightily experienced, you wouldn't have expected them to make such an obvious error as that. So I think you were probably right, Snowy, in the fact that that was more of a drive issue rather than fire in the belly.
It would certainly be, well, it depends, as you say, if they put a measured amount of fuel in to see what it will do. And don't forget, BMW did that, not just disrespecting the Camerons, but as big a team as a factory BMW team on the debut of the M4.
Yes.
A couple of rounds ago, they ran that car deliberately on its last stint, despite the fact it was running 10th and would have been classified 10th. They'd run it on a certain amount of fuel to run it dry on that last lap with the expectation it would not complete the last lap. Well, they were right. It didn't complete the last lap by stopping in the pit lane. And it got itself in just a little bit further than the Cameron's Porsche, but not enough to be classified. And that's what got our attention. Bruce and I were just like, hang on a minute, the new M4, it's 10th on its debut and it stopped in the pit lane. That's very strange. And BMW said, no, we deliberately ran it on a certain amount of fuel on the basis it would expire on the last lap, roughly at the finish. Well, you couldn't get much finer than that.
The other thing I just noticed before my timing screen was white was that the number 19 Black Falcon Team Identica car, although it was out in the session, it was timed as 114th of 114 cars. Didn't actually have a time next to the name of Black Falcon Team Identica, with Noah Nagelsteeg doing or attempting to do some qualifying, and I think Hendrik von Danwitz as well. But that Porsche 911 GT3R should be one of the quickest cars, as in it's in SP9, in this race. But I do think there's concern for that Black Falcon Team Identica car. We were making a big thing about Black Falcon returning to NLS racing after a sustained absence. But yeah, there's potential drama there, therefore, for Carlos Rivas, for Hendrik von Danwitz, who was at the wheel of that car, and Noah Nagelsteeg. I thought we'd covered all of the difficulties earlier on for cars that had either found the barrier or just run out of steam. 483 was the BMW 125i for Detlef Stelbrink that clattered into the Armco at a fast section of the circuit at Kesselchen. So that required outside assistance to get it home. And yeah, another one with potential difficulties is car number 19. And we would have expected that to be one of the front runners in Pro-Am this weekend. So I hope that they can A, get the car back in time, and B, get it turned around for the race start. So if you think the race is going to finish at 3 o'clock, I'm now trying to remind myself when you thought
5 o'clock.
Sorry, 5 o'clock, yes. And I'm now trying to wind back 3 hours and 15 minutes, which would be 1:45. That's what you said, wasn't it?
Correct.
As a start of the race. Okay, so we are nearing 12:30 now. So only another hour and 15 minutes, Snowy, and we'll be on the way. Bear in mind, of course, 20 minutes of that will be a formation lap. So there'll be a bit more for us to talk about by that stage.
It is.
Have you brought your sandwiches?
More importantly, I've brought you your cake.
Lemon drizzle cake is one of my favourites. I also like carrot cake. There's a little bit of a...
Noted for next season, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen how often you and I will be paired together for one of these NLS races. But yes, I mean, I'm not dissing, I think is the popular word these days, not dissing the lemon cake.
Check you out, Dan, with the kids' lingo.
Aren't I just? Daft Punk, which is a very modern pop band, and the word dissing.
And to be said slowly and enunciated carefully.
Yeah, I'm trying, yeah. So
you are that. We definitely agree with you on that one.
So you talk for the next 15 minutes and I'll eat 2 slices of this lemon cake.
I think you'll get through more than 2 slices in 15 minutes, Johnny. I've seen your rate of consumption. It's better than a Conrad Lamborghini.
We've also got some flapjack. This is turning into Test Match Special now, where we're talking about cakes that have been sent in by fans. They haven't, because you brought the lemon cake. I understand the flapjack has been homemade by our executive producer Tim Gray. I think
there's no end to the man's talents.
Well, I was going to say it's slightly overdone. And I noticed that no one's actually braved it yet. I mean, it's a long day, as we've established.
Well,
we will get
said
there.
That our other producer in the box at the moment with us is Kerry, who's just helped herself across. The hands reached out. I've seen it from the other side of the screen there, and just nibbled, just finessed a corner off that piece of flapjack there, and nibbled away. There's a thumbs up. Oh, she's going back for more. She's definitely going back for more. So, hang on a minute. Never mind finessing the corner off. She's taking the whole piece now. She's going for it, utterly committed. So she's done a sighting lap. She's in there now. She's in the groove, and she's off. Enough of the cake.
That was like a crane. That was like a crane coming in and literally destroying, I don't know, the side of a tower block, removing that piece of flapjack. I noticed you picked the bit with all the raisins in it as well.
She did, didn't she? Yeah.
But the head is nodding, and Kerry's just not saying anything at all. So I think the suggestion is that's very tasty
she's
indeed.
A lady. She doesn't talk with the mouth full.
Quite right.
Certainly not the amount of flapjack she just put in there in one go. I thought your rate of consumption on lemon drizzle cake was pretty impressive. I've noticed, carefully nibbled at that one.
I have.
I think you're savouring it. That's the point, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm aware that I'm going to have to be talking as well, and that's not great. It's not a great listen to be wolfing down cake and talking. Now, the recovery vehicle with stricken race car comes into sight on the Dottinger Hoor. This car parade, I am going to stick my neck out and saying this is a exclusively Porsche car parade, with a number of them nose to tail now heading down the long straight, which brings the lap to a close. A great way for the lap to finish, by the way, because it means that once we get to racing from 1:45 today, the opportunity to pull off a slipstream is more than a strong chance. We've seen that for a number of occasions towards the end of the lap, towards the end of races as well. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. This is the build-up to NLS9, the final race of the season.
Zwei Familien. 40 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
Near perfect conditions now at the Nürburgring for the final time that we'll be racing around here as part of the domestic championship known as the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. And this 25-kilometre circuit, the venue once again for the battle that will be taking place rather later than initially scheduled. The weather conditions have had their say, and the fog this morning means we're now an hour and 45 minutes behind. But it does mean that for the fans who are, well populating the pit lane currently, remember that there have been fans in the main grandstands around the Grand Prix circuit for the last, I think, 3 races. For the first time during the Barbarossapreis, which was the 8th race of the season, the campsite areas and spectator points were opened, not actually to be used as a campsite for overnight stays, but at least to be able to see cars for real at Flansgarten and at Brunchen. And that was a significant step forward compared to, you know, the number of races that unfortunately have had to be held behind closed doors, not only this year but also last as well. So for the first time in 15, 18 months, we had crowds at the more popular areas out in the country to view cars from. And once again, the pit lane ahead of the 9th and final race of the season has been open to the public. And it looks like families, friends are grabbing this opportunity with both hands. You get the sense, just, you know, witnessing up and down the pit lane, Peter Snowden, people seeing cars up close, that this has been a long, long wait. And those that are doing it now have been desperate to do such a thing for the last 15 months.
Yeah, and it's a great opportunity if you're a fan to get up close and personal with these cars. And it's one of the things that I love about this type of racing, as opposed to some of the other areas or disciplines like Formula One, where you can't get near anything. You can see them going by, but you can't get near them as we used to be able to do. These cars and these series openly welcome people into the pit lane. The fans, it gets to look around the cars. Obviously, you got to be a little bit careful of how close you want to get, and mechanics and technicians are looking after them. But it's a great opportunity to get up close and personal and see what a GT4 car or GT3 car is like, and understand the differences. And it's a great way of involving spectators and fans. Makes it far more personal than just photographs on the screen, and they get to meet drivers, etc. if they're not in a driver's briefing. Although we famously had that at the Hungaroring, didn't we, last weekend, where our intrepid pit lane reporter Luka Skierski was chatting to, I think it was our pole-sitting driver, wasn't it? When he should have been in a driver's briefing, and they were saying, "Can we please wind up?" So he did that. So we have to be a little bit careful how it works. Season for next year, Johnny. I mentioned we have got a 12-hour race. NLS season starts on 26th of March next year, and we're going to have a double-header 12-hour rather than 2 races back-to-back, where we have a 6-hour one day and a 6-hour the following day. It's going to become a 12-hour race on the 10th, 11th of September. 24 hours is going to be here over the weekend of 26th, 29th of May, and the traditional 6-hour race will follow that one on July the 9th. Penultimate race, we'll revert back to the 4-hour format back in this weekend next year, 8th of October. Seems odd to be talking about that already, doesn't it?
Yeah, rather.
Quite extraordinary. There are provisions. We talked about weather a lot today and how it's affected things already, but there are provisions that should the last race be cancelled, we have got November the 5th planned as an alternative date. So bonfire night here in the UK. What a great day to have a go around the Nordschleife. My thoughts are that if it's cancelled, if weather precludes it running on the 8th of October, then 5th of November is optimistic.
Yeah,
shall we say? But but we have seen that. But we've seen it again. It changed. We mentioned this constant variable of the Nordschleife is the weather. Never mind the multi classes and different multi talented drivers and AMs and pro AMs and etc. And the weather can really change it. We've had rounds earlier this year, Johnny, where it's been just as foggy and it hasn't burnt off. It hasn't cleared. And you sit thinking, well, it must go soon. And it doesn't. We saw it with the 24-hour race. It took forever to get it restarted. Officials going out, and quite rightly, because of that, as you say, that safety, being able to see the marshal's post one to the other. And we kept having track inspections. No, still not clear. Then finally, I think it was around about midday, before we got going. We'd scheduled to restart the 24-hour race as early as about 7 a.m. and it just didn't happen. Maybe 8 o'clock, but it just wasn't happening. And today, I was mindful of that and just thought, well, that first round NLS 1 that never took place. Bruce and I were here, all poised, ready to go, like coiled springs, just as yourself, Johnny. And it snowed. We had snowmen being built in the pit lane. It never happened. I did wonder today, but all of a sudden it just seemed to burn off really, really quickly. And there we were, and we had qualifying. We now got obviously this gap between qualifying and race. Give them an hour or so just to sort those cars out, and that ever-moving strategy we were talking about. And we did mention very quickly, John, just one final update for you from myself is the when we saw the parade lap going around. You mentioned the intervention vehicle at Carousel that had a car on the back. It was the number 435 Team Mattol Racing Porsche Cayman that was on the back of that. That was a car that had stopped earlier. I think it had just stopped, though, rather than it didn't appear to be any damage, as our 483 was earlier on. I think it was purely, I don't know what caused it to stop, but I don't think it hit any barriers, and it was just being brought back. Hence, it's been loaded onto a flatbed quite easily, and they're going to put it in a fresh set of batteries in it, or put some fuel in it, or reconnect the wire, whatever it may be. Hopefully it's as simple as that. I'm sure the team are hoping it's as simple as that. So coffee has now arrived at the commentary box, along with a big glass of water. It's not the shots that you would. If that's a shot, Johnny, then good luck to you, mate.
All right. Well, yeah, I probably shouldn't wolf that down in one go.
Don't guzzle.
It's a very busy weekend for the Radio Show Limited network of channels, by the way. Not only have we got NLS 9 to enjoy in a little over an hour's time, but also the latest rounds of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, which is taking place, well, some of it today and some of it tomorrow. So it will be neatly timed, in fact, for... Let's have a look. We'll be finishing this race at 5 p.m., the NLS event. And then 25 minutes later, it will be the Michelin Countdown to Green ahead of the latest WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race. So that will be very neatly timed, in actual fact. There would have been a larger gap between our two sets of coverage had this NLS race stuck. So you could say it's all part of the planning. It's been done entirely by accident, of course, but the race meeting at Virginia International Raceway, VIR, the Michelin GT Challenge at VIR is a 2 hours and 40-minute race, and all live on RS2, the sister channel on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And as I say, 4:25 UK time, which will be 5:25 in Germany. So this NLS race finishes bang on 5 o'clock. Well, actually, it will go on till about 8 or 9 minutes past. Then a bit of podium action, and then you can switch straight to RS2 for the Michelin Countdown to Green ahead of, what race is that in the IMSA Championship? Race 11 of their season at VIR, with a 5 o'clock race start through till 6 p.m. that is in Central Europe, through till 7:25. There's then a full Michelin post-race tech and a Porsche Carrera Cup North America race later on as well. 8:25 UK, 9:25 in Central Europe summertime. And then tomorrow, Sunday afternoon, a further Carrera Cup North America race and the Michelin Pilot Challenge event, which takes place at 5 to 8 European time, 6:55 in the UK. So there is an awful lot of motorsport available to you. By the way, if you are enjoying our coverage on the live stream, an indication of quite how foggy it was this morning, and the castle, even at close quarters, you just could not see, the main turret at least, just disappearing into a very dense cloud. And cars were permitted to go out on track for 8 minutes of free practice. The more significant session was the 45-minute qualifying that took place at 12:15 through to, no, it didn't, 11:15 through till midday, and that decided the grid. Although there were one or two stories coming out of that session of questions or problems that we've yet to get to the bottom of. namely for the number 19 car, and one or two extra drivers as well, that either are there in reality or I've just been putting into cars. For instance, the Lamborghini, I was getting the Mullers mixed up. It's we were looking for a Muller in the Fricadelli Racing Porsche, in fact, rather than the Lambo. So I can now confirm that the Conrad Lamborghini is a two-driver effort. Axel Jeffries and Jordan Pepper. I think Snowy basically knew that and has been sniggering for the last 15 minutes or so. But Fricadelli Racing Team, Klaus Aberlan, who did the race 2 weeks ago, Felipe Fernandez Laza, and Tobias Muller. And Tobias Muller was never even a Muller that I'd mentioned as a potential. So keeping us guessing, and I didn't get that, did you?
Not in the slightest. And I wasn't sniggering. What did amuse me was you moving Fricadella from Porsche to Audis. That was quite a move.
Yes.
That was breaking news. But I'm glad that you've got to the bottom of the Mullers.
Me too.
I have to say, Tobias, that was a wild card. That was one I wouldn't have expected.
Well, Tobias Muller is a silver-rated driver, 23 years old, from Euskirchen in Germany, has been racing around the Nordschleife since 2017, when he started to race for the Scheid Honnert Motorsport Cup 5 team. So did N24 in 2017, has done some VLN races. Well, only the odd few, actually. He mainly does 24-hour races, and then switched to Black Falcon Team Identica last year in their SP Pro entered NLS car, and is now sometimes with Falcon Motorsports, sometimes with Fricadelli, sometimes with Rutronic Racing, and he's also raced with HCB Management. So a lot of different teams along the way. Clearly his contacts are very good, but he is a Porsche specialist, the 911 GT3R specialist. So he will be joining Laza and Aberlan in that Fricadelli Racing Porsche number 30, and it starts on the outside of the front row alongside the Lamborghini GT3 Evo of Axel Jeffries and Jordan Pepper. Then you got another Porsche from Dynamic Motorsport for Michele Beretta, Adrian Delina and Matteo Cairoli. So that driver lineup has not changed since the initial entry list. There is an extra name, though, I noticed, in the Manfilter Team Landgraf Mercedes, which has qualified in 4th position because Dirk Muller and Luca Sandro Treffs will be joined by Manuel Metzger. And Metzger, a former N24 winner with Black Falcon, into the HTP fold, therefore. So that becomes a 3-driver campaign for the Mercedes. Again, 3 drivers you'll be fine with. I wonder how far down the entry list or down the grid we have to go before our first 4-driver entry. It's actually in 7th place, and for the aforementioned Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport car of Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula, Patrick Kolb, Patrick Niederhauser and Jörg Vibarn. Yes, Snowy, I've been having you on all of this time.
No, impressive debut, I thought.
I could actually say his name.
Oh, you say that now?
I do.
But the point was you couldn't say it before.
I couldn't remember it before, is the actual truth.
Well, more to the point, as I couldn't be bothered. Didn't need to.
Well, he likes,
I know how your mind works.
He likes to be known as Lorenzo Rocco. So
I know, but that's missing off the vital bit.
It's the fun bit to say.
Precisely.
So that's the first 4-driver lineup, and one driver's going to get 15 minutes there, unless they do a slightly different. Maybe they do 45 minutes each. But that wouldn't work, because if you we'll turn it into an hour and a half, so you'd have one driver doing an hour, the second driver doing an hour, the third driver could then do, because how much have we lost? 45 minutes. So one driver could do 45, the other driver could do 30. But then the problem is you're pitting the car more readily than it requires for fuel just to make the drivers happy, and I don't think they'll do that.
Precisely, exactly what you said earlier, that the need to do that is to rotate the drivers, not the need to do a fuel stop. I mean, you dictate it normally by the fuel, certainly over the lap length you have here. That's the governing factor normally. It isn't this time, it's how to rotate your drivers. And and I think it's a fascinating strategy. We're talking about it being a shortened race, but it's only 45 minutes shorter now, whereas at one point we were looking for an hour and a half shorter.
Yeah.
Which is quite a big difference. So it's a whole different change again. Of adding that sneakily, that extra 30 minutes in, putting it back on again as the organisers did. Which, as you say, just in case you've only just joined the show or only just heard, it was partway through qualifying. It was going to be a 2 hour 45-minute race. Then they added in an additional 30 minutes, taking it to 3 hours 15, closing at 5 o'clock in the time, a local time. Johnny, you've highlighted a little bit earlier that you'd got a bit of a hopeful eye on the resurgence of Audi. They're overdue a race win this season. I know you don't have favourites, but Audi sort of caught your eye. I'll tell you one that's caught my eye a little bit, and it's not disregarding the hugely impressive Jordan Pepper qualifying lap, putting that Conrad Lamborghini up on pole position there with a staggering 8:02. We say staggering compared to the rest of the field today, next car being 5.5 seconds adrift. I'll tell you one I think is worth watching.
Go on.
BMW Junior team.
Okay. Well, they have a speed trophy in order to win, and remember that the points, I think it's only 4 points the difference between that car and its rival in the Speed Trophy Championship. So there's that to try and nail down. But yes, you've got in that 44 car Daniel Harper, Max Hesse and Neil Verhagen. So you fancy those guys to go well?
Well, they've done it twice already this season, and they've become a very cohesive team. They haven't even got 60 years of age between the three of them, which is quite extraordinary. They are all just 20. I think the final driver turned 20 earlier this month or last month. It was certainly very recently. But what's impressed me is this whole BMW junior team, and another manufacturer do exactly the same. They have a junior team. They have a kind of an academy, a ladder, if you like. Is you get people that stand out. Of course you do. But very rarely do you get 3 standout young hotshots that have melded and become such a cohesive team together. And I think that's absolute credit to them as individuals, getting the big picture, but how BMW have engineered that and looked after it, disciplined them, taught them. They're working together. It's not just, it'd be very easy to imagine 3 young hotshots, when they were doing this, they were 18, 19 to start with, wanting to outperform one another. And they seem to have got the big picture of working as a team. Very, very mature heads on their shoulders, I think, for that BMW junior team.
And
we saw, was it Max Hesse in the last round, wasn't it? Was it chasing? Was it Frank Stippler he was chasing with for the second place, wasn't it? At the end, just unrelenting, just all over the back of him. And 2 totally different cars: Audi R8, BMW M6, a big front engine car. It's got a massive footprint. We've talked about before, the sheer physicality of that car on the track. Almost a sort of dinosaur, big front engine GT car, rear wheel drive, compared to the new platform they're using on the M4. But it's so competitive still with these young guys in it. And you almost think, well, who needs an M4? Well, Century Motorsport decided that they're going to have one for British GT next year. It's going to be the sole one. And I think they've got an option on a second car. It's going to be the sole one in the United Kingdom as well. So we're great to see that car out. They're not running BMW not running the M4 GT3 car this weekend, which is a shame. Aston Martin, we did speculate, didn't they, at their last round when they did NLS8, when they brought out their new GT3 Aston, and Niki Team and Maxime Martin took it to a victory, which was, we weren't quite expecting that at the beginning. I think it qualified 8th or something, thereabouts. I think it was thereabouts, and got up to, I think it made a couple of places at the start, and then just metronomically came through, won its race. And we said, will they come back? Will they do the last round? Well, no, they've proven what it can do. The BMW is the same. So all eyes for BMW in this race, junior team. Upholding the honours, if you like.
Yes, and there's no reason why it certainly can't make progress when we get the race started from 6th position, where I think Daniel Harper qualified it, didn't he? Of the 3 drivers, Dan put out for the quali duty. But this is a definite switch of mindset for those drivers in their late teens, early 20s who have no doubt targeted a single-seater career at times, but realised that the further you get up that ladder, the fewer and fewer places that are available. You also need a massive injection of cash once you get beyond, well, F4 really into Formula 3, and Formula 3 season is not cheap these days. Whereas if you can move into saloon car racing or GT racing, find yourself somebody to race with, maybe a non-pro driver who wants you to pedal the car very, very quickly when he or she is not in it, then that could be a career that could last 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, in some cases 30 years. And you know, what started off very much as a hobby, but as a career target, could well be your mainstay, your sort of bread and butter wage earning exercise for a good portion of your working life. And it's very refreshing to have three young guys who have talents from that manufacturer and the junior team doing exactly what it says on the tin. And, you know, they're not the only team that have junior programs, certainly, to try and bring drivers through. And I think with the influx of major manufacturers now into top-line world-class sports car racing in the next few years, it's a good place to be. You know, if you are on Ferrari's radar, for instance, Audi, Peugeot, they're all coming back to World Endurance Championship racing at Le Mans and at 6,000 and 1,000 mile races in the near future. So the profile and the exposure that you may have worldwide could be huge.
Absolutely. There's only a few going to get to, you know, what they regard the pinnacle, Formula One, but it's not a bad way to earn your living driving GT cars for a manufacturer around different circuits and different series of the world. It's no bad way to go and earn your living, and you're still a racing driver. But it's getting on that manufacturer radar. I think, as you say, it's one of two ways. You either get onto a manufacturer's program,
yep,
and get looked after, or you need to find, as you say, a wealthy patron, if you like, that's prepared to support the racing, go with you for their benefit. But you become, that's the beauty of this type of racing, the pro-am lineup, is because the pro helps the amateur so much. It's not just the amateur. The amateur effectively pays, the pro teaches, and it works together. And that's why it's the backbone of this sort of series, and it just works brilliantly. You talk about being on a manufacturer radar. Mika Sala, Formula One driver, when he was at Ferrari, when he stood in for when Michael Schumacher broke his leg back in 1999, I think it was. And he stood in, and he knew he wasn't allowed to win. I think it was the German Grand Prix, and that Eddie Irvine had got to come through. And he said he was waiting for effectively the telephone call, i.e. the radio message, to do it. But he always said afterwards that because he followed those team instructions, even at that level of Formula One, and you're talking about junior drivers here in this series getting the big picture, Mika Salo acquiesced, let Eddie Irvine through, and part of that deal was, for allowing that to happen, he remained a Ferrari sports car driver for the rest of his career.
Yep.
And it's well known and accepted. He said it. That's exactly how it happened. You know, win a Grand Prix and do nothing else, or finish second and have a career in sports cars with Ferrari. You know, now a lot of drivers wouldn't do that. They'd, you know, the temptation to go, really, but just that sitting back, following that, getting that big picture, following the program, you get a whole career in sports cars at Ferrari. Not a bad thing to do.
Try not to upset anybody along your way, and yeah, that
especially those that pay.
Well, precisely, and they make the big decisions. Yeah, and it worked out for Mika, definitely. A reminder that there are a number of grandstands open this weekend. Then, so tickets have been available for this final event of the season for a good few weeks now. But great that the parking facilities at Hatzenbach, Brunchen, Flansgarten have been available to ticket holders for only the second race of the season. As far as the points are concerned, dealing with the points for your car within its class, they are all totaled up. So it actually doesn't feature that many SP9 cars at the sharp end of the championship. But Chris Rink, Philipp Stahl-Schmidt and Daniel Zils, they are starting in the V2T class again. And although They're currently in 3rd place. Now, this is where the points get pretty complicated because the number of points they have are 57.59 points overall. They run a BMW 330i in the VT2 class, and it's run by Adrenaline Motorsport team Altsner Automotive, and they have ultimately have a very, very good strike rate because there are also 2 drop scores. I think it's still 2, although of course that might have been affected by the fact that the first race of the year didn't happen. Normally it's your 7 best results from 9 races. Maybe it's the 6 best results from 8 races, or is it 7 from 8 perhaps? I know someone who will know on Twitter, so by all means send a quick tweet to @RSL_studio if you know whether one of the drop scores is no longer being taken into account because the first race didn't happen. Otherwise, your championship position is going to be settled from only 6 races. I say only 6, but that is fewer than normal. Winning NLS 8 certainly kept Rink, the 2-time NLS champion, in the hunt for this year's championship. So if that trio wins the class, and the field has had a best of 19 starters so far, remember that the scale of how the points are dished out alters depending on how many starters you've got, and that's the reason for that is it's a heck of a lot easier to win a class with 3 cars in it than it is to win a class with 25 cars in it. So points are adjusted according to how many cars are in the class, and it really does change from 19 starters to 17 starters to 16 starters, you know, one car difference, and that does alter the amount of points that are available. But there is this thing called the NIMEX Team Trophy in the V2T class as well, which is potentially up for grabs by Rink, Stahlschmidt and Zils. It really is something to be as dominant as those guys have been in the NLS for 3 seasons running. There are also drivers represented from the WNS Motorsport crew, and they still have a chance, being Daniel Blickel, Tim Scheerbart and Max Kronberg, running in Cup 3 with their WNS Motorsport Porsche, and they're currently on 66.04 points. And they run in the Cayman GT4 trophy with Manti Racing. So there are going to be 14 cars in that entry list as well. And then the best in the points so far, with 1 race to go, Danny Brink and Philip Lyson, they're on 66.5 points, or 66.59 to be exact, with their Adrenaline Motorsport Team Altsner Automotive car, with Chris Rink in the V4 BMW entry. So they're holding on to the championship lead after 8 races, but I think Chris has been in and out of that car, whereas Danny Brink and Philip Lyson have been the mainstays so far this year. So they are better off than Christopher Rink on 66.59, but it really is very, very tight in the point standings. Just half a point between the top 2, and for the 3 I mentioned initially, they're on 57.5, Daniel Zils, Philipp Stahlstadt and Christopher Rink. So I will keep all of those cars in mind over the 3 hours and 15 minutes to see how they're getting on within each of their classes.
Just looking at the rules for you, Johnny, you're talking about what races qualify, because we're 1 round short this year. And reading the actual rules, if 9 qualifying races have actually been carried out, the best 7 results of a driver count, as we knew. If 8 qualifying races have actually been carried out, then the best 7 still. It's exactly the same. So
okay.
No, unchanged. Just because we had, this is NLS 9, just for clarification, it is the 8th race of the year because NLS 1 didn't take place. It never actually happened. We had no racing. We had snowmen. We had
I remember you telling me about those, yeah.
But we didn't actually have any racing.
It was a shame, but it's part and parcel of events taking place here at the Nürburgring with its own weather system, and it's proven that fact over, well, decades, frankly. There's plenty of other interesting stories from this particular race. Snowy let loose on one of them very early on in the day with the return of the iconic Opel Manta. Peter Haas, Olive Beckman, Walter Streichek driving that. Also, the return of the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, and that has really had the effects made on the grid, because Jordan Pepper, who was a surprise inclusion in that number 7 car after previously Kuba Gimasiak had driven it, and also Michele Di Martino as well. But I rather fancy that's the first time that Jordan Pepper has been at the wheel of the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. Someone I'm sure will put me right on that, but certainly showing that Franz Conrad made a good decision with the South African qualifying it on pole position. So Kuba Gimasiak, yes, I think is elsewhere in the entry today, driving a Mercedes. Let's just get that confirmed. Yeah, with Kim Louis Schramm. So it's not a Mercedes, it's an Audi, in fact. So Polish driver Gimasiak and German Kim Louis Schramm in the Phoenix Racing Audi car number 11, which is entered into SP Pro. And Marcus Flash is returning as well, the managing director of BMW M, as in Motorsport. Same time head of Motorsport in the Munich-based company, sitting down with Jakob Erbacher and Uwe Eberts in the VT2 BMW for Team Adrenaline. So the Austrian driver in amongst that combination, currently working on the full permit to be racing around here, and the only way that you achieve that is to do as many races as possible. And as mentioned, the NLS Speed Trophy is entirely open, and it is going to be fought between the BMW Junior team and I think 1 or 2 SP10 cars are involved with this as well. So we will try and keep you in tune with how the Speed Trophy develops over the 3 hours and 15 minutes. But plenty of points on offer within that as well. But the junior team, or the NLS Speed Trophy, the battle for the top spot will be between Marcel Johannes Markowitz, who's won 6 of the 7 races in SP10. And he's been with different crews through the course of the year as well, which means that the Schnitzelarm racing team can no longer be deprived of victory of the NIMEX Team Trophy in SP10. So NIMEX Team Trophy decided, but the Junior Trophy, or the NLS Speed Trophy, still up for grabs. And the BMW Junior team of Daniel Harper, Max Hesse and Neil Verhagen currently have 140 points versus Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler, who are on 144. So it's looking like a straight fight between the number 5 Audi, which has qualified in 11th position, and the number 44 BMW in 6th. So BMW win the kind of opening exchanges from that 45-minute qualifying session, but as mentioned, Frank Stippler really only knows how to go forward in these races if he's qualified outside of the top 10. And if we see the 44 BMW and the 5 Audi side by side at any point, we'll know that that's not only for honours in NLS 9, but also for the season-long contested NLS Speed Trophy. We've got cars out on the circuit now, so the 3 separate start groups are beginning to be assembled. The relevant adjustments have been done to the Lamborghini from Conrad Motorsport that will sit on pole position on its Michelin tyres. And remember, there's no such thing as a spec tyre in this championship. You can run on pretty much whatever tyres you want, as long as you've got the contacts. But it's the French rubber for the Italian car, and that is just heading now around the Grand Prix lap, Snowy.
It is, and just the Manta there, we're just talking about it, and hasn't appeared a little bit. Part of it is it's now in a slightly different class. It's normally run this Olaf Bachmann, who owns that car, and one of its drivers, along with Peter Haas and Volker Strycek. It has to run in a different class now. It was in the H2 class, and it's now in the SP3 class. It's been moved by the organiser, which means it carries an extra 70 kilos. Which obviously just disadvantages it very slightly. And of course, VLN, the organising body behind NLS, have had to have a look at, because of pandemic, costs and things. And I think it's about 34% increase in costs for entering these races now, which possibly has less of an impact on some of the bigger teams, but some of the smaller teams like the Foxtail Manta there, Olaf Beckman, it has quite an effect bringing that car out, and that's part of the reason it has been out. He was looking at retiring at the end of last season, but has decided to do a few with it this year. And I just hope that car reappears, and that's probably an emotive way of looking at it. We're not paying the costs and having to run it, so it's not very pragmatic of us to say that. But it's one of those things that we say fan favourite is almost as a cliche, but it really is a fan favourite. It's one of the, it always attracts attention. It's been out there, so I can't think how old the car is now. It's got to be 30 years old. Must be that shape Opel Manta 400.
I'd say at least that.
Of course, we're going to get loads of input on that. So exactly what year it is now. I don't know the history of the Foxtail. I just know it's a fan favourite. I don't know how old the car actually is, but it's great to see it out there, and how appropriate in its season finale for us that it is with us.
Well, I mean, they started building Mantas in 1970. A quick internet search, but it's a newer version from
that shape,
the.
Yeah.
But the last one was built in 1988, so it's well, actually 30 years, isn't it? I suppose it depends exactly how old that chassis is, and of course it will have had an awful lot of work done through the years as well. So turning into a little bit like Trigger's broom, in that the design is from the 80s, but virtually every part of it has been replaced. You have to explain
the concept of Trigger's broom for our European listeners now.
Okay, well,
they're not all English, remember.
There used to be a series in the 1970s and 80s called,
looking forward to this,
called Only Fools and Horses, which was brought to my attention rather rapidly at Alton Park a few weeks or months ago, when there was a guy dressed as Del Boy there in the crowd who decided to start to wave a prop from one of the episodes.
The main character from Only Fools and Horses.
Is indeed so. He's known as Derek Trotter, or Del Boy to his mates, and his brother Rodney. Anyway, their friend Trigger, who was a bit stupid, I think it's fair to say.
In as much as he called Rodney Dave all the time, yeah.
Yeah, he always used to, his name was Rodney, but Trigger called him Dave for some unexplained reason. And that was approached in one of the episodes, actually. Trigger, why do you call me Dave? Anyway, go and research that as well. Now, Trigger was a road sweeper, I think, a manual road sweeper. He used to go around with a cart and a broom. And this broom he had for 20 years, and it had only had 11 new heads and 9 new handles. That was the joke, and the Opel Manta, probably built in 1982, 1983, perhaps, but I would imagine no component on that is much more than about 3-4 years old.
Possibly the roof.
The roof might be, yeah, the shell might be original. True enough. So they may have obtained that Manta and stripped it all out, but it's been converted into a racing car. That is an out-and-out racing car now with a full cage in it. And it will have been reshelled to be competitive around here. So by design, early to mid 80s, but it's much more futuristic, or much more current, let me say, than that these days. It's probably an Opel Manta B2, looking at the history of the various shapes. I've got to say, I do like the look of the original version, though. That looks mint.
You're too young to remember that.
I realised that looking at pictures of original Opel Mantas on radio doesn't necessarily work, but if you go to a very well-known online encyclopedic type web page, type in Opel Manta, and there's a glorious original red Opel Manta there, which just looks the business. If anyone's got one of those hanging around in Germany, close to the Nordschleife, I would love to see one of those cars hammering around the North Loop, and I'm sure the organisers would find a relevant class to put it into. So we are very much nearing the start of NLS 9 now, 30 odd minutes away from the start of the race. That means 10 minutes away from the grid being cleared and the first group being sent around the Grand Prix track, or half of the Grand Prix track, through the cut through. Full Mercedes arena being used today, unlike N24, and then they'll be sent on to their one and only lap of the full circuit, and a chance to assess current conditions, which really haven't changed a great deal since qualifying. I'm trying to work out whether there's much wind around at the moment, because that can have an effect, particularly if it's a crosswind right across the Dottinger Hohe.
Yeah, it's about the only part it really does affect on here, I think. But as you say, quite rightly, Johnny, conditions pretty well unchanged from qualifying just over an hour or so ago. But it is still a sighting lap, a very long one, albeit it always amazes me this formation lap around here. I'd say it's nearly 20 minutes. Of course, we've got our 3 batches starting then. 3 groups go out, our SP9 category cars to start with, and then we split down to the other 2 groups, which I can tell you in a minute of which cars are in those different groups.
165 heading into position, which is one of the Mercedes GT4s, so an SP10 car from Schnitzelarm Racing. This is the car I was talking about, in fact. So Reinhard Renger, Tim Neuser, Marek Bockman and Marcel Markowitz, who are certainly up there in the championship. They are currently, they're up there in the junior trophy and the NLS Speed trophy, rather. Marcel Johannes Markowitz winning 6 of the 7 races for a variety of teams, and his latest ride is with Schnitzelarm, as previously mentioned.
Indeed, starting groups, we have the traditional 3 starting groups of red, yellow and black, as in the colours of the national flag of Germany. Starter group of 1 is 30 cars comprising that, SP4, 4T, 7, 9 being the majority of the cars in that, 13 in that. SP10X, SP Pro and ATG, 1 each. Most of those cars, SP10's got 6 cars in it. Say, by far and away our largest group there is the SP9 category with 13 cars. We then have the second group 2. It has 48 cars starting, the majority of those being in VT2 class, 19 entries, and Cup 3 has 14 entries in that. It also includes SP3T, H4, TCR, and Cup X. And our third and final group has 40 cars, slightly more cups, slightly more categories in that class, my apologies. V5, V4, V6, SP3, VT3, H2, Cup 5, OPC and BMW M240i. And pretty even spread amongst all those, Johnny. V4, V5, 5 apiece, V6 got a couple in it. The highest number actually is Cup 5 with still only single figures of 8 in that. So that's our 3 starting groups. And we were talking about just this long lap. We have our formation lap, our first racing lap, and it's part of going back to my thinking of what I was saying about the Conrad Lamborghini needing to be on the lead, in the lead as it goes on to the Nordschleife still. There are 2 circuits here. We have the Grand Prix circuit with the nice wide runoffs and lots of gravel, etc., etc. Then we get onto the Nordschleife, and it changes completely because A, it's a 180-degree hairpin round, recently renamed, of course, Sabine Schmidt's curve, and no finer name for that start of the Nordschleife, exactly where she lived, yards away from that. But it's also a complete change of mentality. You go from this Grand Prix licensed circuit with runoffs, barriers far, sometimes you've got to get binoculars out to see the barriers, they're so far away. And then it suddenly goes through this little pinch point onto the Hatzenbach, or just before you get to the Hatzenbach, through the Sabine Schmidt's curve. And there's not even the edge of a track. There's a white line and there's a barrier. And it's all just taken away from you, nice and slowly. And if anything resets a driver's mind from the transition from the Grand Prix circuit to the Nordschleife, it has got to be that corner. I can't think of a finer name to give it than Sabine Schmidt's. And off you go down through the Hatzenbach, and it opens out a tiny bit. They had a little bit of verge on there for that bit, then they take it away again. And that's the lap they're going to be on. They get 1 racing lap effectively, these SP9 cars, because pretty well after the end of that lap, because of the differentials in the time differential between these other 2 groups starting, they're pretty well on the back of that third group, not far into that second lap in reality. So they only really get, the SP9s, 1 racing lap clear. So they have one bit to themselves, and then the rest of it is, so that's what, 10 minutes, let's say. So 3 hours and 5, they've got to deal with traffic.
And that's just the way things go around here because of the fact that so many different cars of differing speeds are accommodated in a 114-car lineup. So, yes, you can get used to a clear track, but far better to be comfortable in traffic, I suppose. Enjoy the time at the front for a short period of time where you've got no company, although you very, very much will have company from behind. If you're the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, there'll be, what, 10, 11, 12 other SP9 cars desperate to get past, and then within a very short time you're closing in on the back markers, if we can call them that, still going around as quickly as possible from their third start group. A lovely tweet I've just noticed from Nicky Thiem. This is from about 4 hours ago, but Nicky Thiem and Maxime Martin, winners in NLS 8 in the first appearance all season from an Aston Martin Vantage GT3 in the GT3 category, the SP9 category. They only went out and won it 2 weeks ago, and Nicky has tweeted, wishing all fans and teams a good time at the last NLS round, and tantalisingly for all Aston Martin fans, we come back soon, he says, with the little rocket emoji. And there's then also 5 seconds of footage of the Aston pounding its way through Hats and back. I mean, up on the curbs, kicking up the dust as well. Some really good visuals there of the eventual race-winning Vantage GT3. But that is a good prospect, isn't it, for Nicky Thiem to be saying we'll be back soon?
It most certainly is. That footage there is probably, knowing his style, his last lap of the race. Bearing in mind he crossed the line with, I think it was 6 seconds on the clock, when he could have just blended out of the throttle coming up through Tiergarten and crossed the line and taken the flag. But Nicky Thiem, no, we'll do another lap. And we speculated at the time that Dave King, head of Aston Martin Racing, would have just been like, seriously, just slow down. No, too late. He's crossed the line. That flag hasn't come out. And he goes, I've got a good Aston Martin under me. Why should I want to not do another lap around the Nürburgring? It's great for Nicky Thiem, but for everybody else watching, it's one of those sort of moments of, please just bring it home in one piece because we are leading the race.
Not good for those at Aston Martin for blood pressure. No, indeed so. But telling Nicky Thiem to slow down is an impossible task. I've learned that through the years. Despite several people trying to tell him that lifting and coasting is the better way to go. 5 minutes now on the board. So this is the countdown to the formation lap. And then that'll take the best part of 20 minutes. Also on Twitter, and you can direct your tweets to @RSL_studio, to @Radio Le Mans, and to our personal accounts if you wish, @Snowy Razor, @Blackpool Johnny. Michael Hetherington is clearly a big fan of my Rodney Trotter impression. Can we have that again, please? I think it was just a one-time only thing, unless, you know, in the after-show party tonight, I have a few more of those much talked about shots. I was talking about coffee, by the way, rather than anything else untoward. I hope Kerry's not put anything unexpected in this glass of water, which I'll now gulp down. Which is why I was letting you taste it first. I thought I'd let you be the official taster. Oh, it is a bit fruity. I think... is it a Kerry special? Yeah, it might be. Well, there's a decent liquor cabinet elsewhere in our studio, so I wonder whether Kerry's unearthed that. The moment you said that, there was a sharp intake of breath from the other side of the desk from young Keza. No, this is a professional radio. This is a professional radio studio. Couldn't possibly entertain that sort of thing this early in the day. I think it was an intake of breath of excitement. Oh, okay, right. Well, I'll don't misunderstand me. No, fair enough. That can be explored later, folks. But there's the important matter of a 3-hour and 15-minute race before then. This is the business part of the day then. More signs being displayed to those on the grid. 3 minutes to go before the formation lap can begin. And a reminder of where the cars sit on the starting grid within SP9. And then I can deal with some of the cars that start at the front of their classes when we get further around the formation lap. But it is a pole position for the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini GT3 Evo of Axel Jeffries and Jordan Pepper. The time set, an 8:02.930 after only 3 laps completed. So that was an out lap and 2 flyers, effectively. The Porsche alongside it is the red and white Fricadelli Racing Team car for Klaus Aberlan, Felipe Fernandez-Laza and Tobias Müller, the silver-rated 23-year-old, will be at the wheel of the 30 car. Starting drivers still to be determined. Obviously, all the teams will know who they put in for the opening stint, but our timing screen will need to allow them certainly to leave the grid on the green flag lap and quite possibly to complete the green flag lap before we can truly identify who is at the wheel of each of the cars. The Dynamic Motorsport Porsche of Michele Beretta, Adrian Delina and Matteo Cairoli starts third. That's the green and white Porsche 911 GT3R, car number 38. Alongside the now well-recognised MAN filter livery, the Dayglow Yellow for Team Landgraf and the HTP prepared AMG GT3 for Dirk Müller, Luca Sandro Treffs, and additional driver fairly late in the week, Manuel Metzger, makes that a trio. Porsche 911 GT3 from Uber Motorsport. Well done to them for qualifying in 5th place in another Pro-Am car. Achim Tyson, Klaus Rader and Nico Menzel are the 3 drivers in the Uber Motorsport Porsche number 25. It starts alongside the 44 BMW M6 GT3 from the junior team of Daniel Harper, Max Hesse and Neil Verhagen. Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport, Audi is the best of the 4 ring cars then on the grid, qualifying in 7th position. Car number 24 for Lorenzo Rocco, Patrick Kolb, Patrick Niederhauser and Jörg Wiebahn, alongside another Audi R8 LMS, but it's the Pro-Am car that's out-qualified the All-Pro lineup, Kim Louis Schramm and Kuba Gimasiak, and the distance between, or the time difference between those cars was 2 seconds, in fact, as cars are starting to roll now. 9th position for the Porsche 911 GT3R for Falken Motorsport, Martin Raginger and Sven Müller. And alongside it, the team car, number 3, and that is for Dennis Olsen and for Lars Kern. The cars now are on their green flag lap. We are less than 20 minutes away from the start of the final race of the year in the Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Under blue skies, the grid, the first start grid, starts to move away then from the start-finish line and into the Mercedes arena, nearing 1:30 local time, much later than originally planned. But if you've been around for much of our coverage this morning, you will know the reasons why. It was not possible to do any free practice early this morning because visibility was so far reduced. Marshal post to marshal post was nearly impossible to see, and therefore we're in the territory where it's just unsafe to run a live motorsport session. So just had to wait and for conditions to improve. Free practice did eventually happen, but it only lasted 8 minutes, and that's good enough for a lap and no more. And then we had a 45-minute qualifying session starting at 11:15 local through to midday. And in order to give all the teams sufficient time to then race prepare their cars, a new start time was billed for 1:45 local, and it'll be 3 hours and 15 minutes through till just after 5 o'clock then. Well, actually the checker flag will be ready to be flown at 5 o'clock, but it really depends on where the race leader is at that point. And we could easily run to 5:06, 5:07, maybe even 8 or 9 minutes past 5 before we get the winners across the line. Lamborghini and Porsche are on the front row from Conrad and from Fricadelli. That's Conrad Motorsport, Fricadelli Racing Team, with then a Porsche and Mercedes combination on the next row for Dynamic Motorsport and MAN Filter Team Landgraf. The Porsche of Uber Motorsport and the BMW from the junior team are next. And then an all-Audi 4th row with the Pro-Am car out-qualifying the all-Pro lineup. So Lion Speed by Car Collection quicker than Phoenix Racing. 9th and 10th positions for the 2 Porsches from Falken Motorsports, because of course gone are the days where they used to run a Porsche and a BMW as part of the same lineup. The second start group will have the KTMs at the sharp end, and I haven't actually told you about the best times from KTMs just yet. 2 laps were completed by the 9:30 machine, which is the Teichmann Racing entry. I'm just working out whether that is the best Cup X qualifier. No, I reckon it's car 920, which is also a Teichmann Racing KTM crossbow. The 920 car with Hendrik Still, Konstantin Scholl and Florian Naumann did an 8:52.065, and that car therefore 15th position on the grid. From the next best Cup X car, also from Teichmann, for Georg Griesemann, Mike Ronefart and Yves Volter. And again, not sure who did the time there, but the 930 car will be the second best of the KTM crossbows to qualify. And elsewhere in starting group 2, the number 300 Hyundai i30N Fastback. That car runs as a TCR machine. There's quite a lot of TCR cars actually as part of that lineup there. And start group 3 will be coming through fairly shortly. Again, starting 2 minutes further down the road. And it tends to have the BMW Cup 5 cars at the sharp end of that. But TCR, best car, which is a TCR machine, although not actually in the TCR class, is the Max Cruiser Racing VW Golf Mark 7, which is entered as an SP3T machine for the 2 drivers known as Philip Hansen and Lars Nielsen, but both drivers are in inverted commas, so not technically their real names, but the names they prefer to go by when they're racing. TCR Pro, led by Bonk Motorsport, for Alexander Prinz and Hermann Bock in a Cupra Leon. There's also a VW Golf a little further down the order for Max Cruiser Racing in their white, black and gold colours for Andreas Gulden, Matthias Wassel and Frederick Jährli. But in Cup 5, who do indeed lead the third of the 3 starting groups, the best car to qualify in Cup 5, the 870 BMW M2 CS racing car of Francesco Merlini, the Italian, Yannick Fubrich and David Griesner. And David Griesner, who is down as an Austrian in my entry list. Now, sometimes there's some confusion as to where drivers are from and what driving licence they are on. For instance, Jackson Evans, who is definitely a Kiwi, an Australian licence. So it does sometimes give you incorrect information. But David Griesner...
sorry, John, you're saying it has to be on the entry list as to the issuing authority of the licence.
Yes.
It doesn't really matter where the nationality of the individual or entrant owner of that licence is.
Yeah.
It is the issuing authority that defines the flag, if you like.
But David Griesner is Austrian, as well as being on an Austrian licence, so that's fairly easy to remember. But yes, I have been thrown by things like that in the past. Swiss drivers running on Chinese licences, and I've been calling them Chinese, and I remember got a firm ticking off for that. But you have to know your stuff. And I would imagine that a number of Antipodeans, in fact, are running on German licences, because these days Matty Campbell, principally based in Germany because of all of his Porsche development work. Campbell, I don't think, is here this weekend. No, not part of the qualifying session. SP7, which is always a class we pay attention to throughout the race, but also crucially towards the start, because the SP7 cars go better on fuel mileage than the SP9 machines, and it's not uncommon for an SP7 car to be well up in the top 10 by the end of the first stint. SP7, best car in that is the 69 Klick Versicherung team Porsche 911 here at the Nürburgring. So Peter Snowden.
40 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
Nächste Station im ADAC GT Master. Es geht in die Alpen. Hier der Nürburgring.
Live from the Nürburgring, this is the NLS9 event then, the final race of the season. 8 races we will have had by close of play today, and a slightly out of schedule day. You're probably tuning in thinking, oh, we should be an hour and 40 minutes into today's race by now. Well, no, not quite. We're 6 minutes from the start, and it will only run for 3 hours and 15 minutes, which is an awkward time period when you're trying to plan strategy, particularly in the SP9 class, where GT3 cars can comfortably do an hour around here or 8 laps. But of course, 3 hours and 15 minutes, it does not mean that your stints will be neatly fitting in, certainly not towards the end of the race. So is there simply going to be a splash before the final 15 minutes is done, or are teams going to be coming in maybe an hour out from the end of the race? So at 4 o'clock, which doesn't line up with a quarter to the hour start for that final stop, but they will have needed to bridge the odd gap here and there to be able to do that. fascinating stuff, and also which drivers will be used where. One or two teams decided to run with 4 drivers, so the 4th driver, for instance, with Lion Speed, is going to have a very short stint to make the Audi's strategy work. We've got a Lamborghini on pole, which in itself is a very interesting story. 2 Porsches right behind, and then the man-filter Mercedes. Audi R8 LMS GT3s yet to win any of the NLS races so far this season. They have qualified in 7th and 8th places, with an all Falcon Motorsport Porsche 5th row. There's another Audi then actually from Phoenix Racing for Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler outside the top 10, and I'm not sure many people would have thought that might happen before the start of qualifying. So Frank Stippler, we will assume, has been put in for the opening stint. Car number 5, if so, is definitely one that we will keep our eyes peeled for, because he will be scything his way up the order.
As he always does. Doesn't normally have to do that much of it. Just to say, starting outside the top 10, not a phrase that really goes with Frank Stippler in the same sentence. But I'm sure he will get that Audi up the order. I feel like I'm putting pressure on him now. So I'm sure he isn't listening.
He loves it.
But I hope he isn't. But he loves it, does he? Okay, that's fine. That's all right. And Frank, just carry on. Just do your best.
Do your thing, really.
Do your thing. As Nick Damon, our colleague, would say, it's his job.
Exactly. That's why he's here. He's to drive that car very rapidly indeed, and he'll have to try and keep it out of trouble, though, at the same time. And the question is, where do you pick off the places? On the Grand Prix track is one of the more sensible places to do it, but that can be tricky, especially when all the cars are together from the grid. So, weaving from left to right, the first of the 3 start groups ahead of this 45th edition of the DMV Münsterlandpokal, heading actually against the flow of traffic with the public road to the left of the Dottinger Hoor. There's also the kind of interior road as well, which is also open to the public to the right as well. So you've got 3 lanes of traffic working its way down towards from Moispath and towards Hohenrhein at the end of the lap. The Kink at Antonius Bucher underneath the bridge, and then the pace car, as it is at the moment, the white Porsche that leads the way, will peel off into pit lane, and then the pace of the race will be left to, well, is it Jordan Pepper or is it Axel Jeffries? Still to get that data from the timekeepers.
Well, whoever it is in that car doing the least of the weaving, being the pole position car bizarrely, most of the field behind doing an awful lot of weaving on the Dottinger up to the Tiergarten. Whoever's in the Lamborghini, say we haven't got that update just yet, but waiting until the end there. But he was doing a lot of hard accelerating and braking to get some heat into the tyres. The Freisinger Porsche now has actually taken the position of him behind the safety car, and it looked like it was the lead car then. The Lamborghini just dropped back for a moment there, and they are now back in formation, side by side, Johnny, as we're about to go to race start for 3 hours and 15 minutes of our final round of NLS 2021.
It's an unusual race distance, that's for sure, and there are going to be winners and losers along the way, but this highly compact first group might be a matter of survival more than anything else for the first few corners of the Grand Prix lap. Then it really has to be single file onto the hats and back. But who will get the better of the start between the turquoise and black Lamborghini from Conrad Motorsport, the red and white Fricadelli Racing Porsche, and then alongside, or right behind, Dynamic Motorsport and the man-filter Mercedes? Across the line they will go now then for the first time of asking. And it is nose to tail. In fact, it's side by side as the Lamborghini's almost boxed out of it. And right around the outside, there's contact. There's contact between the man-filter Mercedes number 70 and the rear of the Fricadelli Racing Porsche number 30. Trying to go for the race lead was the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, which had got a blistering getaway and I think is in front. Let's just have a look. No, it's the Lamborghini that's retained the race lead because there needed to be some avoidance action from the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. He saw it all kicking off. And the 70 Mercedes man-filter car on the cold brakes and the cold tyres, hitting the brakes at what the driver thought was the right point, but tagging the back of the 30 Porsche, which started from second position, immediately putting the Fricadelli Racing Porsche into a spin. And let's hope that it can continue on in the race, because of course that's the business end of a Porsche, where the engine and the gearbox are. Up the inside of the BMW Junior team, number 44 was trying to go there, one of the Falcon Porsches. Car number 3, which has either Dennis Olsen or Lars Kern at the wheel. A frenetic start. Snowy thought it was going to be a classic, but that's something we definitely do not want to see at the start of a 3-hour and 15-minute race. Contact at the very first corner, Peter.
No, very unexpected there, and I think just one of those caught out by the driver of that Mercedes there. In fact, that's coming to the pits straight away. So the number 70 is into the pits with some fairly comprehensive right-hand damage. Has it caused a puncture? I don't think so, but there's obviously something stray enough on that car to warrant not completing the whole of the Grand Prix circuit lap, coming in straight through there. Sorry, not going on to the Nordschleife, completing the Grand Prix lap and coming in to get that car. The Fricadelli car has continued though, but that did drop that car right to the back of that start group number 1. So not only is it there, but it's also now potentially got some damage. The damage to the Mercedes indicates to me that it was not quite as light a tap as one would like, because these things can happen and just rotate one round, there it goes. But I'm hoping that the Fricadelli car hasn't suffered as much damage as the Mercedes appears to, but that's put 2 cars out of contention, one more so than the other, the Mercedes than the Fricadelli Porsche, on that very, very first corner. And we've said it many, many a time before, as our second group's about to start with us at any moment, Johnny, that it's a 4-hour race normally, 3 hours 15 today, but they still seem to go nuts at that first bit of the corner, which is what I was saying about the Lamborghini getting there onto the Hatzenbach in the lead. The second group is away, and it's the KTM that reads the lights. In fact, the second KTM gets through as well into third place into its group. That started 4th or 5th there, but KTM's it is to the 4. First, second and third, I think it is, for KTM's. It's quite a sight as they'll go into turn 1. A little bit cleaner here. One of them going around the outside, trying to go around his teammate on the outside. That long, deep run there. There is a bit of runoff there. One of the Black Falcon Caymans going very, very deep there onto almost the second part of the Grand Prix circuit. They're not quite making it around the outside. The rest of them are through cleanly. No spinners there, but a few wide runs. This is our second group. Our main leaders SP9 category will be off nearly halfway around the circuit now, but our third group will be joining us in just under 2 minutes time for the third batch.
The 3 KTM Crossbows you're talking about, all entered by Teichmann Racing. 920 was the better placed, having done an 852 in qualifying. The Hendrik Still, Konstantin Scholl and Florian Naumann car from 930, which is also a Teichmann car, but I think in white colours rather than red. And then the 910, which had even more ground to try and make up compared to the SP7 cars around it, and also the Cup 3. Actually, no, there would have been a Cup 3 Porsche Caymans of Schmickler Performance and of the Team Avia Zorg Rennsport crew. But interestingly, one of the KTMs now has what looks like a TCR car up ahead of it too. So Caymans, TCRs, the SP3T Polesitter, which was the VW Golf, I think, involved in that as well, as they now turn left at the end of the Grand Prix lap and head on to the Hatzenbach. Have to be so careful, particularly through the second of the left-handers there. There's such little runoff once you come off the bridge, the overbridge, and into the left-hander. Now, there is fluid coming from the number 70 Mercedes, and there is indication of how hard the hit was on the nose of the man filter Mercedes. Might need a few more man filters at the front of that car now as a result of damage. It has torn the teeth out of that very large grille on the Evo, the 2020 Evo spec Mercedes.
Yeah, so it was red coolant coming out there, so you must have spotted I'm surprised the temperature would have gone up that quickly in a matter of corners, but a good spot or call by its driver. Maybe there's intel in the pits to manage to get him into it straight away. Didn't complete the Grand Prix lap. Our third batch is underway, and with bad news straight away. The Opel Manta is parked at the side of the circuit. We've bigged this up so much, this car being out there. Olaf Beckman, I think, probably at the wheel. That's certainly the owner of that car. And we've talked about it being back into the race, and it hasn't completed the first lap, which is a great shame. We'll get some more news and update on that for you in a minute. Meanwhile, our third batch has started.
Now, was the Manta in the second start group or the third start
Second,
group?
I think.
Right, okay. I just wonder whether the Manta hadn't even made the start. It depends where it has ground to a halt, but massive BMWs now as part of the Cup 5 division heading towards the corner at the cut-through, the right-hander on the Grand Prix lap. Drivers are starting to filter through on my timing screen now, but of course all we're getting initially are those cars in start group 2, so it will take a bit of time for the leaders in SP9 to head through the next timing split and give us the true leaders, because the timing would actually tell us that the 311 car is in pole position, or rather is leading the race, and that is not the case for the Seat Leon Cup racer from Team Matol Racing. It's probably one of the better placed cars though from Startgruppe 2, as now through the Vidal chicane comes the Porsche Cayman battle, with also at least one of the Opel Astra OPCs, Honda Civic turning left, together with a couple of Renault Clios as well. Several Renault Clios as part of that lineup. But the SP9 leaders much further around the lap. In fact, they are already at the Kleiner carousel, the Schwalbenschwanz, and it is still 007 as it is on the tracker, or car 7, the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan that leads from the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. And what about the Falcon Porsche? I think that's car number 4, already up to 3rd position. That car qualified in 9th, so 6 places gained and not even 1 lap completed of the Nordschleife yet.
And of course, just going back to the Manta, of course, I'm forgetting and contradicting myself, my earlier information. Of course, that's switched class. That car is not in the H2, which would have been in the starting group 2. It's in the SP3 category, so it was in start group 3, which means it didn't get very far at all.
Didn't get across the line then, did it, to start the
exactly.
race? So disappointing, and that means that the yellow flags at Tiergarten will have been for the slowing Opel Manta. Did it get going again? The yellows have been withdrawn, so that's good news, as now the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche is going for the race lead, getting a terrific drive out of Tiergarten and Hohenride, and they're almost gaining a bit of side draft left to right. Dynamic Porsche just trying to close the line, close the option, but now from a long way back, even the Falcon Porsche thought about it, going to try and thread the eye of the needle. We very nearly had 3 abreast cars there. We have got 3 abreast cars now coming out of turn 1 and into the Mercedes arena. Now swooping around the outside goes Sven Muller in the number 4 car, from Jordan Pepper in the Lamborghini, and the 38 cars being driven by Michele Beretta, who, would you believe, led the first lap. He's now in 3rd position after 2 corners later. So it's all switched around again, and you can tell, maybe it's because there's only 3 hours and 15 minutes of racing today, there is not a moment to lose in this lead battle, Peter Snowden.
Well, yes and no. I think Jordan Pepper needs to almost sort of calm it down a bit there, because those first few turns, having to over-defend, the Porsches are all over the back of him. They're clearly quicker cars at the moment, and the lead car, certainly the Dynamic Motorsport car Beretta, Michele Beretta, really worked that one out, and the Jordan Pepper jinking all over the places and still trying to sort of regain that, and you're not going to do it in that hurry. In fact, if anything, they're moving around so much, he's fallen into the clutches of the Falcon car, and that's not helping him at all at this side of the Dynamic car at this stage. The Falcon car now just pulling away, and it's almost ready, but he came down the inside, didn't he? There was almost 3 abreast into into turn 1. The Falcon car dived down to the inside.
No, he's in the middle.
Yeah,
he tried
better of it.
That's
and
right.
Then came back out of it, but still had the pace to look down the inside, come out of it, move around the back of the Lamborghini, go down the middle of it. That pushed them all over to the left-hand side. The Lamborghini then lost out a bit of space, and I think Jordan Pepper it was almost like Formula 3 or something. He was trying really hard to jink around that, and it's just going to use up his tyres a little bit more than he probably wants to on that first part of this. It's only 1 lap in when all's said and done, but he's certainly learning the ropes of the NLS, isn't he? Young Jordan Pepper in that Lamborghini, and he's not giving up, as he shouldn't do.
Well, Sven Muller deserves all the plaudits right now, because that car started in 9th position, and he now leads the race after just 1 lap of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Yes, it's 25 kilometres, but it is not easy to overtake at any point on the narrow section of the main loop. So to be able to get by drivers of the calibre of Dennis Olsen, of Kuba Gamazian, of Jordan Pepper, and then ultimately Michele Beretta as well, that's just a phenomenal drive. He came across the line at the end of the first lap in third, but what about the start for
Dennis
Sven
Olsen
Muller?
actually started 10th. He was one behind. He's now
Oh,
to
he's
fifth.
gained as well then.
He's now up to fifth in the other Falcon car. So the Falcons are the big winners here. The Mercedes was just locked up from a long way back.
Sven Muller was so close to being involved in the first corner tangle. Actually, the two tone blue Falcon Motorsport Porsches left the scene fourth and fifth. Then Sven's up the inside of the next car, which may well have been the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. I need to be able to describe that race start to you again and almost talk about each individual car, because there was so much happening all at the same time. But a huge error from the Mann-Filter Mercedes. Now, who was at the wheel of that? We need to look much further down, of course, because it hasn't even completed a lap yet. That's car 70. And I'm not even sure whether we're going to get a driver's name against that, because, of course, as far as the timekeepers are concerned, they basically wiped any laps that the Mann-Filter car has completed so far. In the 30 Fricadelli Porsche, it was Tobias Muller put in for the opening stint. Tobias is partway round his first lap now, but timed us in 14th position as he did complete the first lap and he's now onto the second. So I feared that the Porsche might have been damaged on the rear as well. I mean, it may well go on to develop a problem, but at the moment it is okay. The other issue for the 19 Black Falcon Team Identica Porsche, which didn't get any qualifying laps in at all, that car isn't showing a lap completed yet, even though it's in the SP9 category. So I'm not sure what's going on with the 19 car either, or indeed whether it has started the race yet. It is showing some sector times, so let's keep our fingers crossed that the Black Falcon car is somewhere in the mixture. But car 70 sitting in the garage right now, no idea who started that, I'm afraid, and therefore who made the error into turn one, tagging the back of Tobias Muller. They're taking the climb up the hill towards the carousel. Sven Muller leads the race from Jordan Pepper in second, third position Michele Beretta in the green and white Porsche, then the BMW of Max Hesse with the shell on the roof for the junior team. So from 6th to 4th has gone the M6 with the engine in the front of that car. Then it's the Falcon Motorsports car of Dennis Olsen, who's also made ground, as Snowy made the point, from 10th to 5th. And behind them is the best of the Audis, and that's likely to be Frank Stippler. It is Frank Stippler in car 5 for Phoenix Racing. So,
Started 11th. We said he wouldn't be outside of the top 10 on the first lap. Well, he's not. He's 5th.
A massive jumble of the order, but I think we're just about on top of it. And unfortunately for Mercedes fans, there's no AMG there after the clash at the first corner.
So basically, take qualifying, take your paper you printed off on your large font, screw it up into ball and throw it out the window, because after the first corner it means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, unfortunately so. But that's why we like motor racing, isn't it? You know, it's one format to qualify it on a single lap pace, and then completely different when you throw them all in together and see what comes out. And they all look to be on a very even pace, because I have to say, you know, Sven Muller looked ultimately very dominant to get to the race lead. What he's not doing now is opening up much of a gap, because Jordan Pepper has found his stride. That'll be partly to do with tyre temperature coming in, brakes getting up to temperature as well. And Jordan Pepper, who was qualified, you know, a decent margin ahead of everybody else, but let's remember that really most cars only had 4 laps, some in fact as few as 3, and didn't get a huge chance to really find their feet in terms of the current conditions. But Jordan Pepper's experience around here, he has done N24s in the past, started off in 2017 in fact, but this will be his first NLS race of the season. Did one race last year with Valkenhorst Motorsport, and that again was an eye towards being involved and being correctly qualified for Nürburgring 24 hours last year. BMW, number 44, getting a very good run on the Dynamic Motorsport car. This is for third position. So Max Hesse to the outside as they approach Antonius Bucher. And they are going to be completely neck and neck, as is Frank Stippler up alongside Dennis Olsen in the background. And Stippler will go by, as will Hesse on Michele Beretta. So 2 changes, 1 for third and 1 for fifth.
It never ceases to deliver, does it, this series? Well, I love the qualifying. That means absolutely nothing by the time they get through one corner. The 3 hours, 15-minute race, and that's a short race for us. But yeah, and Stippler taking the right-hand side of the pit there, is coming under pressure from the other Falcon car, so having to go down to the inside. That's the number 3 car of Dennis Olsen trying to go around. They're going either side of a BMW lesser car, I think it's a Cut 3 car, sitting there at the turn, just on the exit of turn 1. And the BMW just stayed exactly where it was, and Stippler went one side, Dennis Olsen the other side. That's fallen out into the favour of Stippler for the moment, who then runs wide. Dennis Olsen uses a bit of the runoff over the white line and a bit more, but never mind track limits, it's black stuff still, it's not the green bit, so you're okay. It's fine. Anthony hasn't lost traction, he's gone around the outside then, so Frank Stippler's now got Dennis Olsen's Falcon Porsche right ahead of him and having to concede to that one for the moment, but he'll just take a couple of corners, I'm sure, to settle back into thinking about this and where he is. The Hasse there in the BMW Junior team, a great run down the inside there and getting that job done. So on the outside of the Hatzenbach before the Tiergarten. So yet again, the BMW Junior team starting to show their pace, as we thought they might well do. Third position for them at the moment in that M6. So it's Porsche from Lamborghini, BMW, Porsche and Audi is Stippler in 5th place. That's been to 4th, back to 5th, back to 4th, and back to 5th for the moment, all in spaces, probably as quick as I can say it.
Somebody else to look out for is Kubert Gamasiak, who's just set the best lap of the race in the 7th placed Phoenix Racing Audi R8. So he'll be looking to try and involve himself in this queue as well. Jordan Pepper then heading through Hatzenbach. And there are a couple of cars right behind, well, several, in fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all involved in that battle for third position, now topped by Max Hesse, with the green and white Porsche of Michele Beretta tucked in behind. Frank Stippler pushing him hard. Actually, Dennis Olsen's got ahead of Frank Stippler, I reckon, now for 5th place. So Olsen in the other two-tone blue Falcon Motorsport Porsche, similar paint scheme, very similar paint scheme to the one that leads this race. Olsen, I reckon, is up to 5th place. I'll need to confirm the positions to you again in a second. Yes, he's got ahead of Frank Stippler, heading through Schwedenkreuz now and down towards the right-hander, which begins the descent into the foxhole. So they're all at Arenberg now. Fuchshorger just up ahead, and then as things open back up again at Adenauer Force, they'll get a bit more sunshine on the racetrack in front of them. But it's like driving through a tunnel, this part of the race, this part of the lap, with Dennis Olsen now with the blue Phoenix Racing Audi behind him. And it's all concertinaing up ahead because they're having to dive by not one but 2 of the lower class cars. One was a Renault Clio, one a little Honda Civic, and they have been successfully negotiated at Adenauer Force. That was the 611 H2 entered Honda Civic Type R for Drossiger. And really, Drossiger just having to stay as close to the racing line as possible and allow the quicker SP9 cars through, which he did nicely. They're turning right now at Kallenhardt and Versyfen up in the distance. But these invisible bits of string between the SP9 cars elongate, but then close up again too. And the gaggle for third position, if they're not careful, are allowing the top 2 just to stretch their legs a little bit on this lap.
Well, they've got away with it at the moment. There's four people there battling for that third position. It's being led at the moment by Max Hesse in the M6 BMW junior team car. We've then got Olsen sitting behind that. Beretta in the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, who in turn has got Dennis Olsen right behind him. And he just seemed to gain through traffic. He didn't try and make any places, but he just sat there, and it basically takes the pressure off the dynamic car. He's trying to get past the BMW in front, to concentrate on that, but he's then got to defend as well. So he's got to use both parts of his brain, if you like, attack and defend whilst going around the Nordschleife and between different class cars. But at the back of all that is Frank Stippler just saying, well, I can sit there as well. They've had an absolute Teutonic battle on this, no pun intended there, on the opening part of the Grand Prix circuit between Dennis Olsen and Frank Stippler. They were just trading places. I think it's, in my count, it's possibly 4, maybe 5 times on this lap already they've swapped places, and we're halfway through the lap.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Lap, but all the same.
And the other thing to bear in mind is that Kuba Gimasiak, although seeming to be a little further away, is there in the day-glow yellow Audi R8 as well, tucked in behind teammate Frank Stippler, and has just done the fastest lap of the race. So he'll be part of the party soon as well.
Even when it crossed the line on the last lap, it was the gaps between from 3rd down to 7th were 0.8, 0.3, 0.6, 0.1 and 0.4 of a second.
Yeah,
all battling for, well, we all fancy to go at 3rd place, thank you very much. Max Hesse, you might be in a BMW, it's outdated now, you're young, and we've got the experience, and we all want to go at that, thank you very much. Max Hesse has other ideas and says, thank you very much, I'll get on with this. I also think that Mr. Jordan Pepper has started to close in a little bit on Tobias Muller in the Falcon Porsche. It's a great run from that car up to the front there, but I think Mr. Pepper has got his eye in now, if you like, and got past the excitement of the first few corners. He did have to work for it there.
Certainly so, and it may be just the dynamics of the Lamborghini Huracan that it takes a little while to get up to race temperature, if you like, for everything to come in, but we're just about there now. The Cup 3 battle is stupendous as well. It's very easy to overlook that, but 5 cars on nose to tail for 20th position overall, led by Fabio Grosser, the Siebenbach-based driver. That's the G-Tech competition Porsche 718 Cayman. They are all 718 Caymans in Cup 3. Mühlner Motorsports example comes next. So that is car 969 with is it Sandberg driving that for the opening stint? Yeah, Oscar Sandberg at the wheel with Torsten Jung and Torleif Nitrion to come later, depending on how they whittle their strategy. Tim Scheerbart in 3rd position, and then Eichenberg and Broek complete the top 5. There is a drama, though, at Flansgarten.
Yeah, our first code 60, with which involves the live car racing BMW M2 CS from Cup 5 class 899, and that seems to involve as well, I think it's car 978 as well, so that suggests a coming together. That's the Porsche Cayman of Kramer Racing 978 GT4 CS as well. Those two appear to have come together. It's called our first code 60, this 3-hour 15-minute race. Unfortunately, we did say this would dictate quite a lot how this race could work out in terms of strategy of what's going to happen to it.
Unfortunately, 978 is one of our Cup 3 runners and could well have been involved in that top 5 battle, but the Kramer Racing Cayman is at least out of the reckoning for the time being. Now, one heck of a race, a drag race coming out of the code 60 at Flansgarten. This battle for the lead started then and has continued on, as now in the number 3 Falcon Motorsports car, Dennis Olsen getting the best run possible on Michele Beretta, and this will put Olsen up to 4th position, I make it, behind Max Hesse's BMW. But did he make it? Yes, he did. Oh, and Stippler's got through as well. So Stippler's actually up to 4th, behind Hesse, then Olsen, and then Beretta, who's been the big loser in all of that. He must be thinking, how on earth have I lost 2 places when I thought I got a really good run out of the right-hander onto the Dottinger Hoor?
Well, I think he's going to have a different go at that, with the Olsen having a look down the inside of Stippler down the pit wall. Stippler guards it and covers the pit wall. That puts Olsen on the outside for turn 1. Big braking up there, and one of the Porsche Caymans locking up, and Stippler doesn't make any hesitation there. Gets between the pair of them.
They got together.
Talk about threading a needle through there. That was unbelievable. How Stippler quite got away with that. I'm not sure he did 100%, but if there wasn't contact, I'll be utterly amazed there.
There definitely was.
There was contact.
And I fear for the rear axle on the Audi, because that was a big old bump as they came out. So it was front right of Olsen's Porsche, on the rear left of Stippler's R8. And now Beretta spotting the opportunity. I was about to say gaining two of the places back again, but then he ran too deep into the hairpin on the Grand Prix lap, so hasn't actually gained a single place. But the 38 Porsche is definitely on full song now.
Yeah, damage on the back of that of Stippler's Audi. There is a bit of damage to his bodywork hanging
Rear
down already.
left, I think.
Yeah, absolutely right, Johnny. That's his damage there. Meanwhile, young Jordan Pepper says, I had pole position. I want the race lead back. Thank you very much. And starting to give the Falcon car, Tobias Muller, an even harder time. Now he's got the work to do. He didn't get it done on the Grand Prix circuit, which I just think just favours that Lamborghini, but it doesn't seem quite as quick as the Porsche around the Nordschleife. That's quite a big statement, I know, but it just seems to suit the slightly more modern circuit a little bit more, or more consistently. There are bits where the Lamborghini is quick and quicker than the Porsche over the Nordschleife, but overall, I think the Porsche's got the legs of it. But Jordan Pepper not giving up, and nor should he. 0.3 of a second it was across the line between those two. Tobias Muller in the number 4 Falcon car, and Jordan Pepper in the Conrad Lamborghini GT3 Evo. Still duking it out, 0.3 of a second into this race. And of course, we've got 2 hours, 48 minutes of this race to go still. Max Hesse, I have to say, I'm hoping he's just watching in the mirror and watching Frank Stepper, Dennis Olsen, Michele Beretta and Jakob Guziermak just sitting there, all duking it out between them in the Phoenix Racing Falcon Motorsports Dynamic Porsche and the Phoenix, the other Audi there. So that's the two, sandwiched by the 2 Phoenix cars there. And I hope that Max Hesse is just sitting there in his BMW M6 Junior team going, yeah, just get on with it. I'm just quite happily going to sit here in 3rd place. You guys just sort yourself out behind. And not to be distracted, because he never knows which car is going to be in his mirror, actually, because they're all fighting it out. Stippler, it is at the moment, and Olsen, the gap between those two as they cross the line was 0.1 of a second. And that changed moments later as Stippler unfortunately got a little love tap on the back of that Audi. Let's hope. They've been pretty tough, these cars, though, haven't they? We've seen damage on the same panels of these Audis on previous rounds, and they do seem to have survived it and carried on to the end of the race. So if it's only a bit of external, superficial bodywork, that's fine.
Well, the R8 actually deliberately carries a bit of extra bodywork, superfluous bodywork, which sits at the back of the wheel arch. Doesn't need to be there, actually, by the car's design, but there is something in the GT3 regulations that says when you look at the car from the back, none of the rear tyres must be visible. Yeah. So that strut, that kind of bit that drops down from the back of the wheel arch, is just there to make the car look pretty. It can be snapped off, and we've seen it snapped off in many races previously, and the car be absolutely fine. So I think it's that bit that's taken the brunt of the damage. I just feared that, you know, if it had made contact with the wheel as well, then you start talking about drivetrain, and the drive shafts on these cars are built pretty toughly. But if you catch them at the wrong angle, it can snap those fairly easily. And that car is under an awful lot of strain, as are the 2 leaders, Porsche from Lamborghini, Sven Muller from Jordan Pepper, having to go the right-hand side of a Cup 5 BMW. But Jordan Pepper is giving Sven Muller absolutely no peace whatsoever. And this is probably a patience game as well, through the single file stuff around Bergwerk and Exmuller, then up the hill through Klostertal and Kesselchen, although Pepper very nearly had a side-by-side run with the Porsche there. So Sven Muller, yes, he's got open road in front of him for the time being, but having to very often put the eyes towards the mirrors to find out where that Lambo is going to go next. Rear-engine Porsche versus mid-engined V10-powered Lamborghini Huracan, heading now up the hill, and got to say the straight line speed of both cars looking incredibly even.
I'll tell you where it's going to go next. Past him, I think. It's not going to be long.
Got to find the opportunity,
news, which is good news. The Opel Manta has restarted and it's back in the race.
Marvellous. So it hadn't restarted, it's just started, because it hadn't got to the end of the formation lap when we last checked, but it has started the race, thankfully, and it is Volker Strycek doing the opening stint. Frank Stippler now putting the pressure on Max Hesse, and Hesse, bear in mind, is 20 years old. Stippler, it's been a while since his 20th birthday, I think it's fair to say. The youth versus the wise and experienced career. Guile is another good word as well, yes. So yes, 2 different vintage of drivers, but at the moment, same sort of lap times being shown, and Stippler being caught a little bit at times by Dennis Olsen. but then at times able to leave that second of the Falcon Motorsport cars behind. So this is really
Now,
interesting.
these two had a battle the last time round, but the other way around, didn't it? Where Stifler was under massive pressure from Hesse for lap after lap at the end, and we thought, could he do it? And he just couldn't quite do it. And that's where the experience of Frank Stifler came into play. Well, now it's a role reversal, so his experience getting past the young Max Hesse in the junior car there. Meanwhile, the two leading cars of Muller and Pepper they have been slow. Obviously, we're coming to a code 60 now, I know, but they've actually been caught up a little bit by this group anyway. So that was as academic anyway. But of course, now we've got, because of the code 60, we have cars 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 all line astern. Falcon Motorsports, Porsche, Lamborghini, BMW Junior, Phoenix Audi, and at the back of that little group, the other Falcon one. So sandwich there, 3 different makes sandwich there. Jordan Pepper just getting himself positioned, ready to look at the Falcon Porsche that's leading. Tobias Muller anticipating that, unsurprisingly. Cars that are off at the side of the track here that's causing this code 60 are being on a straight toe, so it indicates that maybe not too much damage. They'd just be out of the way fairly soon, so indicating hopefully no barrier repairs. And they're away again, and beautifully read by Muller there. He got the jump there straight past the BMW that was holding the pack quite right at the code 60. He got the jump on Jordan Pepper, and that's given him 4 or 5 car lengths immediately, which is Jordan Pepper straight into the clutches of Max Hesse for a minute with the BMW Junior. That hasn't quite worked out, it has. But of course, Frank Stifler, we said guile, we said experience, he's just proven it and got onto the back of that BMW again then. So anything can happen. It's like a restart every single time, isn't it? It's all closed up. We've got to sit there, but perfectly read by our race leader. Now Stifler gets a draft on the BMW Junior down the Dottinger, but going with him is Dennis Olsen. These two have been duking it out already. Max Hesse basically has to keep out of the way of this one, to be honest, and just watch them sort themselves out, because they're going to do this all the way through that incredibly fast kink on the part of the Dottinger there, up to the Tiergarten, onto what I call sort of the landing stage, if you like, before the start of they arrive and suddenly land and off onto the GP straight again. But Max Hesse just needs to sit there, stay in touch, watch what happens here. Frank Stifler and Olsen aren't likely, with their experience, to take one another out, but they're certainly going to take some risks, so we can afford to, at this stage of the race, with 2 hours, 40 odd minutes to go still, to sit back and just watch what's going on. I'm intrigued, Johnny, as to how soon fuel strategy is going to start to come into play. We're 4 laps in. We did pontificate, if you like, probably a better way, or speculate, if you like, that some cars might do 5. They might do a long stint now, make a short stint at the end. Don't forget, we've got the factor at the end of the how many laps you've done to how long you stay in the pits to go, how long to go, the ratio with the aggregator. So we'll sort that out. But I just wonder who's going to go. Anybody going to go brave and go for a short first stop across the line? Just to put this into perspective, we are quite a way into this already, and we have across the line our first 5 cars, my point, separated by 0.4, 0.9, 0.7 and 0.4 of a second.
So gone is that gap between second and third, because Max Hesse, when he was in third position, made the point of closing up on the back of Jordan Pepper's Lamborghini in the caution area. Now, you can do that before you get to the speed limited area. Remember, I think we've got 2 stage speed limits in place at Flansgarten. Yes, it's 120 kph into then a long run of 60 kph. But before the speed limit starts, it's just a single yellow and a double yellow. That enables you to close up on a car in front and not necessarily have to adhere to a speed limit. That's exactly what Max Hesse did. But ultimately, it's cost him 2 places, because Frank Stifler and Dennis Olsen able to get by the BMW because of the slipstream. I love the fact that as Frank Stifler came across the line, there was a VW Gold from the TCR class over to the right-hand side, and Stifler deliberately drove over to the right just to get a little bit of toe off the back of a TCR car, and then jinked out to the left again, because those are the margins we're talking about.
And that's where experience comes into play, doesn't it? Every little bit helps, every opportunity, but understanding it, knowing it, experience, and applying it. There's a bit I can have there. I can just gain a fraction.
Yeah. It will all count, potentially. Now, there's a new Code 60 zone in place at the Stefan Beloff S as well, which is further forwards, isn't it? So it's like they're extending the Code 60 towards Schwabenschwanz, in fact.
No, that's the same one still with the 978 and the 899 BMW C2.
Yeah, but it would appear that the Code 60 area is growing and getting further down the track, because that's that new Code 60 Schwabenschwanz entry and the Stefan Belloff S. So between Flansgarten and Schwabenschwanz.
Now, if Jordan Pepper hasn't got enough on his plate trying to get round that Falcon Motorsports Porsche in front of him, he's now got Frank Stippler absolutely glued to the back of him, and you could see on the Grand Prix circuit there that the Lamborghini was monstering the back of the Porsche, but it's just waned a little bit through the Nordschleife there, and it just doesn't seem to be as quite a balanced for all of the Nordschleife, that Conrad Lamborghini. I'm sure Jordan Pepper is doing his utmost with it. Frank Stippler's dropped back a little bit now, but of course this lap's going to get negated again fairly shortly, to get to the end of it, and all of a sudden it'll be back again. So I think this should be a very, very interesting restart. I'd say restart after the Code 60 that they're going to come to in a short while on this lap. We've got the Falcon Motorsports Porsche leading. My apologies, I'm doing the same as you now, putting different manufacturers with different teams. Just keep you all guessing. Jordan Pepper in the Lamborghini will be right behind him, as will Frank Stippler. Now, Frank Stippler, hugely experienced, and we've seen what kind of draft that car can get, but I bet Jordan Pepper has a go as well. Off the Dottinger Hoher, and it should be a fascinating, and he's right there with it now. In fact, if anything, Frank Stippler's slightly behind. It ebbs and flows once again.
They've just got by the very smart-looking Markus Löw-driven Hyundai i30N Fastback, which is turned out by the Carlson Peninsula by Tomcat team. That's car 300 in the SP3T division, setting a 10-minute 16 in qualifying. I'm not sure where that put it in 3T, actually, because I'd already mentioned that it was the Max Cruiser Racing VW Golf, 2 Golfs, in fact, that were out at the sharp end of 3T. So I reckon it was 6th of 6 cars, in fact, but now trying to make some ground is the Low-driven car, as up the hill go the leading trio, and it is a Porsche, a Lamborghini and an Audi. So 3 very different manufacturers represented, with Dennis Olsen's Porsche still in 4th place. That got ahead. No, it's not actually, because Hesse's back in front of Olsen, having mentioned that. They're heading now into the slow right-hander that takes them up to the carousel proper, the Caracciolo carousel, and the concrete strip on the inside, with a fair bit of traffic up ahead of them, including the treble 8 machine, which is just around the corner. That is the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW M2 from the Cup 5 division, which has just made an early stop, actually, and is now on an outlap. Far too early for a Cup 5 BMW to be stopping as part of strategic purposes, but clearly that car's had an issue as well, and is about to be lapped by the race leader Sven Müller, who has open road in front of him, but can barely see out of his rear screen because it is covered entirely by the teal livery of the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini.
And I must apologise, of course, your surprise entry of Tobias Müller. I've been discrediting Sven Müller there. I've been calling him the race leader, haven't I, Tobias? You were quite right, it's Sven Müller.
It's Sven Müller in the 4, yes.
Yeah.
Tobias Müller was in the 30 when... and there goes the Lamborghini. Through on Sven's right-hand side. It has to catch a bit of the grass as well. Now, how close are we to the Code 60? Oh, there was an incident to the right-hand side there as the Lamborghini got through. Now, was Sven Müller backing off because he'd seen yellow flags? And, of course, we talked about that whole area being extended, not only at the front end, but also on the run into Schwabenschwanz as well. Now the yellow flags appear, but Sven Müller just didn't react to the Lamborghini Huracan overtaking it on its right-hand side. And Jordan Pepper had to dip 2 Michelin tyres onto the grass and into the dirt to make sure he was clear of a backmarking BMW at the same time. That might be looked at again by the officials.
I would think that's very, very close, that one. It just seemed a little bit too close. And hazards on the Lamborghini to make sure he knows it's a Code 60. I'd have put green flag now, so he can get going again. Jordan Pepper gets the trotter down in the Conrad Lamborghini. He's certainly, if he's either judged that to absolute perfection or not quite got away with it. I was looking back a few corners further back at Exmoor when they threw them running line astern. The Lamborghini was suffering quite a bit from mid-corner understeer, and it was, whether it was a one-off or just an entry speed at the moment, but it seemed to sort of reinforce what I've said about that car not being quite as balanced around the majority of this Nordschleife as some of the other cars. And I mean across the whole lap, as opposed to certain bits where it is a little bit quicker. It's going to be the race leader though for him. Finally, they had pole position. Phoenix Racing's Frank Stippler it is that was in third place. Just bear in mind there were 2.5 seconds covering the top 5 cars at the end of our previous lap. It's going to be a change of order at the top. We've got one of our BMWs pitting and locking up to get to the 60 speed. Jordan Pepper it is that brings the Lamborghini across to top the timesheet as a race leader for the first time in this race. Falcon Motorsports, Sven Muller it is that's in second place, Frank Stippler in third currently, and of course Max Hesse in the BMW Junior car. Now the Falcon Motorsport just diving down to the inside there. They're all traffic keeping out of the way, letting all 4 through. Max Hesse is the one that's lost out a little bit there in the BMW Junior car, just had to wait just a little bit out of the throttle there. It's put him slightly out of touch with this leading pack of 3, dropped him back 10 car lengths or so. I'm sure you'll regain that though. Frank Stippler's the one that needs to really gain now and start to give Sven Muller's Falcon Porsche a hard time through this sector. He's not quite quick enough. And this is where the Lamborghini I've spotted so far in this race, this is where it really seems to be balanced and so it can gain some time, and it's proving the case.
More news from the Cup 3 division, which is for Porsches, because, and actually the 38 car's in for a stop as well, but the 969 Oscar Sandberg driven Porsche Cayman GT4 has had to come into the pits with an issue, so that will promote the 960 car, also a 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, into second position. 5 of the Cup 3 entries were virtually nose to tail in the early stages, but the fact that Sandberg has now hit some difficulties will certainly churn that order up a little more. But an early stop, not necessarily out of strategy, because you can pit after 5 laps and still be well in the mix. Michele Beretta is in the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, which has been driven again on its door handles, much like basically every other car in SP9. It's been certainly no quarter astal given in the early stages. Oh, there's contact for Max Hesse. Contact for Max Hesse, which also accounts for very nearly the Audi of Kuba Gimasiak. He caught the tail, I think, of a back marker, which has also been involved in the incident. Through will thread the Porsche from SP9 too, but Hesse initially put into a spin, and then the tyre wall at the latter portion of Hatzenbach has, I think, done for that BMW, because it will have contact on the rear and the front. The 44 car that was running in 4th position behind Frank Stippler, Sven Muller and Jordan Pepper. Talk us through this. I just caught it from the corner of my eye. It was a back marker on the curb, which then came out and tagged the back of Max Hesse's BMW Snowy.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I'm going to say straight away that's probably just one of those things, a racing incident. Max Hesse certainly completely innocent of that, but the Porsche way up on the curb on the right-hand side, and he just blended out and just tagged the back of it. I'd have thought Max would have believed he was clear and past that. But what a great shame. That's put that car out. The rear wing's pointing the right way still, and it's not damaged from going on to the barriers there, but the car hasn't got going again. It's still quite a way to go. We've got 2.5 hours to go, so if they can recover it and get it back in again, you never know, but it's put it well out of the order for now. Great shame there for BMW Junior Team. We talked about them so well, and they've had some really good runs this year. A couple of race wins as well in this series, but just being tagged by a slower Cayman there, and I'm not really sure why the Cayman sort of came off the curbing at that point, because it was nearly done. He just maybe didn't see that M6 just coming past him, but by the fact that he just tagged the rear of it, the car's physically there. It's a physical mass. They can't disappear.
No.
I'm just a little bit surprised with that one. I'm not trying to throw not trying to proportion blame anywhere. I would say Max Hesse was completely blameless, certainly, but I'm just surprised that Porsche, maybe it was on the curb and it just bounced and unsettled it, and it's only got to move it across less than a foot, and you've tagged the car next to you, and it may not have been, it certainly wasn't intentional. It may have been, if I say out of his control, I don't mean out of control. It's a very odd one, that.
The hats and back, you've got a back marker on the curb. That's a risky place to put the car, I would say, when you could just tuck in behind it. Yes, it's going to take you longer, but nobody's going to try around an overtake around the outside. You know, we talk about him being 20 years old. Would Frank Stippler have put his car there? I mean, I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just putting it up for debate. Whereas a few moments ago, the number 4 car had a BMW up ahead of it. So former race leader Sven Muller. But this was the point where the car was in front and the BMW indicates to the right, and then the Lamborghini goes through and on the dirt. Now, I haven't seen any yellow flags yet, although it's not the clearest of pictures. There was a white flag, no doubt, because there are 2 intervention vehicles. One's a car and one is a flatbed, but they are both moving. They're not stopped on the circuit. The BMW was definitely saying, I'm going to go over to the right here to allow the race leader through. But Sven Muller, the speed in his Porsche just did not pick up. Whereas the Lamborghini, and Jordan Pepper thought, well, I'm not going to be wasting any time here in bagging the race lead, and slotted through on the right-hand side. That as well was risky for Jordan Pepper because he had to put a couple of wheels on the grass in doing so, and very nearly got sideswiped by the BMW that was doing its best to get out of the way. So maybe that is being reviewed by the race officials, but the hats and back incident, I think a racing incident more than anything else. But when you've got a slower car up on the curb, it does seem to be quite a vulnerable place to be putting yourself. On the other hand, Max Hesse will be saying, well, I've done that 3 or 4 times before, and there's never been an issue with it. And plenty of other people do that as well. Yeah, it's very easy to be wise after the event. I realise that. But I just wonder whether someone who's been doing, you know, a decade and a half of racing, maybe longer than that, Frank Stippler and similar around here, would they put a car in a vulnerable slot like that? I don't know. We can talk about that probably for many days to come.
Well, it's something to do over the winter months, isn't it?
That's true.
When there's no racing. The Lamborghini incident, I'm just 2 very different views on exactly the same situation. I just wonder if the Lamborghini, if Jordan Pepper has read that to absolute perfection, because was the slowing Porsche just being slightly overly cautious of not going past a slower car as they're approaching a white becomes a yellow flag? White is a slow-moving vehicle, but you just need to be aware of it. You can still overtake under it as you're approaching that zone. I just wonder if with a little bit of experience of being slightly cautious, and Jordan Pepper just thought, I can take my chance now and shoot past the right-hand side, the pair of you, and take the race lead. It's not, nothing's been said otherwise at the moment, and I think as it stands at the moment, it might just be that Jordan Pepper's pulled off a move of the race so far.
It's certainly opportunistic, and there's no indication yet that it was an illegal move either. Just looking on a live ticker on the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series website, and Pepper's overtake on Muller takes the lead again, and no suggestion that any of the officials within race control are revisiting that. So at the moment we take it as read that things are fine there. The clear-up process after Max Hesse's incident will continue on the hats and back. So 2 areas that are slowed currently around the North Loop. Early on in the lap, where there are 2 marshal posts displaying the 60 kph speed limit, one at 120, which is the lead into it. Actually, no, there's more than that now, because something has happened on the early stage of the Dottinger Ruhr as well. So first part of the long straight, limited to 60 kilometers per hour. And the answer to that is a Team Avia Zorg Rennsport BMW, I think, which has caused a speed limit at the start of the Dottinger Ruhr. And then there's also this lengthy one, which is basically from Flansgarten through to the Stefan Beloff S. So that whole area affected as well. The Opel Manta is definitely in the race. I just caught sight of that now coming through the restrictions on the Dottinger Ruhr, and the central headlight on the Lamborghini flashing away to a Volkswagen Scirocco to warn of its presence, and it will get through there without too much of a problem. That was the Matilda Racing, the Profibu GmbH Matilda Racing Scirocco R. It runs in the VQT class.
Zwei Familien. 40 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
Nächste Station im ADAC GT Masters. Es geht in die Eifel. Hier der Nürburgring.
race of the year in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer very much enjoying this race so far, where we've had 2 different leaders, in fact 3 I think, because Michele Beretta led a lap as well, the first lap of the race, although he then didn't lead in the next corner. And Jordan Pepper back to the sharp end, leading by 0.9 of a second. That is a full pro car that he shares with Zimbabwean-born Axel Jeffries, and Axel will be taking over somewhere at half distance, you would think, but then where is half distance in a 3-hour and 15-minute race? It's rather thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, and you wouldn't think they'll be stopping after an hour and 37.5 minutes. That just wouldn't work.
They're going to have to on this one, though.
Well, yeah. They'll stop before that because of fuel. They'll stop again after probably 2 hours, and then what do you do after that? You just do a 15-minute dash to the finish. That will ensure that the final pit stop will be very short indeed. Race leader is Jordan Pepper, out front by a decent margin now over Sven Muller and Frank Stippler, and the two-tone blue Falcon Motorsports Porsche that is in second place has 2 Audi R8s for company now, Stippler and Kuba Gamaziak. And also behind Gamaziak in the Dayglow yellow Audi R8, it is Dennis Olsen. Now, that's not the next car on the road.
Only a back marker between there, isn't there?
Unless that... Well, I wonder whether that's Nico Menzel. I think that might be Nico Menzel's Uber Motorsport Porsche, which is a Pro-Am entry. But I have to say, if it's a back marker, it's doing an incredibly good job in keeping up to speed with all the other SP9s. Right. So yeah, that's Menzel, who is at least a silver-rated driver, so should have the capability of staying in front of, or certainly with, Gamaziak and Olsen and Vincent Kolb as well. But Kolb is further back, at least according to the times at the end of lap 6. We have had 1 pit caller in the top class so far, which was Michele Beretta's 38 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. So that was after 5 laps. I don't think we had many other callers after 6, but I think everybody will be in at the end of this, the 7th lap, because bear in mind they've all had to use fuel up on the formation lap as well, and it would be incredibly brave to try and do an 8th lap stint in this first segment of the afternoon.
No, perfect spot by yourself there, Johnny. It is the Huber Motorsport car of Menzel, which I'd very unfairly categorised as a back marker. So, was that a point off for me? I guess it probably is.
Well, we're both in the minus figures anyway, so I wouldn't worry about points today.
This is in the Commentators' Cup, season finale.
That's right.
Of course. Yeah, Kerry's in the chair to adjudicate who wins this one, and knowing Kerry should just be nice and diplomatic and benevolent and just say you both win it, and we'll get it's a cup with a handle on each side. We can have a hand on each side of it, can't we?
Excellent. Later. Yeah. Happy with that. Uber Motorsports Porsche qualified in 5th, and it is Nico Menzel doing the driving, but that's a Pro-Am car, so we would expect that to drop away once its full combination of drivers have been cycled through. Klaus Rader still to come, who is or has been competing at the Nürburgring for the last 16, 17 years. So decent experience around here, although not every single year. And then the other driver in car number 25 is Achim Tyson, joining Nico Menzel. But Sven Muller just has clear road in front of him at the moment, and this is worrying from Sven's perspective when he's really trying to catch up with that Lamborghini. And it is there. No, he's got a visual on it, so it's not as bad as I thought. Staying just about in touch with South African Jordan Pepper, but now, as expected, they're all bailing in. Nobody's brave enough to go out onto an 8th lap, and that's as much as I suspected. Well, one car does. One Falcon Motorsport Porsche stays out there and maybe thinking, well, I'm going to lose too much time coming in because it is so busy. And therefore, who was that then?
Yeah, 2 cars, 2 strategies.
Well, Sven Muller's come in, and that must be Dennis Olsen that stayed out. Well, no, Olsen's shown us being in the pits as well. So I'm slightly puzzled by which Porsche stayed out there. It might have been an SP7 car.
I've got a report also for a second collision for the Fricadelli number 30 Porsche with Muller at the wheels. Had a collision with the 883 Because Garcia M2 CS Racing, I believe both cars can continue, but there's been contact a little bit further down the field there. That's our 8th place car.
Mystery unravelled. It's actually the 19 car, which is the Black Falcon Identica machine. I think that started a lap down, actually, or rather spent the first lap in the pits. So it's a lap behind everybody else, and that's the reason why it can go round for its 7th lap and not, as I thought, an 8th lap.
All right, slow zone, up ready to a code 60 at Schwabenschwanz. And meanwhile, our top 8 are into the pits now, including the number 30 Muller-driven Fricadelli car I've just mentioned. So all of them into the pits now. So the Lamborghini facing outwards. They turn the cars normally for some work, and it's interesting. Number 4 Falcon is facing out. The number 3 is facing in, as if it's about to have some work done on it. It's odd to rotate it round that way. Conrad came in the lead, presumably a driver change. I would say that they're unplugging Jordan Pepper now and popping Axel Jeffries into this. I'd have thought so.
Yeah,
maybe. Very surprised if they didn't at this point.
Oh, now this is awkward for the number 3 car because a Clio's just arrived on the scene, and now as they rotate the Porsche to give it its ideal exit, the Clio 621, I think it is right across the nose of the number 3 car. They're going to carry on with their scheduled pit stop, car 621, because of course they're sharing the garage that the number 3 is operated from.
They haven't got the jacks the way that other teams have. They're putting trolley jacks for them under that Clio to pick it up and rotate it round while the Porsche sits there and says, get it out of the way.
Yeah. So that was the MSC Sinzig.
And we've now got another Porsche blocking it as well.
Wow.
So number 3 Porsche completely blocked in by 2 cars. They're rotating that car out of the way now to get it back onto the pit lane entry. But the Clio being moved out of the way. That's the 69 Porsche that came in and further parked behind the Clio, totally disregarding the fact that the number 3 Falcon had already bought the parking ticket for that part of the pit lane.
Yeah. And that is the real concern about this place. Nobody did anything wrong necessarily there, but it's an unusual strategy from Falcon Motorsports to have parked their Porsche where they did, I think, nose in, very close to the garage. What's that? That's almost teasing people to go use this bit of tarmac in front of us.
Exactly, that was my point with it facing in, as if it was going to come in. I've got to say, if I was coming into the pit lane as a driver there and saw that, I'd say, well, that car's, it's going into the box in a minute, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And it's that opportunity, well, don't worry about it. I don't need to, it doesn't matter if I block it.
I'll just park in front.
Exactly. They have done a driver change. It's Axel Jeffries at the wheel of the lead. Conrad GT3 Evo Huracan Lamborghini now. Martin Ragginger takes over the Porsche of Falcon Motorsport. Kolb joins into the Phoenix Racing Audi. And Frank Stifler hands over to Kamlu Schramm in the other Audi of Phoenix Racing. Dennis Olsen stays aboard the number 3 car, the car that was sitting there. So not only was it not needed to be put into the garage or have any work done, the driver wasn't even being changed. So no. Dennis Olsen will have witnessed all of that. The Clio trying to take his space in the car park, and then the other Porsche as well.
Well, we'll get an idea of how much time Olsen lost there, and I can tell you it's about 15 seconds, because if you look at Martin Ragginger's first sector time, which includes the pit stop, that's a 3:53. It took Olsen 4 minutes and 8 seconds. So he has lost, compared to the sister car at Falcon Motorsports, 15 seconds in that bit of confusion, which is normally so well practiced within Falcon Motorsports. The rather dinged and battered BMW Junior Team M6 is still being retrieved from the latter portion of Hatzenbach, where Max Kruse had his tangle with a back marker which was up on the curb, and Kruse was on the outside. Contact was made, which put Kruse's BMW into the barrier.
Max Hesse, you mean?
Not Max Kruse. Max Kruse is running VW Golfs in this, isn't he? There is a Max Kruse that I was talking about earlier on. Max Hesse is the correct name to be referring to there. So, the number 3 Porsche looking to try and get out of the pit lane. Away go the sister car at number 4 and also the Lamborghini, and the 3 car wouldn't have been too far behind, but all of a sudden Falcon Motorsport having to wheel on the dolly jacks the car to a more suitable location. then they've got to get it off. The airline unplugged. It takes so long.
Yeah,
and
15 seconds.
You can tell where 15 seconds were lost.
Exactly. And here we Dennis Olsen, just staying nice and calm in there, and please, just get me out of this car park.
Yeah.
Talk about being blocked in, then double blocked in.
I know.
As if a clear wasn't bad enough. Oh, there's another Porsche on the way as well.
Well, you would have thought Porsche would have been more happy to do a fellow Porsche a favour, really, but it didn't happen that way. And that was the Click Versicherung team, who also don't want to lose any time because they're leading their class in SP7 with Kirsten Jodexnis, the Hanover driver, doing the driving in that for the first stint. Wait to see whether Robin Kerzanovsky or Peter Scharmach will be taking over the 69 car that will be rejoining the race shortly. But yeah, that couldn't have gone much worse, the pit stop for car number 3. And thankfully, as far as Falken are concerned, it wasn't the 4 car that was involved, because it's the 4 car that has the stronger chance of winning this race. That is the one that is dueling hard with the Lamborghini of Conrad Motorsport, which all of a sudden gets a slightly better run through the right-hander at Versichen and heading now down to the hill. So that was Kallenhard, actually. No, Versichen, I was right first time. Then down the hill towards Bergwerk and Exmüller, the lowest part of the circuit. Another completely separate village that this track visits. Heads down over the road bridge, and then there's the right-hand kink through Niki Lauda curve, and then up the hill on course towards Bergwerk, Kesselchen, Klostertal, and the Carousel ultimately. But yeah, what is this race going to give us next? Because there's an awful lot happening within it. Axel Jeffries, you were quite right, taking over in that pit stop from Jordan Pepper. Martin Raginger running in second place then, the new driver in Porsche number 4, taking over from Sven Muller. Vincent Kolb driving the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi R8, which had Frank Stibler at the wheel initially, but Kolb now driving it, and Kim Louis Schramm taking over the Dayglow yellow and black Audi R8 that had Kuba Gamaziak at the wheel, the Polish driver for the opening stint, and now we'll have Kim Louis Schramm. So, heading up the hill, I'm hearing Jordan Pepper in the background. I'm not sure whether everybody else can hear that. Well, let's listen to him.
Was quite fun, very enjoyable. Quite sorry for asking this, but do you know anything yet in terms of a possible yellow infringement? Yeah, well, from my understanding, it's when I overtook Sven, and the problem is he went one way and I went the other, but there was no yellow flag on the right side, only on the left side, I guess. And I think I was ahead of Sven.
So that's fascinating to hear what Jordan Pepper was saying. There clearly is a slight issue with the overtake that was done on Sven Muller. And as he said, Sven went one side of a BMW, he went the other. It's done now, so it's kind of in the hands of the officials, sounding like the message. But he reacted, he thinks, at the right time. And, well, I mean, I don't know whether yellow flags were being displayed, if they were there at all. There was certainly a white flag to warn of the vehicle that was being recovered, and an attending intervention vehicle as well. But I have to say, on the 2 separate occasions that I have seen this incident, and it was on board from Sven Muller's car, it was not the most high resolution of pictures, and the clarity was rather lacking. Now I hope that Race Control have a better version of that footage, or indeed different footage, at their disposal, and they may well revisit that. So we'll have to keep our eyes peeled for a potential penalty issued to the Lamborghini, but at the moment we can only call things as we see them, and that means the Lamborghini has a 1.3 second advantage. It's probably even larger than that now around this lap, over Porsche number 4 from Falken Motorsport and the 2 Phoenix Racing Audi R8s of Vincent Kolb and Kim Louis Schramm.
We said it was a very close one. I think the pertinent point you just said there is that what we got to see was a very low resolution depiction with They're quite pixelated, so we couldn't tell whether a flag's there or not. That's going to be what's going to define the outcome of this. Has he pulled off the move of the race to take the lead, or has it just been an infringement? And as you say, it's hands of the officials, nothing else we can really say. Personally, I think he's probably just, by the skin of his teeth, nails down the blackboard, got away with it. But it's down to the officials to decide.
Down towards Hohenrhein, Tiergarten, then Hohenrhein, the even tighter chicane that completes the lap, and the Lamborghini leading the way from Porsche, Audi. So, and up ahead of them, that's interesting, the 50 car had been timed as the leader briefly, which is the Arno Klassen-driven twin-bush by Equipe Vitesse Audi R8 LMS. Now that might be just a quirk of the timing system. It might be that that car has managed to complete 8 laps on a single tank, because that being an AM-entered car will be going much slower than the SP9 leaders.
I think it has, Johnny, but it's in the pit now.
Yeah. But it crossed the line because it stayed out basically longer than everybody else, and Klassen has finally come in now, but leads a lap, no less. So those involved in that initiative in the SP9 AM entry will be very, very chuffed to have led NLS 9, albeit for 1 lap, and now has come in to take some fuel. Hoffa Racing BMW heading towards the end of its current lap. Now, how many Hoffa Racing Beamers are there in the race? That's the M3 CSL, I reckon, for one of the Kroll family. And we've got Martin and Michael Kroll in that car, Chantal and Alex Prins as well. And Prins down to drive 2 cars this afternoon. So he's also in the 810 numbered TCR car, which is a Cupra Leon. As now into the pits comes a Porsche Cayman with a rear right tyre massively deflated and starting to unravel itself from underneath the rear right wheel arch. It's being protected by one of the intervention vehicles. Now that car reaches the pit lane, and also coming in BMW as well. So we might, through a process of elimination, be able to work out which car that is. There'll be one fairly way down the order. And was that the Mulner Motorsport car, or could it have been the WNS Motorsport machine number 959 with the difficulty? One of those two, I would think. As mentioned, 6:02, heading now through or around the Grand Prix track with either Michael Kroll or who did I say is the other one? Martin Kroll, the Swiss drivers. Chantal Kroll, as she used to be known, was a regular with Hoffa Racing in the past with the 24-hour series, but now married to Alex Prins, so taking his name. And Prins racing, as I say, in 2 cars. Chantal, though, just in this 602, which runs in the H4 division. It's a BMW M3 CSL. So the tyre issue on the Cayman happened a short while ago on the rear right, and I wonder whether its incident was connected to something else. A moment or two ago down the Dottinger Hoor, seeing anything immediately obvious that happened, but our attention is being drawn to something nevertheless. We're closing in, by the way, on 2 hours to go. And that is now. So ordinarily, we would be halfway through the race. We've had an hour and 15 minutes of it. So 2 hours still to go, and still very much a big question about how many more stints will there be for the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, the Falken Motorsports Porsche, and the 2 Phoenix Racing Audis. There are 1 or 2 as well that are outside the top 6 that could still have a say on the podium results within this final race of the year. So exactly 3 o'clock at the Nürburgring, Race due to finish at 5 or as close to 5 o'clock as we can get it. And because of the different pit stoppers through the course of this race, we've actually got Michele Beretta back up to second place now. But remember, Beretta pitted much earlier than everybody else after only 5 laps completed. And the Heinrich-driven number 50 car, which is part of the Pro-Am entry, that car running actually as a race leader, but that ceased to be the case as soon as Heinrich came in to serve his first pit stop. Is this the 960 car that has come in as well?
It is. That's an 11. That's a Cup 3 car. The W&S Motorsport 718 Cayman GT4 car with Shearbath at the wheel, but it's actually come from 11th. It's almost in the top 10 for a Cup 3 car. Hugely impressive run. Again,
Very good fuel mileage on these particular cars, so they can go a little bit further than the SB9, just not as quickly. But yeah, the W&S Motorsport trio of Daniel Blickel, Tim Shearbart and Max Kronberg from Cup 3. These guys are currently second in the championship points on 66.04. This is in the Cayman GT4 trophy by Manthai Racing. 14 cars entered into Cup 3, so it's always a keenly contested class, and they have come in from the class lead, in fact. So a really good opening stint from Tim Shearbart.
Just seeing them working away on the car there, just to describe for the listeners there, we can hear air guns and things in the background, but of course this category of car not allowed to have centre lock wheels and air jacks and that kind of stuff, so they're sitting there, air guns, sitting there with I won't say a particular brand because it's too English, but there are makes of electric drills with batteries on the bottom and a battery pack, make sure it's fully charged, but they're 5 wheel nuts per rim that they've got to go round. They've got to do 20 of those to do and of course undo them and put them back on again, so it's 40 of those to actually do on the way round, just do a wheel change. We're used to sort of seconds, and we're talking about the Falcon Motorsports Porsche being delayed by 15 seconds. Well, these guys have got to get a battery drill out to take their wheel nuts off each rim, so it takes a little bit longer, but a hugely impressive first in from Tim Shearbart in that number 960 718 Cayman, which has now got Kronberg at the wheel. So they've swapped out. We saw Tim waving to us very kindly there. Back out again.
So that's Max Kronberg and Daniel Blickel still to come, but they certainly have a chance of winning NLS as a whole championship if they continue to win their class. That's all they can do, and hope that their fellow championship protagonists have a bit of an off weekend, but that seems very rare, judging by the form of Philip Lyson through the years and the driver he shares with Danny Brink. So they're on, you've got 66.59 points, playing 66.04. Really nothing in it at all. And remember, it is still your best 7 results from 8 races that go together to count your championship tally. The race leaders nearing the end of another lap, and pressure is on here for second place because the new driver in car 5, who is Vincent Kolb, all over the back of Martin Ragginger. Axel Jeffries leads the race, but then it is Kolb, Ragginger, Kolb and Kim Louis Schramm, second, third and fourth, all together with just cigarette papers between them, and slower cars again to negotiate as the two Phoenix Audis, well, they're trying to work together, aren't they, rather than start to be embroiled in an inter-Nissan battle.
Well, that's helped a little bit there because the Audis got through, the Lamborghinis got through into turn 1. Martin Ragginger using the other side of the grass there. There's a little bit of white line, bit of grass, and then there's a runoff area.
Yeah.
Well, he was obviously going to get himself onto the grass and running wide, so he actually very sensibly opted to go over the grass, onto the runoff area, more traction, keep control of the car and rejoin. It's not going to gain him anything in time anyway, so it's actually a very practical move to keep out of the way there. But the 2 back markers, there was a TCR car, I think it was there, and one other going into turn 1, just slightly in the way there, just allowed the Axel Jeffries Lamborghini to go through, give them a little bit of room. We've already said the Lamborghini is very, very quick on this part of the circuit. They crossed the line with, trying to work out the difference between the two. It's 0.8 of a second. That's gone out a little bit now, to say the very least. Audi's still looking strong though. Kolb and Schramm, the two Phoenix cars, running in 4th and 5th.
Oh, it should remind you, and I was sort of discounting Michele Beretta incorrectly because he does lead the race, but it's just the fact that he fitted 2 laps before everybody else. So shouldn't be discounted because, of course, he will have gained time in the pit stop, was able to spend less time on pit road because his stint was shorter, and that's how it works. The initial pit stops in the race are dictated by the minimum pit time is dictated by how many laps you've just done. So Beretta, having only completed 5 at the time, could be in and out far quicker than everybody else that had done 7 by the time they came down pit lane. So that's a genuine gap of 28.4 seconds, but the next car to pit will be the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, and that will leave Axel Jeffries out front for 2 further laps.
Full course green, finally.
Ah, yes.
For the first time in a little while. Good to have that, so it's good, clean, open racing once again now, no codes, and which is, when we say that, of course, we were watching how the dynamic of that works with them bunching up at one point, 3, 4, 5 cars together. You lose out a little bit on one corner, you get a 2-second gap, you get a 2-car gap, wherever it may be. Get to a code 60 when you know it's there.
There was contact there on the Dottinger Hoor between 2 BMWs. Don't like seeing that, but thankfully they controlled matters. That was the car that was black and silver with the orange door mirrors, just drifting across to the right, and there was contact, but thankfully everyone just about knew what they were doing.
So when the adrenaline cars.
Okay, yeah, yes.
The Adrenaline Motorsport with the alternate automotive car 481.
I just know the extent of some of the crashes we've had on the Dottinger Hoor when it all goes very, very wrong because the cars are at a terminal velocity at that point. But it is a scrap within the division of, well, BMW 330i's. So 481 runs in the VT2 class and is leading. So 481 from 485 and 487 is a genuine scrap, and that's the reason why it was so fraught. As now, what, 485, the Christian Konert-driven FK Performance 330i goes up the inside of Stahlschmidt, and that will give him the class lead. So they were getting into one another down the Dottinger Hoor just a few moments ago, and now the yellow and silver car of Christian Konert leads again.
Not a place you really want to be. You don't want to get any contact anywhere. It is a non-contact sport, that goes without saying.
Well, indeed, yeah.
You don't really want to get into contact anywhere on the Nordschleife. But the Dottinger Hoor is probably the last option, the last place on your list if you're going to have contact.
The issue was Christian Konert was sort of minding his own business out on driver's right, and then the 481 car, which is being driven by Stahlschmidt, was aware that all of a sudden they were 3 abreast with BMWs, and I think Stahlschmidt, in an effort to provide a bit of room on his left-hand side, then just drifted a bit over to the right. So it's Philipp Stahlschmidt in the black car who gets alongside Christian Konert. There's then a quicker BMW, and then there's the moment which almost put Konert in the wall. And I just dread to think what might have happened there. So that's a much faster BMW looking to try and lap the 2 leaders in VT2. And it was almost just a reaction from Philipp Stahlschmidt to give that car, the yellow car on his left-hand side, the required room. And he just misjudged it slightly and ran into the side of Christian Konert. But thankfully, no harm, no foul. And the man filter, number 70 Mercedes, is back in the race with a new front bumper and grille and all the other gubbins that go behind that as well. But
Looking
it is
the state of it, I'm not sure it's new. It's I think it's a decidedly second-hand one.
Quite
with
possibly,
quite a
yeah.
lot of black gaffer tape on it.
Yeah, it's in bare carbon, isn't it? They haven't found one that is a bright yellow colour to match it. And then, I think you're right that it's been taped into position as well. So it gives the man filter Mercedes a very different look. And that is who's at the wheel of that now. Luca Sandro Treffs, who I think was put into that car for the start of the race. So it looked like it was Treffs' error, which meant that he hit the brakes just slightly too late, tagged the back of the 30 car of Tobias Müller. And Fricadelli are, I think, still in the race, yes, with Felipe Fernandez-Larsen now driving the number 30 car and second in Pro-Am, so they're doing okay, even though the car was nerfed into a spin. Let's keep our fingers crossed that there's been no further damage to that Porsche and that it can make the end of the race, because they're right in the thick of a Pro-Am battle and involves 3 cars, including Huber Motorsports machine that was well up there in the early stages, and Jörg Wiebahn, who's now driving the Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi. There's so much happening in this race, not all in the same class either, so I mean, we're trying to keep you in tune with all the various narratives, but what's Joe Bradley's phrase? A soap opera behind every garage door. You don't even need the garage doors at this stage. It's a soap opera in every part of this race, wherever you look next. Leaders back on the Dottinger horse, mate.
It'll be available in over the winter on a box set.
Well, yeah, all of the behind-the-scenes footage, and you'll be sifting through that for the next, well, the whole of the winter period, potentially.
How those winter nights will just fly by.
Yeah, won't they just? What about the scrap involving Vincent Kolb and Kim Louis Schramm and a recovering Dennis Olsen? Remember, he lost 15 seconds in the pit stop, but he's now right with the 2 Audi R8s from Phoenix Racing. Kim Louis Schramm to the outside of Vincent Kolb, and surely will get that position. Yes, so the yellow Audi ahead of the blue one that was earlier driven by Frank Stippler, and also in the queue, Dennis Olsen wanting to get through, but he won't be able to do it this side of Tiergarten.
What a beautiful position there, Dennis Olsen. There, he got almost a double toe, because it wasn't just one car punching the hole in the air, it was the 2 of them. That's given him an advantage now to gain all the way through Tiergarten, get down the inside onto the pit straight. The Audi says no, thank you very much, so he has to go around the outside, so he does. So the Audi tinks across as well and tries to go round the outside of him in turn. This is the Phoenix Audi. The 2 of them do get through turn 1 together respectfully, but talk about swapping and drafting and placing there. That was the dynamics of those 2 cars. 3 and 5 it is. 3 being Dennis Olsen in the Falcon Porsche, and 5 Vincent Kolb in the Phoenix Racing Audi. Lost out on that completely on the pit straight there. Dennis Olsen, beautiful reading of the holes being punched in the air by the 2 cars in front of him that were just slightly set aside to one another, so it made a little wider gap for him to just sit in there and just, rather than go around the outside, a lot of people would have tried to move that and gone around the outside on the Dottinger, and he didn't. He just sat there and thought, do you know what, I can gain the bit of time I need up the hill through the Tiergarten, and then I'm poised, ready to go down the pit straight, which he did. It wasn't made easy for him though.
Certainly not, as no overtake around here should
our
be.
race leader into the pit, exactly as you predicted, Johnny.
So that will be after that feels slightly early though, even though he's on a slightly different schedule. That was only another 5 laps from Beretta. He could have done 8, so something's up with the 38 car, the Dynamic Motorsport machine.
Or is it?
Well, you wouldn't do 5 and 5, would you? Unless they're thinking 8 and 8 then. That
Exactly.
will take them to the finish. Yeah, okay, possibly. Yeah, there are 2 more drivers to come, so Beretta's surely going to get out of that car now and hand it over to either Adrian Delina or Matteo Cairoli. I fancy the Italian of those 2 will be held back, Delina from Belgium, and the Cairoli driver rather is generally quicker than Adrian Delina. Delina's silver, I think, still, whereas Matteo Cairoli is gold, if not platinum. So hold him back for the final stint. Maybe they will both get just less than an hour. You cannot take your eyes off this one just yet. Axel Jeffries now back to the sharp end then, ahead of Martin Ragginger, Kim Louis Schramm and Vincent Kolb. That is your current order here at the Nürburgring.
2 Familien. 40 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and we are over halfway through. No, not quite actually. When we get to 1 hour and 37 minutes and 30 seconds, we will be halfway through this afternoon's race, which is due to finish at 5 o'clock or as close to it as possible. A shortened affair because of poor weather this morning, but the sun is beating down now, not really raising the ambient temperature, but visibility couldn't be a lot better, Peter Snowden.
No, it's not what we would have expected from pre-race, when we didn't have the timings we'd normally have, the format, the schedule we'd normally have of qualifying a little early this morning. Then quite a big gap. We had it kept getting moved on a little bit because of the fog. It did burn off. We bizarrely had 8 minutes of free practice, which, as you said, Johnny, basically gives us one lap for the GT3 cars, the SB9 cars. Only just at that, to be honest. We then had a 45-minute qualifying session with a fairly quick turnaround of, normally it's a good 2 hours, of course we had just over an hour, I think it was an hour and 15 minutes from qualifying into race. What was interesting was it's a 4-hour race, it should be. It got reduced to 2 hours 45, and just as the strategists got their head around that, that then changed to a 3-hour 15-minute race. So what seemed a considerably shortened race became only a slightly shortened race. So a little bit of strategy to take on board for without. I think it was just done to make it, I use the phrase end of term party, the sort of last round of the season finale. It's going to be this, no, it's going to be that, actually it's going to be something else. How good are your programs? How good are your algorithms? I'm
all for it.
Exactly.
I think this should be a kind of season finale regular thing where...
Well, if you'd have had your way, we'd have had a Fricadelli running Audis.
Yeah.
I'd have had Fricadelli be renamed as Freisinger.
Yes. I'd have had Max Cruiser in a BMW.
Max Hesse.
And you would have had Conrad Pepper driving the Lamborghini. So we're both on pretty much even Stevens in terms of our minus points figure this weekend. Normally we're, well, in the heady heights of 2s and 3s by this point, but Peter and I are pretty much locked on -2, I think, for the rest of the day. Anyway.
Good teammates on that basis.
That's right. We can be relied upon for being very, very poor at generally everything. There's been a message from race control in that the number 7 Lamborghini is under investigation for not respecting the yellow flags. This is the much talked about overtake of Jordan Pepper on Sven Muller at the time when Sven was leading. They'd come up to a BMW backmarking car, and there's a question about whether there were yellow flags being displayed. Clearly Sven Muller backed off for something. All we figured there were white flags because of a HGV that was flatbedding this broken down vehicle back, and also an intervention vehicle. So the white flags were being displayed for that, but were there yellows as well? Now, race control, thankfully, have access to plenty of other footage that we have not got at our disposal. I'll just pause for this moment, actually, because if I've got my calculations correct, this point is exactly halfway through. That's right, isn't it? An hour and a half is half of 3, and then half of 15 is 7.5. Yeah, an hour and 37 minutes and 30 seconds. So that's a halfway distance, folks. Are we going to get any stoppers at this point? Probably not, because it's just not an opportune time to be pitting and taking on fuel.
That took me longer to understand than you to explain.
Yeah, that's not a first. That's not a first for me either.
It's not breaking news, is it?
Not at all. You wouldn't think I was in the communication industry in this ability to talk and not be understood. Through the Vidal chicane.
No, that was more about me than you.
Oh, fair enough.
I think your explanation was perfect. My understanding was the point.
456 is the Schubert-driven car, so that will be Kaj Schubert, who's sharing with Lucas Daugard, the 2 Danish drivers. That's the reason why the massive Danish flag on the side of the car, Johnny. Come on, wake up. So
that's a bit of a clue, wasn't it?
Yeah, it should have been a giveaway, but it's a Schnitzelarm racing run car. Team Jung KRS Danes is also the backing on this 456 car, that runs in V5, and they're running in second place in V5 as well, behind the treble 4 car, which has one of the corns at the wheel, I think. Does it? V5? No, it doesn't. It's Loic Hartog, which is easier to work out because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to tell you whether it was Ulrich or Tobias Korn. But the driver from the Netherlands, Luc Hartog, at the wheel of the treble 4 that leads V5, and then 456, the engine you can hear in the background, is currently second in that class. But at the head of the order, Jeffries is now displayed as the race leader because they've been across the line again for the 11th time. Martin Ragginger is in second and only 1.3 seconds away. And this gap between the second place car and the third place fight is emerging again. It's about 6 seconds between Ragginger and Kim Louis Schramm. But then Kim Louis Schramm is definitely with company because Dennis Olsen, Vincent Kolb are all involved in that scrap. And Olsen has now got ahead of the blue Audi of Vincent Kolb. So Porsche pressurising the second of the Audi R8 for third position. And they haven't got any immediate pressure behind them because the 6th place car is actually the SP9 Pro-Am leader, which is Achim Tyson, the man from Munich, who races with Klaus Rader and took over from Nico Menzel at that first stop. So this is what I mean about the Pro-Am cars that are dicing for 6th, 7th and 8th overall. They're just starting to ebb away now from the all-out Pro lineups, and that's naturally going to happen because the bronzes are now taking over, and as good as they are, they're never going to be as quick as Axel Jeffries, Martin Ragginger, Kim Louis Schramm, etc., etc. Nice collection of, well, there's an Opel Astra, a Renault Clio, and also a Porsche Cayman that will find their way through and out of Hohenrhein to complete another lap. And the treble 8 car is one of those, 940. 940 will be the Porsche, which is that in the lead of the class? No, it's a bit further down in Cup 3. That Cayman GT3 Club Sport. And around the outside of the Opel Astra is trying to go the little Clio 614, which is the H2 entered Tobias Overbeck and Daniel Overbeck car. Chasing then the OPC Astra for Joachim Schultz and Benjamin Zerfeld. And they slow for the cut-through section of the Grand Prix track. So Zerfeld it is actually that leads the Clio as they swing left and now right and on towards the chicane on the Grand Prix lap. So Zerfeld leading the OPC class, as it's called. And it's not the most popular of classes with just the 3 Astras in it, but nevertheless you still need to be staying ahead to ensure that you get the biggest trophy on offer in your part of the race. As the Cup 5 competition is headed by 870 now, which is the David Griesner driven Adrenaline Motorsport BMW M2 CS racing car, up to 19th position now for Griesner. But let's go back to the leading cars, and that you will no doubt identify in the background being the flat 6 4-litre engine of the number 4 Porsche, Falcon Motorsports, Martin Ragginger, and has right up ahead of him the Lamborghini of Axel Jeffries. Still leading the race at this stage. Things will close up as they go through the Kleiner Carousel. But the good news for Martin Ragginger now is that he can entirely focus on trying to get in front of the Lamborghini. There is virtually no pressure from behind because Kim Louis Schramm in his Phoenix Racing Audi is 6 seconds or more adrift of the tail of this, the first of the 2 Falcon Motorsports Porsches. Not quite leading the race, car 4, but it is within touching distance of the leading car. And can the Porsche gain any time down the Dottinger Hohe, this time on the Lamborghini Huracan? Mid-engine, the Huracan, and normally aspirated as the Porsche is, of course, but it's a V10 versus a flat 6. Sound very different, get their speed in different areas around the track, but they will complete 12 laps now of this race absolutely together. There is nothing between Ragginger in second and Axel Jeffries in the lead of the race, Snowy.
We saw it at the start, didn't we? We saw the Lamborghini on pole position. I said it needed to lead that first lap, but it did. But then that changed.
Yeah.
And boy, has it changed. And unfortunately, that car, as you say now, under investigation. We thought it was, if he'd got away with it, was by the thickness of a fag paper, as they say. Once it's under investigation, I was surprised how long it's taken for it to become under investigation, but it is there now. And I just wonder if we've mentioned already, and I hate to say this, but if the Conrad Lamborghini didn't have any bad luck, it wouldn't have any luck at all.
Yeah.
Are they doing everything absolutely right? Could it be that just that simple opportunistic manoeuvre by Jordan Pepper, I nearly called him Conrad Pepper again, then I had to stop and think again, I got it right, and then question myself. So was my concern. That's the problem. There's self-doubt creeping in. That Jordan Pepper, it was hugely opportunistic, and you described it so well, Johnny, that it was sitting behind the Porsche. There was a slower car on the way, but the slower car was slowing up because of we think a white flag, but we didn't see a terribly good view at the time. That it wasn't the best shot of it, as you said, because of the resolution. But there was then also an incident vehicle ahead, or an intervention vehicle, and he went down the right-hand side between the two and nicked it. And it's one of those things we said at the time, didn't we? It was either the move of the race, or it could cost him the race. But looks like it might well have cost him. The number 44 BMW M6 Junior Team car was in. That was being driven by Max Hess. That was a car that had a bit of an incident on the Hatzenbach and got tagged by one of the Caymans coming off a curb.
Yeah.
And it did go into the barriers and it never restarted. I have to say, from what we saw of it there and the images of it at the moment, we are seeing, just to describe that, there doesn't appear to be any particular damage to that car.
I think it's on the rear.
But,
I mean, the boot of the car is way up in the air, so I think much of it, he was tagged in the rear, it then went into the barrier in the rear. So yeah, focused on the front of that car. When you were if you were selling it, you'd say, oh, look at all the nose detail and the side of the cars. It's absolutely mint, this car. But actually, look closer at the rear, and it's very second-hand indeed.
Well, the wing's pointing all straight the right way. I don't know. It's obviously enough to put it out of the race. They know he's in the car, so it doesn't really matter now. It's somewhat academic what we think, isn't it? It's out.
Yeah, and also what you stand to gain, because it's laps down, and it was stranded there for at least 2 laps. You're never going to get those back again, because it's not 2 standard laps of 2 and a bit miles or 3 kilometres, 4 or 5 kilometres. We're talking 25 around here, so you'll never catch those back again in a 3-hour and 15-minute race. So one to just kind of file underneath, it wasn't our day, and they will come back fighting, the BMW junior team next year, I'm sure. New calendar has been announced, which we've already talked about earlier on in the broadcast. I wonder whether the reason why it took so long to start to investigate that overtake of Jordan Pepper, is that the case that Falcon Motorsports have protested it? They've taken, a case to race control saying, we think that was an illegal overtake. Can you look at it, please? And otherwise race control may not have done. And that's, of course, within an opponent's right to do that. A couple of moments ago, there have been these recent accidents. I'm just noticing some information coming through on the ticker regarding car 745 and car 161, labelled as being involved in accidents. 161 is the Team Falcon Team Techstar, the Black Falcon Team Techstar Porsche Cayman from the SP10 division, for Alexander Akimenkov, Martin Minen and Vasily Selivanov, the Russian driver. In fact, 2 Russians driving that car this afternoon. And the other car on the ticker that has apparently been involved in accidents, car 745, which is a BMW 325. So 745. Had been going around this lap fairly happily. The Hoffa Racing BMW 325. So that maybe has been involved in the same collision or incident for Zoran Radulovic, who hails from Simmersfeld. BMW into pit lane. Now, this is the car that's the defending champion. So the number 1 car is in. The Chris Rink, Danny Brink, Philip Lyson. You can roll those names off the tongue. They're almost automatically bolted together because they've been partners in crime, if you like, for a number of seasons now, going about their business often out of the spotlight. But in Class V4, you have to be doing something very right to be winning with the frequency that they have been doing. 5 cars entered in today's race, but I remember V4 when it used to be 20-odd cars and they were still able to win. And now, nearing the end of another lap, is the rather bandaged up Manfilter Team Landgraf HTP car. Still, I think, with Lucasandro Treffs at the wheel of this. Let's just check on that. Yes, it is. In 100th position, sadly. And this car qualified in 4th. So it is a long, long way back from where it should be, really. It has only completed 5 laps compared to the race leaders that are now working lap 13. And by the way, on lap 12, Kim Louis Schramm, fastest lap of the... Oh, no, that wasn't a Kim Louis Schramm time, actually. That was earlier on in the race, wasn't it? But the 11 car, which is an Audi, it was a Kuba Gamatiak time. I'm now remembering that. Kuba Gamatiak did a 7:56.9. Not quite as fast as the pole lap 2 weeks ago in the Barbarossapreis. Nevertheless, it shows that Phoenix Racing Audi was a lot more capable of a good time in qualifying than the 11th place time it posted when Frank Stippler qualified the car earlier today. Number 1 back in the race and perhaps on course to another title, the way things are going, Snowy.
Indeed, just by the way, the slow zone has been upgraded at the Flugplatz to 60 now, sorry, the yellow flags, and that's for car 685, which is off there. Which I'm just trying to find for it in a second, which is one of our Renault Clios. That's the, from the Clio Cup class, the Holthaus Weilach border car number 685 is parked on the outside of Flugplatz, not a place you want it to be, ideally.
Yeah, and the slight rise over the bridge there as you approach Flugplatz itself, as the racetrack goes over a public road, that section known as Kiedelbacher Ruhr, to give another just an enjoyable name, really, that I find immensely entertaining when I say it correctly. A bit like Rocco di Tornapadula, whose first name I've now forgotten. Lorenzo Rocco di Tornapadula. There you go.
It just slips off the tongue, doesn't it?
Not as well as yours, but you've been practicing.
Well, that doesn't have something to do with the winter when there's no motor racing.
That's true.
So practice driver names. I mean, Johnny Palmer. That one took me quite a while. It took me a couple of years.
I'm not. I don't think I've ever been a driver. Oh, now pressure is on.
You and me both.
Pressure is on here for what position will this be? The 4 Porsche is in second. Kim Louis-Stram in the lead of the race. Kim Louis-Stram has caught up with the top 2. That was a 6-second gap the last time I checked. In fact, it was 7.9 at the start of this lap, and it is now less than the gap from first to second. The Dayglow yellow Audi R8 has gained so much time. That has got to be into yellow flag sections before you reach the speed limited area, unless, again, this is going to be looked at by the officials, because an 8-second gap becomes 0.2 of a second now. Martin Ragginger back to Kim Louis-Stram. Unbelievable.
How?
It's yellow. It's going into a yellow flag area. Has to be.
We know how, but it's still unbelievable.
Well, yeah, here he goes for the second place. No, thinks better of it, because if he had been full-blooded for that overtake on second place coming out of the Mercedes arena, that would almost inevitably be put Martin Ragginger into a spin. But Kim Louis-Stram in somewhat of a spin right now. A phenomenal drive to gain all of that time on a single lap.
He's on a mission, isn't he? Not content with that third position. You did say at the beginning of the show, pre-race, in all our topsy-turvy preamble of free practice of 8 minutes, 45 minutes of qualifying, quick turnaround, etc., etc. But you did rather, I'm not sure, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but you did say you rather fancied the Audis, as in they were well overdue a good result. Now, I appreciate we've got an hour and 20 to go, but it's looking pretty strong for them. They're in third and fourth places now. Kim Louis-Stram and Vincent Colburn, both the Phoenix cars, running very respectably. It's still that Conrad Lamborghini at the front there. We've got something going slow on the Dottinger Power, which I think at first glance looks like one of the M4 BMWs, which of course as it gets closer and I get a better shot, it'll turn out to be something totally different. Car recognition will go out the window completely.
That might be 481, which was involved in the clash between Christian Connert and itself. If you remember, they were dicing for the lead within V2, class V2. And if it is 481, there's been a change of driver there. I think I am right, 481. So it is Zills now who drives in that car.
And it is a BMW.
Yes.
330i. From the VT2 class.
So Daniel Zills actually down to drive 2 cars today, one in V6, which is a Cayman, and one in VT2, this BMW 330i that he shares with Philipp Stahlschmidt. And it was Stahlschmidt who was side by side, rather too readily, with Christian Connert a few laps ago. Since then, the car's been in and handed over to Bendorf driver Daniel Zills, and he's got a puncture, hasn't he?
Left rear puncture. That's going to say I was trying to work out why the car was going quite so slowly. It did appear to be crabbing a little bit, but left rear puncture there for the 481 car. And your eyes are clearly a lot younger than mine, Johnny. Spot that.
To pick out 481 on the screen.
Pick out 481 at about a kilometre's distance.
No, it's just car recognition, Snowy. It's basic commentator.
I've got car recognition, right?
Basic commentator skill, that is. Just picking out 118 different cars. You can do that, can't you? I tell you, the master. I tell you,
we're just over an hour to go. The daggers are out in the commentary box.
I tell you,
game on.
The
Right.
absolute master of getting on top of a spotter's guide within about 5 minutes of him being shown it, Bruce Jones. You show him a 100-car entry for the Dubai 24 Hours and the programme with a kind of side picture of each car. He's memorised a lot. It's like those people who can memorise a 52 pack of cards, you know.
But
You just go, yeah, I know all the order.
He's not qualified as enter because he's an alien.
Yeah, true.
We are mere humans.
That's a very good
He's
point.
otherworldly. So, sorry, discounted.
Fine. Doesn't get it. Not eligible for
It's
points.
valid, but he's just discounted on.
He's
not qualified.
Yeah, he's he's superhuman, so therefore shouldn't be involved in competitions for us mere mortals. Now the rear left is clearly the focus for Daniel Zill's car, which has come in. Well, they had been in second position in VT2 in this Adrenaline Motorsport team car, and unfortunately losing places hand over fist. I wouldn't have said there was any evidence on the wheel as such as to why that tyre's gone down, so I think it's something that some debris that's been picked up, quite possibly. And the rear left on a rear-wheel drive car might be more susceptible to going, but I think it was fairly early on in the stint because Zills hasn't been at the wheel for very long. So
A lot of mechanics doing a lot of work on that. Had the cursory look around the wheel arch just to see as that wheel comes off what there is, and the new wheel hasn't got on yet. And there's obviously quite a bit of work in there, so you're quite right, John. There's probably something else that's caused that to go in the first place. Or, I don't think the tyre was actually flailing that much, so it was still the bulk of the carcass was on the rim, but whatever was has gone on inside that wheel arch has now been rectified to their satisfaction. Safety first, quite logically, before the car goes out. You've got to put the car on the track fit for purpose, and new rim goes on. None of the other tyres being changed, I noticed. It was just that left rear. So it shows it hadn't got very far into its stint.
yes,
Very happy with that. Normally, you see all the tyres being changed, but it's out again. So our 481, John's spotter car.
I might be able to tell you actually how long Zills was at the wheel of that, because, as I say, I'm suggesting it's fairly early on in his stint. Just looking further and further down the order. But no, to no avail so far. But 481 was fighting with the Christian Connert car not too long ago. Ah, there we go. Daniel Zills, 1 lap. So I think that was his outlet where the tyre has let go, amazingly. Now, whether they did tyres during the stop is another question, because it's not the work of a moment. It's another car where there are 5 individual wheel nuts to undo to get the wheel off and then reattached again. But
On the basis they haven't changed the other 3 on that pit stop, I'm guessing it had gone out on new tyres. So, it's budgets are tight. Get the maximum out of the tyres. That one's let them down. Well, the other 3 are fine. Keep going.
Yeah. So it's a 4-lap stint for Philipp Stahlschmidt to start off with. Stahlschmidt stayed at the wheel to do 6 laps, and then as Daniel Zills takes over, that unfortunately was his welcome to NLS 9, a tyre letting go at some point around the lap. Let's hope it didn't happen very, very early on, because that will have been a long limp home. An indication actually of where it happened might be gleaned. Oh no, I can't do that from the sector times now because they've been wiped from the previous lap after he came into the pits. But he'll rejoin in 5th position in VT2 as the Gulf liveried Hyundai heading down the Dottinger Ruhr must be the 496 car, because it's not the fastback version. I'm purely basing it on that fact. So this will be, I reckon, the Mertens driven car heading towards the end of another lap. Daniel Mertens. Now, we talked about drivers who might be being brave, a bit like Axel Jeffries might have done at the start of the race, doing the whole race. That's exactly what Daniel Mertens is doing. There's only one driver in car 496. Oh no, that is the fastback one, so that's the other car. That means the one I caught sight of earlier on in the race was actually Mertens doing a heroic, a He-Man style 3 hours and 15 minutes all to himself. And the Gulf livery car, therefore, is the Carlson Peninsula by Tomcat car, with now Ralph Goral at the wheel, who took over from Marcus Liu in the previous stint. I'm trying to give everybody their 5 minutes of fame here, Snowy. I think it's working.
You're doing a sterling job, I have to say.
Where are the race leaders, you might ask? Well, they're in the very long fourth sector, which... No, it's the third sector, which is much slower than normal because of all of that code 60 and code 120. So that's taking everybody best part of 3 minutes to get through there. And then it's about a 4-minute sector 4, but not necessarily for the race leaders. Is that, yeah, the Lamborghini's just coming out of Schwabenschwanz now and heading through Gegenkopf, which is the right-hander that will bring them back onto the Dottinger Ruhr. So Axel Jeffries left the Grand Prix lap with half a second's advantage in the back pocket over Martin Ragginger, and I think it may be quite a bit more than that this time, judging by where they are placed on the tracker. 7 back to car 11 is a significant, or back to car 11. So Kim Louis Schramm isn't quite in front of car 4, but they're going to try and go neck and neck. Here comes Kim Louis Schramm, who had already got up to 3rd position. I tell you, the straight line speed of this Audi is mightily impressive versus the Porsche that just about has the inside line through the left-hand kink and therefore will defend.
So it is, the Porsche just pulled ahead again then, but yeah, it got alongside. It's that initial bit, it's got the toe,
yeah,
the Porsche, but when it's in its own clean air, it suddenly just pulls up a bit.
Well, it had more of a distance to go, didn't it? Because they went into a left-hander and the Audi was on the right, so slightly more meterage to cover, and that did favour the Porsche.
You mentioned before, Johnny, that we have various people that on Twitter that very kindly update us at RSL_studio.
Here goes Kim Louis Schramm, 2nd place, then again side by side, but clever car placement by Martin Ragginger, making sure he bagged the inside line into the Mercedes arena, and Schramm, again, great drive off turn 1, but he couldn't make it work for him. Sorry, I jumped all over the top of you there, but I thought that was going to be the moment.
I know, absolutely right to do so. Coming back again, Martin Ragginger hung him out to dry that Audi, didn't he? But yeah, just very, very quickly, we've had an update from Lanzarote Camel, who's always very, very kind at updating stuff. And he's got some clear images of that overtake of the Conrad Lamborghini, and there is most definitely a yellow flag on the left-hand side of the track in the photo there that we didn't get to see. So I'll be very, very surprised, as we predicted, if the Conrad Lamborghini isn't penalised for that overtake. We said it was under investigation. We did comment it was quite a while before it became under investigation. We obviously got the evidence now. You said quite rightly that have they got a better view of it, track race control? Well, it appears they most certainly have. Yep. And there's most definitely a yellow flag displayed on the left-hand side as he nips through on the right-hand side. He may just have missed it. Well, we said it was opportunistic. We said it was going to be close, but I'll be very surprised if there isn't a change of outcome or a discipline on that.
What I will say, and this is not a defence for Jordan Pepper, but what I will say is I bet he didn't see it because he was tucked in behind the Porsche and he was on the opposite side to the yellow flag. So he is approaching the scene with the marshal post on driver's left, clearly showing a yellow flag. And actually, Jordan Pepper, if he is hanging off the rear right of the Porsche, there's no chance he will have seen that. But it is the responsibility of the driver to be in the correct position to be able to see yellow flag. So you can't use that as defence. Sadly, I didn't see it, my lord.
It is the case. It is perfectly obvious that he's unsighted.
Yeah,
but
that's not an excuse.
Not an offence.
Unfortunately for Jordan Pepper. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels.
30 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
Nächste Station im ADAC GT Masters. Es geht in die Eifel.
Hier der Nürburgring.
We've an hour and 5 of NLS 9 still to pan out, and well, there are a number of teams that are well in the fight here to take a race victory or at least a podium in this race in isolation. There's also, of course, the championship story rumbling nicely underneath it all, not really involving any of the SP9 teams. And of course, the one thing we didn't mention earlier on, the NLS Speed Trophy, should pretty much have been decided in the favour of the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi now, because it was between the 5 and the 44 BMW Junior team. 44 will be a non-finish after Max Hesse was involved in a crash on the Hatzenbach, and as long as the number 5 car 4 points, but from memory that favoured the Audi. I'm just going to check that now actually. So it was the junior team that was on 140 points, and Frank Stippler and Vincent Kolb were on 144. So even if they don't finish now, they will win the NLS Speed Trophy. It's a real shame that it took something like that to decide it, but that's taken a little bit of variation and pressure out of the mix. Of course, it still means that the 5 car wants to get onto the podium. There's only one car that stands in its way in order to do that, and ideally wants to try and win this race. But the problem is that Axel Jeffries is pounding round at a great speed, doing a 9:46 last time around. The car's best lap was a 7:58, and as he goes through the end of sector 4, the gap is about the same as it was at the start of this particular lap, i.e. 5 seconds back to Martin Ragginger, Kim Louis Schramm in the yellow and black Audi, and the blue and red Audi of Vincent Kolb. All of these cars will be coming into the pits at the end of this lap, but Kim Louis Schramm's going to try and bag second place before they get there. He's doing exactly the same as he did a lap ago. Can he make this work? The Audi again is very, very strong down the straights, and yes, just about gets into second place before they hit traffic and before they will need to come into the pit lane. And Kim Louis Schramm's going to have to be very careful about where he puts the car on the road here as well, to make sure his route into the pits is not obstructed in any way, but they're well over to the right, and in will come the top 4 cars: Jeffries, Schramm, Ragginger and Cole.
I was just going to say, with that line you said there, all these cars are going to come into the pits at the end of this lap. Just in which order?
Yeah.
Not necessarily in this order. And there's only 2 corners to go. 170 corners of the lap, and there's 2 corners to go, and they're still fighting it out. But I'm in the pits first.
I still think, though, I mean, when they were deciding where the start-finish line was on this track, clearly it's to do with, you know, how it was first built, and actually the start-finish line is between the North Loop and the South Loop. The Südschleife still exists, sort of. You can drive around a bit of it, but you certainly can't race around it anymore. But to put the start line at the end of such a long drag, you know, where you've been spending most of the lap so frustrated behind the car, going, I can't get past there, can't get past there, can't get past there, and then you're gifted basically a mile of straight line track where the toe is just perfect, and that's where most of the overtaking takes place. So at the end of an N24, if you've still got 2 or maybe even 3 cars in the mix, it's a grandstand finish every time, and I just think circuit design couldn't be much better.
You're spot on. It's they say there's no sense of humour. Well, they certainly got it right on this one.
Yeah,
it is quite an extraordinary circuit, and what it can throw in, and it makes them all think differently all the time of what you can do. That little bit at the end there, the Tiergarten rise, but you haven't got that long drag because you could. It's fascinating. The whole thing is fascinating how it works out.
I mean, you still need a very strong car through the corners because you have to be with the car you're attempting to overtake as you hit the Dottinger Hohe on an in lap, for instance. So you've got to be able to live with what was the race leader at the time, the Lamborghini. But then you need to be ready to pounce. And I still think the Audis are just about the fastest thing down that long straight. There isn't a speed trap that we have access to, but I'd be very interested to see the highest speeds of the kind of principal manufacturers in SP9 today, to see which is the best. 960 Cayman heading towards the end of another lap. This is the race leader in Cup 3 and is not going to stop. So that is the Kronberg driven car. Max Kronberg sharing with Tim Schiebart and Daniel Blickel, again up there in the overall championship. But with 5 cars all in at the end of their, I think they all did 7 laps, didn't they? Yes, so their pit stop times should be identical.
With an hour to go, almost exactly, just ticked under. Now you say all 5 into the pits. The first car out is the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini GT3 Evo with young Jordan Pepper at the wheel of that car again. Doing the right way around this, so I'm going
Very good.
the right way around, the right driver, the right name, the right forename. Getting good at this. Kim Louis Schramm takes the Phoenix Audi out as well. Muller is in the Falcon Motorsports 911 GT3R, and Phoenix Racing opt to put Frank Stippler back at the wheel of the number 5, 4th position car. Friccadelli, also the number 30 car, just also pitted. I'm sure that's going to be a driver change as well. I'm not sure how many laps Lars has done in that car.
So actually, having said, it's very difficult to work out where these stints, the stint intervals will take place. I did suggest that if a car could do generally 1 hour and 5 minutes on each of the stints, it could make the end on just 2 stops. And that is looking very like the way that the leaders are going to do it, because coming out with 1 hour to spare, you should be comfortably able to get to the finish on that. And I also said, if we get a fair bit of code 60, which we have had plenty of, then that will help the fuel burn as well. And there will be no need for a splash for any of these cars. Jeffries back out again, or rather Pepper back out again after he did the opening stint. Axel Jeffries the middle stint, and now Jordan Pepper, South African driver from Gauteng in South Africa, now taking the car back over again. Kuba Gimasiak, Kim Louis Schramm, and who is staying at the wheel in the number 11 car. It is Sven Muller driving the 4 once again. Frank Stippler reinstalled into car 5, and Felipe Fernandez-Laza in the Fricadelli Racing Team car. Now that Abelan.
Exactly.
And
that's why I was predicting there'd be a driver change. I thought Klaus Abelan would be at the wheel of that now in this stint.
Well, you can't be a Pro-Am car without Klaus Abelan.
Exactly.
Unfortunately. Now, whether they have changed the class of that car because it's a shortened race, I suppose that could be contested at a later date. Say, oh yeah, we deliberately entered as a pro. But it was started by Tobias Muller, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And that, I think, he's let's just check. No, I'm not going to be able to access that from there. But Tobias Muller, when I checked at the start of the race, is silver. And Felipe Fernandez-Laza is definitely silver, because he's in the European Le Mans Series this year with Michael Fassbender, and he is silver rated. So they will have had 2 silvers. I don't think that classifies as Pro-Am, though, does it? Because you've got to have a bronze. So, yeah, they may well, either the driver ID is wrong, or it's not been correctly selected for Klaus Abelan, or they have had a discussion with the race officials and said, we will run as a pro car now that it has been a shortened race, and Klaus just won't do any driving today. Yeah, something to get to the bottom of there, because they certainly won't be allowed to stay as a Pro-Am car if their AM hasn't done any of driving yet.
No, exactly. I think it's. I think you're absolutely spot on, as ever, Johnny. And it's just that it's still listed as a Pro-Am car when it's probably just actually been notified to the officials it's a pro car. It's not like a team of that order, Fricadelli, to get that wrong.
No,
particularly as
or to try and deliberately pull the wool over everybody's eyes.
The person they need to discount is indeed the owner of the team.
Now, was there a issue for the pit stops for the Lamborghini and the number 4 Porsche a moment or 2 ago? The Porsche sort of didn't pick up at the same speed as the Lamborghini, did it? They left the pit box at the same time, but it's almost like the limiter that the 4 car has got for pit lane speed. Well, is that correct on the Porsche and it's not correct on the Lamborghini, or vice versa? The Porsche's limiter is too slow, and that's what allowed the Lamborghini away. But it's got a stonking lead coming out of turn 1. And that's, again, potentially an issue for the Lamborghini, maybe. Did it get away too quickly and breach the speed limit in the pit lane?
Well, it's all immaterial at this point physically on the track. That's all to be sorted out later, and we'll see how that evolves throughout the race. But however, now we've got all backed up again because they're on a code 60 area. The Lamborghini is way out of sight at the moment, but the Falcon car and then the 2 Audis right behind. I'm just trying to see where they are on the track.
Whilst you do that, yeah, the Lamborghini now speed is limited, and the problem for everybody else in SP9, their cars are caught behind a back marker, which is obviously going slower into the yellow flag area. So that's therefore Sven Muller has to get out of the throttle in order to not overtake the BMW. There may also be a similar delay coming out of the yellow flag area. Now the greens are waved. Sven Muller's not going to be asked to go by the slower car twice, and gets the foot down as immediately as he can.
It's Kasselchen, isn't it? It's a Klostertal.
Yes, heading past an intervention vehicle and 2 flatbed lorries that are recovering cars from an earlier incident at the bottom of the hill, I rather fancy. And now they're heading up, as you say, through the pretty much flat sections of Kesselchen and Klostertal. Then you leap on the brakes and head through the tricky right-hander, which is off camber at times. The track in the old days used to continue straight up there on a connecting road, but that's way too steep for modern-day race cars. So the carousel was introduced as a way of gaining that height and the track doubling back on itself. Then you climb all the way up to Hoher Acht, which is the highest point on the Nordschleife, and begin the descent then down towards Brunchen and Flansgarten. Thankfully past a decent crowd that has assembled this weekend, because the campsite areas and the larger parking areas are open again. That was the case 2 weeks ago as well, but only for the first time for the Barbarossapreis. This is the 45th edition of the DMV Münsterlandpokal, live on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're going much later on into the afternoon than was originally billed, an hour later in fact, because of all the fog this morning. So due for a 5 o'clock local time finish, or wherever the leader may be when the checkered flag is being prepared. 52 minutes still to go. Fuel's not going to be an issue now, but certainly trying to close up some of these gaps will be, i.e. 6.3 seconds for Jordan Pepper over Sven Muller, who's got ahead of Kuba Gimasiak at the start of this lap. But there are 2 potential big question marks hovering over the Lamborghini from Conrad Motorsport. A, did it overtake earlier on in the race under yellow flags? And B, has it just breached the pit lane speed limit? Because judging by the speed of the Porsche in its wake, it got away like a rat up a drain pipe compared to the number 4 car.
It certainly looked like it, and my initial interpretation of it was that the Porsche was going slowly because the other cars were backing up behind it. You quite rightly and offer the alternative, as you always do, Johnny, of was it that Porsche was actually going at the correct speed and the Lamborghini was going too quickly? I just assumed that Lamborghini was correct and the Porsche was slow. But it might be completely the other way around. If so, I just can't believe it for Conrad. But we've still got this question mark, as you say. I think perhaps more importantly than the speed limit bit at the moment is this potential yellow flag infringement, which they won't take too kindly to in this series, and quite rightly if it is a proper red flag.
There is a message from race control, but it's not concerning the number 7 car.
Exactly the same, yes.
Yeah, it's the 509 actually that has been pinged for speeding in a code 60 rather than speeding in the pit lane. But car 509 is a VT2 entry. It's a BMW 330i, as a lot of them are in VT2 for Andreas Ecker and Tassilo Zumpa. And that car, whoever actually was responsible for the breach of the regulations, kind of doesn't matter, because whoever's driving now will have to come in and serve a stop-go penalty of 80 seconds, in fact. So it's not even come to a halt and then get going again. You've got to sit there for 1 minute and 20 seconds before you can do so. Down towards turn number 1 goes the 960 Porsche Cayman, pursued by the 481 BMW with the orange wheels to match some of that paintwork, principally black, but with the orange piping on it. Backed by Manhattan wheels, no less, so that'll be the reason why the wheels are so easily picked out, because of its major sponsor. And 481 should be further up the order than it is, but it's suffering a puncture when Daniel Zils was at the wheel, has put it quite a bit further back, unfortunately. And its class at 481 runs in T2 is actually now headed by the 485 330i, which is the FK Performance Motorsport car. And 485 did have Christian Connert at the wheel earlier, and now has his Swiss teammate Ranko Mijatovic at the wheel. So 485, a driver change about halfway through, and looking very good for the victory. But what about at the head of the order? Because if the Lamborghini's in the clear, Snowy, it should win this race fairly convincingly. Although, having said that, I hadn't checked the order as they came across the line, because it switched again. You didn't tell me about that.
Well, I was just going to say, have you looked at the timing screen, Johnny?
Well, a 6-second lead is still there, but Lars Kern's on a different strategy, isn't he?
I know.
Yeah, so now can Lars make the end? Because he's 3 laps into a I think that's too tight. I think he'll run out of fuel before the checkered flag is displayed. So, I mean, it puts the Falcon Motorsport Porsche in a great position, as in car 3, which lost that 15 seconds earlier in the race. But he's going to have to be driving so cautiously. Another Code 60 out on track, at least one of them at Bergwerk. And from a Lars Kern perspective, he'll be hoping that half of this 25-kilometre lap is covered by Code 60 from now all the way to the finish.
Well, it's certainly well. The Lamborghini, there's part of me that just emotionally, romantically, if you like, just says, oh, come on, just give it a break. And just, what a way to finish the season with a win. It's on pole with a win. But there's not just one, there's 2 question marks over that car. And that's what not concerns, but it's at the back of my mind that one of the, if Indy needs one of those to be called into account, and they are both time penalties. One is going to be overtaking under yellow, if that comes to fruition, and the other is a potential speeding in the pit lane. They are potential. They are one's under investigation. One hasn't yet been covered, but we saw it, and we're not alone. So there's just those question marks. If nothing happens, then it's possible. Certainly with, as you say, the strategy for Lars Kearns in the Falcon car.
But he last pitted, well, I'll probably get you a time, actually, when that car came into the pit lane and, more importantly, left it, so that we can work out whether there's enough fuel to stretch to the end of the race. I'm going to say not, because he's already half an hour into his stint. Yeah, he pitted at 3:40 local, and the race is due to finish at 5. So that's an hour and 20 minutes that he'll have to do on the same tank of fuel. And as I say, unless there's a hatful of Code 60, which covers an awful lot of the circuit and for a long period of time, that Lars Kern-driven number 3 car will have to come in before the checkered flag, and probably about 10 minutes before it.
Yeah, well, there's a fine line between fuel saving and running out, isn't there?
Yeah, always. But he would be superhuman, talking about Bruce Jones earlier on being superhuman in his ability to memorise entry lists. Lars Kern would have to be superhuman in terms of regenerating fuel in that tank to enable him to finish the final 10 minutes, maybe even the final 15 minutes. Because coming in an hour and 20 minutes out from the checkered flag and expecting to get to the end is a huge, huge ask. The 52 Porsche, which runs in SPX today, is right in front of the number 3 Audi, which is about to go back up to racing speed. They are caught in a Code 60 currently, so the number 3 Audi is not permitted to overtake the Kaya-driven car.
That's the black Falcon Porsche, isn't it? And what SBS is the non-homologated category, or
I think
experimental car, or just don't know why that car is in XPS. What it is that's about it.
I think it's a 992 Gen Cup car.
Right. Okay.
Which you can't run in SP7 yet. You probably can from next year.
That explains it.
I don't know that for sure, but I'm sort of guessing, because we've had a similar situation in the 24-hour series this year with the Red Camel Jordans.NL Porsche loaned in from another championship. That's a 992 spec car which cannot be run in the 991 division.
I'll make a very brave statement here. I won't say that you're never wrong, but you are normally right.
That's... yes. I'll have that. I'll have that on my gravestone, I think. Here lies Johnny Palmer. He was normally right.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that. Yeah. I'll patent that now as we speak. The Audi's wriggled free now of the 52 Porsche, and it will head up to the carousel to get through there. So it's Mustafa Mehmet Kaya, the Turkish driver, who was right in front of the number 3 of Stippler, and now Frank Stippler, who is in car 5, rather. It's not car 3, car 5. It's 3 that leads the race, and Lars Kern in the Porsche, and Frank Stippler in the number 5 car, doing the chasing of Kuba Gamaziak. But again, Gamaziak, I think, was the correct side of the traffic as they went into that code 60. So any ground that Stippler lost wasn't the case for Kuba Gamaziak. He pretty much stuck with the car in front, who is Sven Muller. So we have a really good dice at the moment for the lead of the race between Kern and Pepper. Then a gap of about 7 seconds back to Sven Muller in 3rd, Kuba Gamaziak 4th, and really nothing between those two. And then Stippler is a touch further back as well, as the Team Avia Zorg Rennsport BMW heads over the line. That is the SP10 entry, I think, of... Let's just check. Well, it's a bit quicker to check the number on the side of the car. It is number 660. 660 is the car in question, which is from the BMW 240i division. Definitely in the from the Avia Zorg Rennsport stable, though. And it has at the wheel Hans-Joachim Theiss, sharing with Reinhold Schmedl and Ugo Vincenzi. So 2 Germans and an Italian. And the Avia Zorg Rennsport car actually almost finding another car from the same team, but in a different class. They have as many as 6 cars, I think, in today's race. Yes, so a Cup 3 car, which is a Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. There's a BMW 330i from Avia Zorg Rennsport that runs in VT2. In fact, 2 of those. The 240i entry that I've just mentioned, and also an M4 GT4 in the SP10 category, which is for GT4 cars. Nikolai Moller-Madsen has now almost taking the race. Well, it wouldn't have been the lead. No, it was the lead, because that's Pepper getting ahead of Kern. So Kern was trying to keep the South African honest as they headed across the line. Remember, Lars Kern still owes us a pit stop effectively as well, but without that pit stop being taken, Jordan Pepper is now legitimately in the lead of the race. Car number 7, the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini GT3, being driven expertly well. That was an 8:55, and when you take into account all of the code 60 and 120 that was on that lap as well, he has reeled in Lars Kern. Okay, the gap was only 0.3 of a second at the start of the previous lap. It now swings in the favour of the Italian car.
But so just basically half a second of that lap, he's managed to pull it back. I think the key word you just said there, or the operative word you just used, is legitimately in the lead of the race. All that speculation over Kern, whether it can do it or not, it's kind of immaterial now. I think you're right, you usually are, that he does owe us a pit stop in that now 2nd place car, the Falcon Motorsports Porsche. That's the Falcon cars in 2nd and 3rd place now. So nicely rounding out the podium as it stands. But that said, we've got another 40 minutes of this race to go still. But the Conrad car having a better day in the German sun than it's had most of the year.
Yes, agreed.
So far.
Well, this would be its first win if it gets there. I suppose it depends on your definition of bottom of for the Lamborghini. But what I mean is, it shouldn't need to stop again, whereas the car it's just overtaken will need to stop again in the form of Lars Kern, because that car pitted with 1 hour and 20 minutes still to go. That's too far, as far as I know, about SP9 cars, for that car to go, unless Lars Kern really starts to back off the pace. He's showing no sign of that. Cannot afford to do, really, is get in the way of Sven Muller, though. So I think we'll see some team tactics. If Sven gets closer to the car in front, Lars will just drift off the racing line and allow his teammate through to attempt to reel in Jordan Pepper. But that is a massive ask, because the South African, still early on in his career, is a true talent. Jordan Pepper, who's driven for Bentley in the past and has good experience with other manufacturers more recently as well. Knows Lamborghini. Well, doesn't know Lamborghinis that well. He's been brought into the team for the first time this year. He is a former champion, though, in the IGT Challenge. Has driven with Flying Lizards Motorsport in Bentleys, in fact, last year as well. As now Patrick Niederhauser goes around the outside of the Mercedes arena to deal with some traffic there. The other thing Jordan Pepper's been doing this year is driving a McLaren 720S with the Inception Racing team. So that will be with Brendan E. Reed, I will suggest. Yes, Ollie Milroy, Brendan E. Reed, Kevin Madsen, part of that driving lineup as well in a Pro-Am category, Inception Racing McLaren. So he can chop and change depending on whoever's after his services, really. Nice place to be.
You mentioned Ollie Milroy there, who actually married his long-standing girlfriend, Fern Webster, on Thursday or Friday this week, just gone a couple of days ago.
Excellent. Congratulations.
Name's yet live on air.
Were you there?
No, it was a very private affair.
Okay.
But he does live just down the road.
Yes.
From me. When we're in the UK, not at the Nürburgring.
Indeed. No, I knew that you knew Ollie fairly well because of covering Le Mans Cup race, I think, last year at Monza. And Ollie was in that race with Brendan Urie in a Mercedes, I think. GT3 Mercedes.
Yes, I think it was. It was a rare outing for him outside of a McLaren.
Yes. And of course, when they were at Le Mans this year, you can't run a McLaren at the moment, anyway, in GTE. That is potentially set to change from 2024 when we go into a GT3 Plus type ruling. But instead they ran a Ferrari at Le Mans for Inception Racing.
Which is something we've said about drivers in the past, haven't we? Been from different classes, different makes of cars, different series and whatever. And you think it's synonymous with a team. We mentioned about Ben Tuck in particular, one of the BMW junior drivers earlier in the season, was not taken out of the M6, but he wasn't allocated the driver lineup, but they put him in one of the M2 CSs.
Yes.
BMW run car, and you sit there and think, well, the first thought is it's a downgrade, it's a slower class car. Well, in actual fact, it gives you a far better vision of what's going on in a race like this. I think, by the way, whilst I'm still talking, I think our two Falcon cars have just swapped places.
Yeah, okay. Well, I suspected that might need to be done.
Proves it again, Kerry's right again, Kerry. I know.
Sorry, I'm making a habit of this.
It's now become a mantra, hasn't it? He's going to prove how many times he can. It's like, I've got 35 minutes left of this show. How many times can I be right?
It's my last NLS of the season. I've got to hit it out of the park.
But then again, it is your job.
Exactly. But the other thing is Lars Kern's due a stop, and Sven Muller shouldn't be. So don't get in his way. Sven Muller, from a Falcon perspective, is the only bullet in the gun, if you like, to try to be able to reel in Jordan Pepper. And the danger is, Jordan's already gone. He's disappeared up the road, and they're having now to bank on a potential further incident. Is the track green everywhere now?
It is, for the moment.
Wow. Okay, so we haven't had that on too many occasions at all today. And you would think,
I'd beg to say it won't last.
Well, you would think on the average of the amount of Code 6s we've had and their frequency, there's got to be at least one more still to come. And there is Falcon Motorsport's opportunity to gain some of that ground back again, because they're probably looking at the timing screen thinking that's a 5, 6, maybe 7-second gap now to Jordan Pepper. But as Kim Louis Schramm proved earlier in the race in the yellow and black Audi, he left the start-finish line trailing a car by about 8 seconds. The next time by, he was within 0.2 because he caught all that time up again in a Code 60 that just fell right for the Audi in question, number 11. By the way, that car is still in the race. 4th position for Kuba Gimasiak now, who has retaken charge of the best of the two Audis from Phoenix Racing. So Kuba in, Kim Louis Schramm out, as through the Mercedes arena goes the 960 Cayman. That's also on an outlap, so Dan Blickel taking that car over. They are on course for maximum points in Cup 3. And a Cup 3 Porsche, now running 10th overall, is mightily impressive. Yes, it's better on the fuel, as in it burns less per stint. It just shows how...
not top 10. better on the fuel. That's extraordinary, to their credit. When it last pitted, it was 11th, and we just said, okay, just outside of, but yeah, that's never going to happen. But inside the top 10, or in the top 10, it's quite extraordinary for a Cup 3 car.
Yeah. But Daniel Blickel, I think this is his first action of the day. The car was started by Tim Scheerbart, taken over by Max Kronberg, and now Blickel to bring it to the finish. So that fits in quite neatly, actually. 3 drivers and 3 equal-ish stints. It'll be Blickel that gets the least time behind the wheel of just less than 40 minutes. But they are second in the championship on 66.04 points, and therefore their target would be
Pepper
to...
Medziak into the pits.
Really? Jordan Pepper is into the pits.
And Medziak right behind him.
Is that a penalty then for the Lamborghini? We haven't had confirmation on the live ticket.
Yes, because Pepper's, well, it's got to be. I'm just guessing Pepper's out again already, so that's
got to be,
that's the drive-through for one of those infringements we had. Hopefully that finishes it now and negates it. It's taken at one go. Kubik Medziak in the Phoenix Audi. I'm not sure why that's in so quickly.
Gamaziak shouldn't be in.
No, exactly.
And hasn't returned to the racetrack yet, so that indicates to me it's a proper stop with the team looking at the front of this Audi. There's a concern, something on the front left. How many laps has Gamaziak done? He's only very recently taken this car over from Kim Louis Schramm. 1, 2, 3 laps into his stint, and something's not quite right.
I think it could be out.
There does seem to be a notable drop-off in the body language of, and the door's open. Kuba Gamaziak, a forlorn figure, will step out of the car, slams the door behind him.
Well,
he's not happy.
It came open at a rate of knots, didn't it, that door? And that told you everything. You say there was the body language of the crew was hardly a sense of urgency around it. The door was flown open and then slammed shut very positively. Kuba Gamaziak, unfortunately, out there. He was in full position. That's going to promote the Stiplet-driven teammate up to 4th position. Sudden changes with just over half an hour to go. So everything changed up. We half predicted or anticipated the Conrad Lamborghini having something befall it, and that did come to fruition. But at the moment, that's promoted, of course. Something you said at the very beginning of this, the cars are qualified a little bit down the order we expected, but at the moment it is now going to be, it's Falcon Motorsports, Porsches, first and second, cars 4 and 3 in that order.
Big fan of Gamaziak. That's a real shame that he is out of the race. He came very close in 2014 to taking the Drivers' Championship in the Porsche Super Cup that supports the Grand Prix. Came second actually in 2014 to Earl Bamber by 13 points. No, it was a little more than that, actually, 23 points, so it wasn't quite as close as I thought. But Gamaziak was often a front runner in the early 2010s in the Porsche Super Cup, and now driving Audis as part of Phoenix Racing. But when you're up against someone as good as Earl Bamber, it's very tricky indeed to win a title versus Earl, that has gone on to fantastic things within Porsche since then. But it's interesting that Gamaziak, well, kind of similar to Nicky Thiem, who made their names in Porsche one-make racing, now associated with different manufacturers. Nicky was at the ring 2 weeks ago to be part of the winning lineup for Aston Martin as they made their return in GT3, the world of GT3, with the Vantage car, to show potential customers that it could just turn up out of nowhere in the 8th race of the season, take the win, and then disappear again, almost as if it's kind of like a whirlwind of talent and speed. And then that's what you can do if you buy one of these Vantages. Bye-bye. Yeah. We might see you again next year, was the tweet from Nicky Thiem. We'll be back. I wonder whether that's a suggestion that for N24 we'll have a significant Aston Martin as part of the entry.
Well, it was the very definition of win on Sunday, sell on Monday, wasn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely right.
Queue here, phone up, and we'll take your order on Monday. It's fine.
Yeah, making a statement, and that was dreamland scenario for David King. I'm sure that's absolutely what he wanted, but I wonder if he'd been truthful at the start of the week, whether he thought that would be possible. You need some luck around here as well as great strategy. That was in a standard 4-hour race. This a little shorter, but it's been a longer day, all told. 30 minutes of the race still to go. And Sven Muller now leading from Lars Kern by 2.4 seconds after Jordan Pepper had to come in and do a drive-through penalty. Now, was that because of a yellow flag infringement, or was it to do with the excessive speed in the pit lane? What we still haven't got to the bottom of is whether the Lambo was speeding or whether the Porsche was just slow away, because we were matching or comparing the pace of the two cars, similarly coloured cars, and the Lamborghini just shot off. The Porsche that little bit more patient with Sven Muller at the wheel.
Well, here's my view on it.
Yeah.
I thought at the time,
yes,
the Porsche was slow. You said the Lamborghini was quicker. On the basis that you're always right, usually right, I bet that's exactly what it is.
The only slight doubt in my mind is, yes, the Porsche the pickup wasn't anywhere close to the Lamborghini. There was then another car that was also being serviced that pulled in front. I think it was a white BMW. Then, from that point, Sven's got to allow the BMW to dictate the pace. Now, it might be that both cars were perfectly at the relevant kph and neither breached the problem, and the Lamborghini was the issue, or the Lamborghini got away well and perfectly at the speed limit. Porsche then balked behind a slower car. It's so tough to tell.
That's the point, and there were two GT3 cars, SB9 cars,
which were also in the queue
behind that, which, if you notice, sped up very quickly to the back of the Porsche, which made me think the Porsche was slow, and I thought it was a limiter issue. That white BMW, quite right, but then pulled away, and the Porsche didn't pick up again.
Right.
So that's what led me to think it was the Porsche an issue, almost like a limiter issue. Is it running 5k low or something odd in that sense? Because obviously it's governed electronically, and that might have been the issue. But equally, the Lamborghini was quick. We need to know really what the Lamborghini has served a drive-through penalty now.
Yes.
Whatever that is now set in stone. That's why it's put it down to third place. But more importantly, we need to know which of those two in our mind it was that it served for. I've got a feeling. No, I'm not going to predict, because Palmer predicts.
Well, what I will say
he's
as
got
well,
his spot on today so far on everything. So
what I will say as well is that it does take a bit of time for these things to be processed, and I think it's too soon after a potential pit stop infringement for that to have gone through race control, be processed into a document, and then for them to be saying, right, you have to come in for a penalty. Whereas we know the yellow flag's been a long-running thing. And, you know, we're grateful to Alan Prosser, who is at Lanzarote Camel, who gave us the snapshots. I mean, that seems to be an open and shut case, that the yellow flag was out, the overtaking hadn't been done by the time they were passing the yellow flag. It was done in the yellow flag zone. So there had to have been a penalty needing to be served there as far as the Lamborghini is concerned. By the way, there is a slow car coming into the pits, which is a front right puncture for an Astra. I think it's possible, or it might be. Have we got any McGanns in this race?
McGann.
Yeah, I was going to say, I haven't spoken about any McGanns, but there's certainly a couple of them in this race. So that's either 494, the Rent 2 Drive Familia Racing McGann RS, or it's the similar car of the MSC Walscheid Kiveen crew,
yeah,
499,
McGann, isn't it? Yeah.
Now I've seen it from the rear. Yes, it is 499. So there you go. I was right the second time around for that one.
Still right though.
Still right. The Walscheid Kiveen Sports and Racing entry for who was driving that on the way in. Mr. Stein. So that will be Uwe Stein in the V2T entry. 960's back out again. I have a funny feeling it was 960 was being delayed though behind the stricken McGann. That car was trying to get into the pits, yes, and Daniel Blickle's brought that back out again. So they have lost the class lead in Cup 3. I don't really know why that car had come in, because it had only recently been switched to Daniel Blickle.
Yeah, it's missed its minimum pit stop time, hasn't it? That's why it's got to come in again.
Right, maybe is that been confirmed now? Oh yes, it has on the ticker. So a mishap during the pit stop, 1.5 seconds missing for car 960 to achieve the minimum reference time, so it has to come down the pits again. So it was a 1.5 seconds short, and it needs to come back in the pits to serve that extra time. And all of a sudden, I think that opens the championship, well, swings the pendulum of the championship back towards the championship leaders, who are Danny Brink and Philip Lyson. Brink and Lyson on 66.59 points. They, I reckon, are still leading their class in car number 1. Let's just check that, but it is only a field of 5 cars, remember, whereas the class that the 960 car is in is much more numerous. Brink is in second. This is really tight, because second place in a 5-car class and now 4th placed in a 15-car class. So it really depends on, I need my points differential in front of me. I can probably dig that out from the internet in a moment or two to find out how you score. If you're running 4th in a 15-car class versus 2nd in a 5-car class, they'll be very similar points, I would suggest. Let's not try and take anything away, though, from the lead battle, which is a Lamborghini. No, it's no longer a Lamborghini, of course, because that car of Jordan Pepper is being caught by the number 5 Audi. It's been overtaken, therefore. Exactly. So Pepper's ahead of Stippler, and that's happened on this lap, hasn't it?
Indeed, but it's it nearly didn't happen again then. Pepper hugely balked by a back marker there, and that's cost him a load of time to put Stippler right. Nearly did put him right into the back of the Lamborghini. Stippler looking to go
2 wheels on the grass.
2 wheels on the grass.
Breakneck speed, this battle going on. Pepper then up to 3rd, and Stippler in 4th. And remember, of course, Jordan Pepper is trying to gather back the time lost because of the drive-through penalty that happened earlier on in this stint for Jordan. So, right, I found the points regarding the Philip Lyson, Danny Brink, etc., etc. Chris Rink scrapped. So they're in the number 1 car, and they are running 7th. Sorry, no, they're running 2nd in a 5-car class, for which you get 7 points. I need to note that down. Exactly 7 points, so that's helpful. As now one of the KTMs is off the road. This is on the Grand Prix track, and the KTM has ground to a halt out of the very fast left and right-handers on the Grand Prix lap. So it's the latter portion of the first sector and the run down towards the Vidal chicane. And that car could very easily have been in the lead of the KTM class. There were 3 KTMs in the entry. In fact, no, 4. 3 of which from, all 4 from the Teichmann Racing crew. And one of them is in the pit, so we absolutely know it's not the 930. Who else could it be? Right, so I reckon that stranded KTM is the class leader, Snowy, for Naumann in the 720 car. So Cup X, okay, it's only 4 cars, but there's been a difficulty on this lap for Florian Naumann in car 920, and it may now be unlikely to get to the end of the race. Come this far, 20 minutes away from the checkered flag, and car 920 looking like it may be out now. So, Snowy, motorsport can be so rewarding at times, so disappointing at others. And if that KTM doesn't fire back into life, that might be it.
Well, particularly with any kind of motor racing, let alone endurance, it giveth and it taketh, and nowhere greater than the Nordschleife in this NLS series. And exactly that happening. A little bit of drama as we approach at the end. We've just under 20 minutes of this to go, Johnny, and it's all starting to unfold and change and become a very different pattern at the end of the race. Even the leading car having to drop down the order, serving a penalty. We're still not quite sure exactly what for. But it's there. It's the Falcon cars at the front at the moment, though. As you said, team orders coming into position there, swapping those 2 round quite rightly. And it's Mulder that's leading from Kern, Lance Kern at the moment, the 2 Falcon 911 GT3s. 1.6 seconds apart they were on the last lap, and the Phoenix Racing Audi still being listed. Sorry, the number 11 car, that is Mirziak, still being listed is in the top 8 at the moment. Of course, that's in the pit. That will drop down the order as it's running out, I'm afraid. Not quite sure what the problem with that car was. There was certainly some focusing on front left and possibly even the front right as well. There was something going on. What if some kind of brake issue or something? Not something you want to have less performance of as brakes around the Nordschleife in a GT3 car.
I'm trying to work these points out to come. Oh, was the number 5 car got the wrong side of, I think, the number 1 BMW, which is one of the cars that is in contention for the championship. But the number 5 of Frank Stippler tried to go to the right-hand side on the run towards the Stefan Beloff S, and then realised that that's the side the BMW was veering towards. So Stippler had to get out of the throttle and then re-attack down the left-hand side. But that has cost the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi a little bit more time to the race leaders. Now it's 21 odd seconds back from Lars Kern and Sven Muller. Is Kern going to come in at the end of this lap, I wonder? He's worked 6 now, so no, this will be the end of his 7th lap on the stint, and therefore should be fine to go around again. And yeah, that's not going to get him to the finish, because lap time is about 8 minutes around here. He'll be 10 minutes short as predicted. So Lars Kern due in, I mean, either at the end of this lap or the next one, but either way he is going to have to pit one more time for literally perhaps one more lap. So the definition of a splash and dash.
You mentioned the Teichmann. Now talking about splash and dash, it's the number 3, second place Falcon Porsche.
He's coming now, yeah,
into the pits now.
So he could have done one more lap, yeah, but I thought you might as well come in now, take the medicine, and then do 2 further laps to get home. So that will give Frank Stippler the place for second as he crosses the line now.
The Teichmann Racing KTM you spotted earlier, that was on the Grand Prix part of the circuit, wasn't it? That was the 920 car.
Yeah.
Well, that got going again, then stopped at Hatzenbach, and has now got going again. So there's obviously something intermittent with that 920 Teichmann Porsche KTM.
Florian Naumann, as I say, leading the class though at the time. So yes, it's gone very, very wrong for the 920. I want to find out where Daniel Blickel is in the order of Cup 3, because if he's in 4th, this is going to be ridiculously close. No, it's going to be at least 5th, because Otto has now gone through in the 4th placed car. So that is Nico Otto in 976, running 4th in Cup 3. So Daniel Blickel, after having to come in, of course, to serve that extra time in the pits, 1.5 seconds, that has dropped him to 5th position. So 5th place in a, did I say 15 car class? Let's just check that. 3, Cup 3, Cup 3. No, it's more than that. It's going to be, let's just have a look, 14. It's a 14 car class. So he will be 5th in a 14 car class, to confirm, yes. And in 14 cars for 5th place, you get 6.79 points, compared to 2nd place in a 5 car class, for which you get 7 points. So it is not enough right now. However, if Daniel Blickel could get ahead of the car in front, the picture will change again. And likewise, if the number 1 BMW loses a position, that's much more costly, because the point increment from 2nd to 3rd in only a 5 car class is 2 points. And that, I mean, doesn't sound like a lot. 2 points does not sound like a lot, but in the scoring system utilised in the NLS, it's a yawning gap, 2 points. And I just need to find out now how close to the back of the number 1 BMW the next car in their class is. So this is the Danny Brink car number 1. But they are back to the lead of V4 now. So that's changed again. Class V4, it's all because the 325i of Bergholt has just made a pit stop, and the 5 car V4 class now has the #1 BMW at the sharp end. So they are scoring way more points once again. I make that 9 points now in a 5-car class, and therefore they should easily win the title. But take it as read that it was touch and go for a little while, so much so that I had the championship being won by about 1/10 of a point. However, the complexion has changed again, and it should be much more comfortable now for the guys in that orange and blue BMW, car #1. They are the title winners from last year, and I think the year before that as well. So they're on for a hat-trick of championship titles, and as long as they stay in front in Class V4, they will be the champions in 2021 as well.
Well, if they win the hat-trick, it's time they upgraded to a GT3 car, isn't it?
They should either hang up their hats completely and say, we've got this one and you cannot take...
We've got this nailed.
Yeah, you'll never take a hat-trick of victories away from us. Or, like you say, move up to... Well, they've been running BMWs for the number of years that I remember. Perfect time to go into GT3 with a brand new car coming.
So, winter project, rob a bank, move up to GT3.
Exactly.
Simple. Yeah.
Brand new BMW M4 GT3 car.
Yes, there you go.
I think they'd be... The thing is, you know, if they had a little bit more budget behind them, they would be superb in that.
I think it's a lot more budget, isn't it?
Yeah, but their consistency in a V4
absolutely.
car would be so good. But unfortunately, like for so many of us, it's just out of our reach.
Now, on the basis that under what I'm going to classify now as Palmer predicts, we're going to see at the end of this show 12 minutes time away, a bit longer when that category of car finishes.
Yeah.
They're going to make an announcement to say, by the way, for next year, we're moving up too. There you go. And Johnny Palmer was right. Again.
Yeah, well, again, for taking 3 wins in NLS, I think there should be a massive windfall of... I mean, how much cash would you need to buy an M4? $750,000?
No, probably about
half a million. It's £500,000. Come on, NLS, you can give that to your prize, to your championship winners, especially as if they go on and do it, that will be 3 in a row. You'll need a bit of budget then to run it through 9 races through the year, especially that 12-hour event that I'm very much looking forward to next year. I'm sure there'll be a decent number of BMW M4s turning out for that. We've already had an M4, was it in the last race, or the last couple of races, doing some testing running.
Yeah, SBX category,
Yeah.
So where they drilled it round to fuel when it was running 10th, and then the Magic Classified will finish 5th.
Indeed so. So that's the beauty of this running around the Nordschleife, is that cars that aren't yet homologated for certain classes are still permitted to race as a sort of very public test runs. And I thought there was a nice touch from Car Collection and Audi last weekend at the Hungaroring in admittedly another championship, but in the 24H series, the brand new Audi, the Evo 2, pitted with about 20 minutes to go to allow another Audi customer team with the current car to overtake it and then finish on the podium. So that was a really nice touch from Car Collection Motorsport, I thought.
New M4 GT3, €415,000.
Okay.
So,
well,
there's 85 grand towards your budget already. We said €500,000.
Yep.
There's 85 towards your budget already.
See, cheap at half the price.
Do the first round at least.
There you go. Yeah, entirely so. Especially if it doesn't happen, you wouldn't need to buy any fuel because it might be snowed off again like it was this year. No, I'm being cruel there. You know, fingers crossed that. Well, there's only 8 races to do next year, aren't there? With the 9th kind of waiting in the wings, should it be required.
Absolutely, but there is a 12-hour one as well, rather than a double head of 2 60s over a weekend.
So when you add all the hours up that there's racing next year, there's more hours on offer.
Correct. That's what the bean counters will be doing when they're looking. But this is how much it costs to run.
Yes.
What does it cost per hour?
Yeah.
Having sat there and done that with GT4 Astons and GT3 Astons, and sat there and worked out, can I come and test your car? Well, you can. But it will cost this much, plus you have to insure it, and that's when their faces drop. And so, because that's what it will cost us to run it, because it is per hour, and you have to live everything. Ask Tom Ferrier; he knows all about that kind of thing.
Okay, I'll remember that next time I see TF. A flurry of announcements from Race Control have just arrived on my screen. So for car 24, first of all, which is I don't remember seeing a car 24. Anyway, there's a stop and go penalty for that machine in exchange for...
That's a line speed car.
Ah, the Audi, yes.
Patrick Kolb's Audi.
Yes.
Well,
which-
and how could you say I don't recall seeing a car 24 when we have Lorenzo
Oh, yes. Rocco.
de Toro Padula at the wheel?
It's actually Patrick Niederhauser, but he has been driving that.
Don't spoil the show.
Sorry. It's in the pits, and it's now been given a stop-and-go penalty. He might be serving that already, I suppose. So car 24, stop-and-go penalty, 65 seconds. That was for speeding in the pit lane. Car 505, which is a VT2 BMW 330i. One of its drivers is Florian Konta, and he's joined by Christian Knopschke and Roland Schmidt. And car 505 has been given a 65-second stop-and-go penalty for exceeding the speed limit in the pits of 60 kilometres per hour. Another penalty for car 24. Now, I do remember there being a car 24 in this race. It's the Lion Speed by Car Collection Car with Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula doing the driving, only it's
But not at the wheel now.
It's Patrick Niederhauser. So that could basically stay in the pits. When you get 2 stop-and-go penalties for separate issues, have you got to serve them separately? Or can you just say, can we just add the 39 seconds to the 65 seconds?
I don't think it's that simple.
I don't think it's that simple either. I mean, what you could do, potentially, is do the pit stop, do a lap of the Grand Prix circuit, and then come back in and do 39 seconds. That would cost you less time, wouldn't it?
I think potentially is the opposite.
But you'd
word in
lose a
that
lap. No,
sentence.
you'd lose a lap. You would lose that lap. And you might as well do a full lap and at least count it to your tally. I don't know whether we've ever had 2 penalties for the same car issued at more or less the same time. And that was because, the 39 seconds is owed because of a shortage on the minimum pit stop time. So car 22 has been pinged for speed, an excessive speed limit in the pits, and for being 39 seconds short on the last pit stop. Very, very costly, unfortunately, for the Lion Speed by Car Collection Car. We have got 7 minutes to go. The gap for the race leader Sven Muller is 16 seconds over Jordan Pepper, and Jordan Pepper left the start-finish line 5 and a bit seconds up the road from Frank Stippler. Lars Kern has now made his 3rd and final stop. That was for fuel and nothing more serious, just it got slightly off strategy. Now there's a very good fight developing though between the 42. So darting to the inside, the yellow and green car of Christian Connert, who is chasing the Moran Gott-driven car, which he shares with Brett Lidsey and Emir Asari. So there's a Turkish driver in the form of Emir and 2 British drivers, Moran Gott and Brett Lidsey. Brett, I think, used to do some Renault Clio racing a little while back in the UK. And they are absolutely nose to tail. This is not a bad scrap, is it? Bear in mind, we've been doing 3 hours and nearly 10 minutes of racing, and it might as well be the first lap in the VT2 competition. First and second, completely nose to tail.
Exactly as it should be.
Yeah, but endurance racing has the habit of being, once you get beyond about an hour, the chances of variables creeping in are very, very high indeed. The number 1 car, by the way, is going to come over the transition road now, off the Grand Prix circuit and onto the Hats and back, on course still for another title in 2021. Car number 1, as long as it's still in front in Class V4, which it is, Danny Brink driving it, at 325i, taking maximum points, and their nearest rivals are, unfortunately for them, down in 5th position in the Cup 3 class. But yeah, going back to that BMW battle, the Nürburgring just has the habit of delivering very close fights, even if it is 3 and a bit hours since they were waved off. And that one will be they'll be scrapping pretty much for the rest of this lap, and that will definitely be their final lap, because if you're in a VT2 BMW, it's taking you about 10 minutes to complete lap times on the current pace, and with 4 minutes left to go, there's that's guaranteed to be the final lap. Now, the question is, what happens regarding the Lamborghini, car number 7, which is heading up the hill towards the carousel. Yeah, this should be the final lap for these cars as well, the race leaders. So Porsche number 4 leading the way and heading out of the Caracciolo carousel and up the hill towards Hohe Acht. In second position is the chasing Jordan Pepper, car number 7. Then the number 5 car of Frank Stippler in his Audi, and he's just reaching the carousel now. But with something like a 9, 10, 11 second lead, it is Sven Muller's race to throw away, despite Jordan Pepper's best efforts. Really, that split-second decision that he made to overtake Sven Muller's Porsche when they'd just gone into a single yellow area, that has done for the Lamborghini. And I think on pure pace, the Conrad car should have won this.
It certainly did, and I hate to say it, we said at the beginning, didn't we, that if it didn't have bad luck, it wouldn't have any luck at all. I know that's not really luck. It's one of those things. It's just.
But it's still the best result of the season. Yeah, I think.
I don't blame Jordan Pepper for a minute doing what he did. He saw the opportunity. It was there, but it was just, as you say, he was on the right rear of the Porsche with another car in front, and he probably couldn't see the marshal's boat. It's not mitigation, unfortunately. I genuinely don't think he saw it or expected it, but it was there, and unfortunately, it's an infringement, and that's that.
Yeah. Yeah. So 2 minutes to go. And the sound in the background is car number 4, that of Sven Müller, who is working his way now out of Galgenkopf and onto the Dottinger Ruhr for, well, is it the final time? Because he can get to the finish here, he can get to the finish line inside the minute and 52 seconds that remain. So I think, similar to 2 weeks ago, Snowy, we're going to go around again here, and that will obviously extend everybody else's race too. Let's hope that most of the cars have planned for this, because, well, I was talking about the BMWs that were dueling over Cup. What were they doing? V2T scrap. They may be caught by the race leader, but there is a minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, and Sven Muller is definitely going to beat that time to the start-finish line. Certainly no checker flag being displayed yet, so it is another 25 kilometres to do.
Yeah, well, no question about it. You say minutes and 12 or 10 seconds it was roughly crossing the line. Nothing to worry about on that one. But 2 weeks ago, when it was 6 seconds, just for Nicky Thiem in the leading Aston, it was just why do another 25 kilometres? But he did, and he won it. So let's hope exactly the same happens for Sven Muller in the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. It's been an afternoon of sunshine and weather that I just wouldn't have expected. Certainly with the fog we had this morning, I did have a slight concern. We're at the beginning of autumn, aren't we? So the beginning of October, the 9th. But I wasn't convinced that it would burn off as quick as it did this morning. But that changed. I was proven wrong. I should have listened to you. In fact, I should have listened to you all show, really, shouldn't I? Really.
I'm not sure many other people have done, so you're not alone.
I think there's plenty. I think you're underselling yourself. It's been the most gorgeous weather conditions of autumnal sunshine. It hasn't been the result. We haven't got to it yet. We haven't quite got to the finish, but it's thrown it all up again. The Lamborghini, we really thought, yes, it got pole position. Had it got the pace, it did an extraordinary job. It was an 8:02, wasn't it, for pole position, some 5.5 seconds clear of its nearest rival, young Jordan Pepper, establishing that time. But it's bad luck. It's reared its ugly head again for that car. The pit lane speeding, we think, or seems to have got away with that one. But second place it is going to be. They are probably deserved winners of this one, but it's an interesting mix at the front. You said earlier on in the show that Audis were due a result. Well, Frank Stippler, 4 things being equal, is going to finish third. So it's going to be a Porsche, a Lamborghini, Audi, and then a couple of Porsches. In fact, 3 Porsches in a row. The rest of the Audi's fading a little bit. Klaassen and Niederhauser just dropping a little bit further back here into, they're going to be in 7th and 8th position. But the battle for the championship of our championship winning car, it really does look like, for reigning champions for the last, not 1 but 2 years. It looks like obviously we've got a little way to go yet with this lap to be completed, and they've got their section to complete.
Yeah.
But it really does look like they're going to complete a triple, which I'm not sure that's ever been done before.
I would highly suspect not.
Yeah, exactly. Unlikely. That's our Adrenaline Motorsport Team Alza car, BMW 325i from the V4 category, with the Brink and Lyson driven car, with it splendid in its number 1 on the side, which it looks, all things being equal, it's going to get to carry into next year, or they will, whether they stay in that category or not. I'm not sure, but great to see them upgrade. But what do you do after you've won three NLS or VLN championships back to back? Because we always talk about the SP9 cars. We say, you know, Nicky Ting runs in an Aston Martin, and Frank Stippler here, or BMW Junior team, but it isn't the championship.
Yeah,
that's just the race, individual races. 3 times champion, hugely impressive to do that. Where do you go from there?
Well, you've got to look for the next challenge, haven't you? And the thing is, are they now getting a little frustrated with the V4 division, which, when they first started winning that, was 20 odd cars strong? Now it's been a quieter race for V4 today, with only 5 entries, and they have, I won't say easily won that, but it's going to be something like maybe a minute and 17 ahead. No, it's 20 odd seconds actually back to the next car. But yes, to the second place car in V4, a substantial gap. So they are making everybody else look very slow indeed, when in fact, you know, they are pedaling as fast as they can. But the Brink Lyson combination is a winning one, and has been for many races. So not a surprise for them to be so dominant again, but a question about, you know, where do they go next? They obviously would like to stay here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but another season in V4, maybe they can drum up some sponsorship interest to go further up in the production side of things. You know, there's V6 that you could potentially enter, and I have a funny feeling whether that trio of drivers have actually had one-off visits to Class V6, Porsche Cayman S's, that sort of thing. And they are certainly capable of racing there with the consistency they have. Stuff. Yeah, but yeah, in previous seasons they've, I think the previous races, they've actually entered 2 separate cars to try and decide which is the best one to move forward with. So the battle within VT2 rather is exactly the same as it was a lap ago. So still nose to tail for the Christian Connert car, which is in second place, and he is battling with Moran Gott.
We've got number 60 off in the gravel. That's in the Mercedes Arena part, isn't it? The Grand Prix circuit. Number 60 managed to throw itself off into the gravel there. Looks like a rear end, back end lockup. That's the Goda Armin Schlickler 911 GT3 Cup from MR class. SP7.
Yeah, and I'll be able to tell you who is at the wheel of that. It is Georg Goda, running in, well, he's dropped to second place now in the SP7 category. Is that a direct result of the spin into the gravel? I think the race leader in SP7 was so far in front that hasn't actually altered anything. Yeah, the leader in SP7 is that 69 Porsche that pulled right across the nose of the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche in the pits. That one that the pit stop that took 15 seconds longer than normal. Robin Cherzanovsky currently leading SP7 then, and comfortably. Even more so now that its nearest rival, Georg Goda, is in the gravel track and requiring recovery. Then that this is indeed the final tour for this particular championship. And heading now through the right and the left into Schwabenschwanz is the number 5 Frank Stippler driven Audi, where the race leader is in relation to this then. Audi heading towards the end of its current lap and will need to go around again because this will... Oh, no, it won't need to go around again because it's on the lead lap. So Sven Muller is now nearing the end of the extra lap that needed to be done. And Sven certainly couldn't have done what Nicky Thiem might have done a fortnight ago, which was back off and just buy himself 2 or 3 seconds to ensure the finish of the race happened a lap prior. This was 1 minute and 20. You're never going to lose that on a single lap, so he had to bite the bullet and go around again, but it won't affect matters at all because Martin Raginger and now Sven Muller complete a perfect NLS, certainly for that side of the Falcon Motorsports garage. The other side, for car number 3, should still finish in the top 4, but because of a difficulty in its first pit stop, that really cost it 15 seconds that it never got back again and will just finish off the podium. Congratulations to Jordan Pepper, who is across the line in second position, with Frank Stippler home in 3rd place. And those places now being confirmed. I'm just hoping that Sven Muller hasn't been given some sort of in-race penalty there, because...
yes, I'm reading the same, and I think also that the actual Jeffries Jordan Pepper Lamborghini might receive another penalty, having received its first one.
I think they've been given penalties right at the end of this, and frustration down at, well, that's the Manhattan Wheels BMW crew, in fact, so they are waiting to call their 481 car over the line, and others too. So that will be the guys who are running not only the V2T 5th place car, but also the Philip Lyson, Danny Brink, Christopher Rink car. They're all arm in arm. So the 481 is home and hosed, and that car with the black colours and the orange wheels, also being driven by Christopher Rink, is home in 5th position in V2T. But the reason for the embrace elsewhere in the garage is that they are keeping their fingers crossed that car number 1 comes home in the lead of class V4, because that will be another title. But let's try and clear up what's going on at the head of the order. So car 80 was given a time penalty. We're not too concerned about that. But car 7 has been given a time penalty of 35 seconds for overtaking under a yellow flag. That must mean that the stop and go that Jordan Pepper served was for speeding in the pit lane, therefore. Can only think that. And the number 4 car given a penalty of 35 seconds, also for overtaking on the yellow flag. So 4 and 7 given the same penalty.
That puts Frank Stippler as the
and
race winner.
that puts Frank Stippler out in front, even though he crossed the line in 3rd. Those penalties mean that Muller finishes ahead of Pepper, but only in 2nd place.
Now, under the rules of Palmer Predicts, you said Audi would due a win. How did you manage to organise that into the last minute of nearly a 4-hour race? You've
got to have friends in high places, Snowy. Wow. That's all I can say. Friends in high places.
I'm stunned.
Race Control got my email. No Audi win.
Not stunned that you're right. Stunned that you can manipulate it and organise it so precisely.
No manipulation. There. No, it was all in the stars.
Just do as I say.
It's the law of averages.
This is the finish I want. This is how it's going to be.
It's the law.
Follow the script.
It's the law of averages. Remember that the Aston Martin win last time out was the first one for that mark, and you know, secretly as British commentators, it would be nice for the Aston Martin to do well. Never expected it to win the race, but it went on to do so. And now, after Audi had missed the mark all the way through the year, I'll remind you that we have had wins for Porsche in the opening 2 races. There were then 3 back-to-back BMW M6 victories. Porsche took the win in NLS 7 for the 2nd win of the year for Michael Christensen and Kevin Estre and Lars Kern. Last time out it was Aston, and the one we were missing, well, Mercedes was a big one we were missing, but they tend not to turn up in huge numbers for NLS races. Audi, on the other hand, do. There were 3 cars in today's entry, and they have taken the victory, but it seemed very, very unlikely that that would be the case with just a lap to go.
Who'd have thought? Now we have our Adrenaline Motorsport BMW. It's still got to complete its lap. The checker flag, as we know, is being presented, but of course, every car behind that still has to go and take the checker flag. So you've only just, if you're just ahead of the winning car, literally, unlike, you've got to do a whole another lap.
Yeah.
That's the case for this. Adrenaline Motorsport, car number 1, the reigning champions, Nürburgring and Leisten. Is it going to be a third consecutive title? There's no reason not to believe. And 461, we've got 461 in the barriers on the last lap. And there's a lot of debris on the track there. That's, I'm just going to see where that's going to be, but that's very surprising. And that's at the Dottinghout on the Tiergarten. It is literally with yards to go, 2 corners to go.
Max Cruiser Racing Golf has to go through. And what about the battle for VT2? This has been raging all race. They had to get by that as well. Christian Connert in the yellow car has one option really to draw alongside the Gott-driven car. And Moran Gott, I think, will just about get it. But how close do you like it? As they headed into the final sequence of corners at Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, there was a car off the road and in the barrier. For goodness sake, this is not helping the blood pressure of Moran Gott or Christian Connert. But Connert tried absolutely everything to get by Gott for the whole of the last, stint, pretty much, and just couldn't find a way through. Now arriving into Antonius Bucher, which is the left-hand, high-speed left-hand king at the end of the Dottinger Hohe. Here comes then the car driven by Danny Brink, that he shares with Philip Leisen and Christopher Rink, having to back off significantly, running into the final time at Hohenrhein, and leading Class V4. Danny Brink, given the responsibility to bring this BMW home, the Kulsheim pilot, together with Frankfurt's Chris Rink and Irl's Philip Leisen. They will cross the line in the number 1 blue and orange BMW to win Class V4, and it is the Adrenaline Motorsport Team Alzner Automotive car that will take the NLS Championship as well for 2021, as the gold paper is fluttered over the car there. It's sprinkled over the car by the time. I wonder where that was coming from then. I thought they've organised some fireworks cannons especially for it, but it was all of the crew from Adrenaline Motorsport clambering up on the debris fencing on the pit lane and literally chucking confetti at the winning car.
Well, why not? They just won the championship for the third time in a row.
Superb.
Hugely deserved. Quite extraordinary result there. I can't believe we had a car in the barriers with 2 corners to go over a 3-hour, 15-minute race.
Yeah.
I have seen some things. Anyway, what a season finale.
And we're not making light of that situation for the car involved, of course, because that's a devastating news.
It's the WS Motorsport. Came in, by the way, from Class V5.
What number did you say? Was it 959?
461.
Okay. That's why you said Johnny Palmer, he's nearly always right.
I've managed to get one in at the end, almost at the end of the show, end of the season, last lap, the checker flag presented, and I finally get one over Johnny Palmer.
Rene Huber and Dirk Biermann, whose race may well end literally in sight
in the barrier.
In the barrier, but within sight of the finish line.
It's a short walk back to the pits anyway.
That's the one bonus, yeah. That looked like the car had too much damage for it to be reversed out of the Armco barrier at Hohenrhein, and just to limp itself over the line. But we will wait and see. But yes, that rather threw a curveball at all the other cars that needed to get a race finish. A frankly bonkers resumption or bonkers result in the VT2 class that is eventually won by Moran Gott, together with, that was the Brett Lidsey car, wasn't it, and one other driver who I've forgotten and will make sure I name. So bear with me. Brett Lidsey, Moran Gott and Emir Asari in the team Avia Zorg-Rennsport BMW that ended up winning VT2 by a hair's breadth, pretty much, from Christian Connert and his co-drivers, driver Ranko Mijatovic, the Swiss driver, in 485. So those two had been going hammer and tongs at it for the last few circuits of the Nürburgring, in fact. and it is the two Brits and the Turkish driver combination that take the win. But yeah, it all happened in the closing, so it had been all happening throughout the race. What were your comments at the start? I have a feeling this might be a bit of a classic, you'd said. Something in the water. I really did not expect the two leaders on the road to be demoted behind Frank Stippler and behind Vincent Kolb for the 5 Audi to take the victory. And in the end, by 18.5 seconds over Sven Müller and Martin Ragginger. Jordan Pepper and Axel Jeffries will make the podium, but you sense their expressions might be slightly more serious than the winners on the top step. And I can't wait for, well, we won't be there, but for Frank Stippler and for Vincent Kolb to receive the news. They've actually been put in their positions underneath the podium in the order that they finished on the road. But Danny Brink, Chris Rink, Philip Lyson, they have been given a spot underneath the podium in car number 1 as the champions in NLS as well. So to further confirm, I was about to say the point standings are very provisional purely because I've added them up, but I'm now pretty confident that the gold confetti and the fact that that car has been invited into the victory circle, they have done it again.
And based on the fact that you're nearly always right,
of course.
What further affirmation do we need?
That too.
I'm just glad the German directors agree with you.
What can I say? I had absolutely no outside influence on the fact that this was an Audi win. It was purely a numbers game, and the fact that it seemed like they were due one. That's a really nice touch to position the BMW, you know, almost front and centre, if you like. Or are they just lining it up for the scrutineering bay? But it feels like that they are, you know, pulling it into a most prominent position, no doubt, to take a photograph of the winning drivers with that car. It's being rotated through 180 degrees so that it can sit neatly, I think, underneath the podium.
Yeah. No go jacks for that, like a GT3 car. You know, driver stays in it, we'll push it forward, right hand down a bit, left hand down a bit, turn the car around.
Yeah.
Get it there, but hopefully it's going to be right in front of the podium there. The Falcon Motorsport Porsche, the Conrad Lamborghini and the Phoenix Audi alongside there, but the winning car of the championship, and quite rightly it should be there. Not just win the championship, not once, twice, but 3 consecutive back-to-back wins. And it's more confetti being sprayed over the number 1 car there as Danny Brink was. You said it was in the wheel of that car at the end?
Yep.
Yeah, great to see him out there. Christopher Brink, Danny Brink and Philip Lyson, 3-time champions of, I don't know, do we call it the VLN or the NLS now in terms of the championship?
Because it straddled the two.
Exactly, because it is known as NLS, but VLN still are the organising body. So do you win an NLS round and therefore the VLN championship?
Good question. Mind you, it's known as the Serie, isn't it? The Nürburgring Langstreckenrennen Series. So I think you win the Serie. But the thing is, their first title came under the umbrella of it still being known as VLN. So they're a single VLN champion and a double NLS champion.
So they're not triple champions.
Oh, you're cruel.
You give and take away.
I'm cruel,
you
maybe.
Cruel man. Yeah. You cruel man, Mr. Palmer.
Yes, that's right. By the way, the weird noise you kept hearing in the background as we were enjoying the lineup of the podium, I know confused Kerry Cobb, our producer today. There it is. That kind of noise. That's the pit lane klaxon, which goes off every time a car enters the pit lane.
That means something totally different in Kerry's world.
Probably, yes. The mind boggles, but I'm going to move away from that and back to the winners in the number 1 car, because the celebrations have begun. Plenty of Pixum Team Adrenaline race suits and overalls down there as well. That's the old name of the team, but that is what it means to the 3 drivers involved. Rink, Brink and Lyson are a winning trio once again, and it is so easy to overlook that car when it's further down the order, but they have accumulated so many points this year. It's just into the 70s now, because I reckon they get 9 points for a race victory in a 5-car class, so that will take them to 73.59 points on a quick bit of arithmetic, purely doing that from memory. 73.59 will be a winning number of points again for the Rink, Brink and Lyson combination, and it's going to be exciting to see what they have planned for the new season. Surely back for more around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, surely back for more NLS races, but wouldn't it be great to see them in an even faster class? Perhaps still within the production wagon element of it, so moving from V4 to V5 or V6, maybe even a Porsche Cup car, perhaps. And you sense, the further up they go, the more difficult it is going to be to win, and to win on a consistent basis as they have been doing. But they're without doubt looking for a new challenge now, having won the title in V4 or similar classes for 3 years in a row. Terrible luck, by the way, for the KTM Crossbow that was leading the race. They were all entered by Teichmann Racing, but the 920 car grinding to a halt pretty late on in the race when Florian Naumann was at the wheel. He had a moment on the Grand Prix lap with no fire in the belly, and then slowed later on as well. And eventually, therefore, Cup X was won by, well, surprise, surprise, a Teichmann KTM Crossbow, because they were all entered by that team. But it was the 910 that took victory eventually, and 910, the car of Manuel Amweg, Florian Wolf, who was at the wheel in the closing stages, and Felix von der Laden for Teichmann Racing. Well done to those guys for taking victory in that 4-car class. So, moments to go until we get to the podium, but I just wonder whether quite a lot of discussion is being had behind the scenes now before we decide in what order the drivers appear. And with some in-race penalties issued, there are going to be some happy customers, and there are going to be rather some upset members of that entry who are having had that bad news broken to them, which is probably not being taken too well.
No, less happy.
Less happy?
Less happy, it's a way of putting it. But you did. I'd forgotten, Johnny, that I'd said at the beginning of the show that I had a feeling, almost in the water, that it was going to be a cracker. And I didn't think it was going to be quite that good. And certainly towards the end, some of the things.
Well, it settled down, hadn't it?
Exactly,
towards the end?
it had settled down. And I thought, as usual, I just called it wrong, and that you were ahead of me. But it proved to be right. So perhaps I was. I can't imagine that. The penalties, the late race penalties, just nobody expected that, let alone. I think the one for the Conrad Lamborghini is one that surprised me the most, because it seemed to take a very long time from the incident, which we questioned immediately of it was there or thereabouts. Was that an infringement or not? We didn't say it was, but it was such a close call. It was like, ooh. And it took a long while for the notice to come up that it became an investigation. Normally, when it's an investigation, it's kind of game over because it's, the decision is final, that's that. But normally that investigation comes around very quickly and the decision follows very quickly. And it seemed to take an inordinate amount of time for it to become an investigation, and then make the decision, let alone issue the penalty, which surprised me, because it felt to me then that it was so not indecisive, but you couldn't really call it. And then they added in a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane as well.
Well, the confusing bit for me is, yes, the 7 car has been pinged for overtaking on the yellow flags. So that was when Jordan Pepper overtook Sven Muller. Why has the 4 car also got 35 seconds for overtaking on the yellow flags? Because I don't think the 4 car got back ahead of the 7.
No, it was short pit stop, wasn't it?
Not according to the messages, no. 4 car, stop and go penalty, 35 seconds, overtaking on the yellow flag. 7 car, exactly the same. Now, that's either a completely separate incident, or did Sven overtake, that BMW that was indicating to the right to try and stay out of the way of everybody? Did Sven Muller then overtake that in an effort to catch up with Jordan Pepper? Is a question. There was obviously some overtaking done by the Falcon Motorsports Porsche under a yellow flag, but whether that was in an unrelated incident or the same one, we will have to interrogate that at a later date. But both cars being given 35-second penalties, and therefore both cars demoted behind the eventual race winner, Frank Stippler and Vincent Kolb for Phoenix Racing. That car that started 11th, remember, eventually coming through to win. And we did suggest that Stippler and Kolb really only know one way of battling in a motor race, and that is to go forward as quickly as possible. And, well, the one car that was absolutely electric from the start was Sven Muller, who started 9th, just 2 places better off than the Phoenix Racing Audi, and led at the start of the second lap. Didn't quite lead across the line, but was leading maybe a couple of 100 meters into the second lap. So a mighty effort from Sven Muller. His reward for the afternoon's work is actually a second place finish after that 35 seconds is soaked up. They actually crossed the line then. If there's been a 35 second swing, so it was probably 17 odd seconds in front. Sven Muller was 17 odd seconds in front of Frank Stippler and ends up on the losing side by 18.5 seconds. So the winning margin for Stippler and Kolb in their number 5 Audi, 18.467 seconds from Sven Muller and Martin Raginger and Jordan Pepper and Axel Jeffries. Probably got a chance before we get to the podium to remind you of the class winners, some of which we will be seeing on the podium, and I'll be describing on the podium in a moment or two. But let's just make sure I've got the relevant bits of paperwork close to one another. Okay, so Pro-Am was a win for the car that the race really did not start too well at all, with Tobias Muller given more than a healthy shove into turn 1 by the Man Filter Team Graf Mercedes, and that pitched Tobias Muller's Fricadelli Racing Porsche into a spin. That car thankfully did recover to 5th overall, and a Pro-Am victory for Klaus Aberlan, Felipe Fernandez-Laza and Tobias Muller. But that car has a slight question mark over it, because we don't think Klaus Aberlan ever drove it, and therefore it shouldn't be a Pro-Am winner with only 2 silvers in it, unless you can be a Pro-Am entry with 2 silvers.
I didn't think you could.
I don't think you can be, because in things like British GT, there's a silver rated Pro-Am division, isn't there? There's a sort of, it's like a
separate class,
a class that sits between Pro and Pro-Am as the silver part of it. So yeah, with Laza as silver and Tobias Muller as silver, it'll be interesting, because if that's not the Pro-Am winner, then we're looking further down to the 24 car, which is the Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi of Patrick Niederhauser and Patrick Kolb and Jörg Wiebahn and some other bloke I've never heard of, Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula.
Wow, look at that. What a season finale from JP there.
So
the car that you didn't even think was in the race at one point.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't got a car 24.
Was it really a question of the fact that you just couldn't pronounce his name? So
yeah,
you just thought, I'll just erase it from the entry list.
Just pretend it doesn't exist.
Like your style.
350 is the SP Pro entry, and the only SP Pro entry, so all they needed to do was finish, and they did. The Black Falcon Team Techstar Porsche 911 GT3 Cup MR with Paul Harkemmer and Manuel Metzger, who's been on double duty today in at least 2 cars. SP9 AM, as actually I'll remind you of the overall top 10 positions as well. So Frank Stippler and Vincent Kolb, surprise winners purely because they were not leading on the road, but after 3 hours and 22 minutes 16.9 seconds, it is the first Audi win of the year in the 2021 Nürburgring Langstreckenserie from the Falcon Motorsports Porsche of Sven Muller and Martin Raginger and the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo of Jordan Pepper and Axel Jeffries. 4th position was the second of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches, car number 4. 5th place for another Porsche. This is the Aberlan, Laza and Muller combination, but I mean, I'm happy to be put right on this, but Aberlan, I don't think, drove that GT3 Cup MR car, finishes 6th, and the best of the SP Pro car, the only SP Pro car, and winning the SP9 AM division was the 50 car with Arno Klassen and Michael Heimrich. Then it was the number 19 SP9 Pro car of Von Danwitz in their Porsche, the 165 SP10 winner, finished 9th overall. That was the 165 Mercedes for Marcel Markowitz, Marek Bockmann, Tim Neuser and Reinhold Renger. Other class winners include the 69 Klick Verzeiferung entered car of Robin Czerwanowski, Kirsten Jojeksnis and Peter Schmarmach. So they win the combined class of SP4 and SP7, but they do drive an SP7 Porsche Cup car. SPX, only one car there. That, we think, is for a 992 generation Porsche, which is not yet eligible for entry into SP7. So they stick it in SPX instead for Mustafa Mehmet Kaya, Mike Rosenberg and Mike Stersberg. They finish the race in car 52 and get a class win as their reward. Cup 3 was hotly contested throughout, and it eventually goes to car 75, which no, not car 75, because they're all numbered differently from that, aren't they? Let's just have a look. Cup 3, and it was car 75 as the Cup 3 winner. And Cup 3 drivers, therefore, are Horst Baumann and Kai Reimer. My slight bit of confusion is that generally Cup 3 cars are 3-digit race numbers starting with a 9, but 75 is the exception. Further down the order, SP3T was won by the 310 car, which is the Max Cruiser Racing Volkswagen Golf Mark 7 for Peter Hansen and Lars Nielsen. Beyond that, Cup 5, it was the 870 that took victory, and car 870, Francesco Merlini, Yannick Fubrich and David Gosner in their BMW M2 CS racing car for Adrenaline Motorsport Team Altsner Automotive. Elsewhere in the classes, 810 won the TCR Pro class. That's the Cupra Leon from Bonk Motorsport for Herman Bock and Alex Prinz. So 810 a class winner, as was the 910, which was winning in Cup X. 910's driver combination being Manuel Amweg, Florian Wolf and Felix von der Laden. We've mentioned those once before. So that is the winning sort of internecine car within Teichmann Racing. 4 cars entered from that particular crew, and 910 comes out on top. In the BMW M240i class, it was the 700 car that took victory of Marcus and Michael Fischer in their Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport 240i. And that was car 700. 487, the car of Morin Gott and Brett Lidsey. And also, who else did we have in that? Oh, Emir Asari, the Turkish driver, Team Avio Zorg Rennsport, car 487, winning V2T. And the V2T winning margin, I'm not sure the timing screen tells me, annoyingly, but it was, I mean, it was tenths of seconds after 3 hours and 15 minutes, just the way we like it. In TCR AM, the 808 car took the win. Car 808 is the Jens Wolf, Alexander Schmidt and Mike Uch Cupra TCR. Again, I think they were the only entries in TCR AM. Yes, they were. We had a TCR Pro class and a TCR AM class, but you still need to get to the finish to take the win, and they managed to do that. V5 was a victory for car number 456, the Porsche Cayman for Team Young KRS Danes. So the two Danish drivers, the Dane train, if you like, for Kaj Schubert and Lucas Daugard. Daugard was at the wheel in the closing stages, so that was car 456. V6 was a win for the 396 car, and 396 being Lutz Ruhl, Christian Bulisbach, Daniel Zils again. Daniel Zils has been in virtually 10 cars this afternoon. He's had a very busy time. Andreas Schettler. And Zils, let's just check. No, it was only 2 cars, but he was in a V6 Porsche Cayman and a BMW 330i.
Didn't know Porsche made a V6 Cayman.
Did I say V6 Cayman? I meant Class V6 Cayman. You knew exactly what I meant.
I know.
It comes
I'm
in
being
class
obtuse.
V6. You're being very, very cruel. But that's not a first.
Funny though.
Yeah. Limitedly so, but yeah, I can see where you're coming from. 614 in the H2 division. Tobias Overbeck and Daniel Overbeck win the H2 class with their Renault Clio Cup car, the 614 numbered machine. We're very close to the podium here. You're missing nothing though. In H4, that was a win for car 602, which was the Hoffa Racing BMW M3 CSL in the H4 class for Martin and Michael Kroll, Chantal and Alex Prins. Second time we've mentioned Alex Prins' name. So he is in 2 cars and wins both of the classes he's entered in. That's a very decent afternoon for car 602. And I think it was the 810 that Prince was also in the TCR division. SP4T winning there was the 263 car for Jürgen Brettschneider, Fabian Peitzmeier, Ralf Zensen and Michael Kuka. And they have a Porsche 718 Cayman GTS in the SP4T division. So they were winners there, 263. In V4, I don't need to look this one up. It was Danny Brink, Christopher Rink, Philip Lyson taking victory in the 5-car class V4 part of the race. And that was 58th overall. I wonder how many other championships around the world where you come 58th, but you still win a title. And we're nearing the end now of the long list of class winners. SP3 was the 283 car, and that is a Renault Clio again. SP3 for Harold Leppert and Ronnie Leppert. Nice crowd, by the way, developing underneath the podium, and we will get to that very shortly indeed. The OPC class, which I think only had 1 car in it, although there were other Astra OPCs in the race. But yes, just the 1 car in the OPC class, strictly speaking, was the 858. They just needed to finish. Joachim Schultz and Benjamin Zerfeld. We did mention those guys at least once during our race coverage, so congratulations to them. And that is, they are all of your class winners with just about every class. I think I've covered everyone there. Yes, I have. There we are. So I cannot be accused now of favoritism, of singling out the SP9 division. Not that I have been this year, but we always try and give if not equal weighting, at least some of the limelight to all of the class winners. And of course, there will be some championship, or rather class championship winners within that, I think, as well. We got an overall champion. There was the Speed Trophy that had to have gone to car number 5. They were in front anyway, and their only rival within the NLS Speed Trophy was sadly the 44 BMW, which crashed out in its opening stint when Max Hesse was at the wheel and on the hats and back. Just one of those moments that maybe Max might have thought differently about it going around the outside of a back marker. On the other hand, he may well have been able to pull off that manoeuvre on several other occasions and it been absolutely fine. But the stars aligned and sadly put that BMW number 44 out of the race, which means we were denied enjoying Neil Verhagen at the wheel of that car, and then latterly Daniel Harper, who qualified it in the morning. But I think that's a long-term project, isn't it, the junior team? You know, they're investing in youth, they're investing in talent, clearly as well, with an eye to keep those 3 guys on board for a number of years.
Absolutely, and that's got to be the big picture from BMW's perspective. And I'm not suggesting for a minute that Max Hesse did anything wrong, but it's when you do invest in that in a junior talent academy, a ladder, there's going to be tears as well as wins. They've had 2 wins this year, not meant to be today. It did just turn that car around and pop it into the barriers backwards. The initial bit that I saw, the rear wing was still completely aligned, which is why I thought it got away with it and hadn't got much damage. But as you rightly spotted, later on, it was I think the wing was probably just higher than the bit of barrier at that point, which is why it didn't get damaged.
Yeah.
But the lower part of the rear portions of the car were obviously too badly damaged, and Dan Harper has tweeted to that effect that it's Max okay, but car too badly damaged.
Yeah.
Great shame, because it's not the season end they would have wanted, but they've acquitted themselves this year.
And that will be, at least for the top-end teams, the final time we see a BMW M6 here at the Nordschleife. There was only one in the race, yes. So not really, unfortunately, a way to bow out with the old car, but it will be the M4 moving forward. So the top three in the overall positions then, first of all. And it is Phoenix Racing's Frank Stippler and Vincent Kolb who climb the steps to the top position on the podium. I think a little bit downbeat Martin Raginger and Sven Muller, who did absolutely all that they could. They have the classic Nürburgring garland now over the head and over one arm as well. This type of victory garland being handed out pretty much from year dot here at the Nürburgring. Well recognised as the gold ring, with the 45th edition of the DMV Münsterlandpokal as the branding over the top of the German flag. Third position then going the way of the Lamborghini duo of Axel Jeffries and new man to the team, Jordan Pepper. There's also space on the programme on the podium rather, for the SP9 Pro-Am winners. Now, and that's interesting, it is Frickadelli without Klaus Aberlan. So they've been allowed to keep that Pro-Am win. Clearly I need to go away and read my regulations, therefore, because...
Well, we both do on that basis, because I completely concurred with you, Johnny.
2 silvers are okay to be put into the Pro-Am division. I do know about the number system in the past, actually, that's been used, where you add up. Basically, a bronze driver is scored as 1, silver driver scored as 2, gold driver 3, and a platinum driver 4, and you add up the numbers that you've got. So in this case, 2 plus 2 is 4. Divide it by the number of drivers you have, and you're back to 2 again. And therefore, if your final result is 1 or 2, you are a Pro-Am car. I should have remembered that in the race. But that's
easy to follow, isn't it?
That's from a few years ago, but I think it still stands.
Good recall.
And in the AM part of the field, I've mentioned car 50 of Arno Klassen, together with his teammate, to the far end of the podium. That's Michael Heinrich in the Twin Busch by Equipe Vitesse SP9 AM car. Will there be space reserved for a national anthem for the winning team? And surprisingly, the national anthem of Germany. I don't think we had the British national anthem, though. Did we 2 weeks ago for the Aston Martin crew? So we may be shifting straight on. We did. Oh, Kerry's saying we did. OK, so looks like we will give a moment, more applause. Oh, and more drivers arriving. OK, so this will be the winners in Group H. No, it won't. It'll be the overall winners. Yes, it is, in the Pixum Team Adrenaline. So outdated race suits, because Pixum is no longer part of their team name, but perhaps again that shows just how tight their budgets are. For Philip Lyson, Danny Brink, Christopher Rink, the Adrenaline Motorsport Team Altsner Automotive crew, as they are known for this year, and the Rover Motor Oil #1 for the champions that they will take forward into the new year. It's almost as if they just ripped that race number off the side of the BMW and said, here you are, boys, you can keep this number for next year as well. And they take pride of place at the front of the podium for all the all-important photographs now.
And properly fitting that they're up there with the overall winners as well, not just do the overall winners and then do the champions.
Yes.
No, you've won the championship, won the series, whatever you want to call it, you're up there with the winners of the race, and quite right too.
Here's the national anthem. The national anthem of Germany ringing out around the Nürburgring as victory is taken by Phoenix Racing. Congratulations to Frank Stippler and to Vincent Kolb, who are on top. For the first time this year, a first victory for an Audi R8 LMS Evo. And that means we've had 4 different manufacturers taste the champagne, although we didn't get Mercedes, the 3-pointed star on the top step of the podium. With that, I suppose, a challenge for next season, moving forward, for Mercedes to be slightly stronger in this form of racing, if indeed they see it as a priority. And I appreciate that they may not do right now, with things like the ADAC GT Masters maybe slightly higher on their list of titles to win, and also the current form of DTM, which is at the moment going the way, or has gone the way, of GT3 plus type racing. Best result for Mercedes in the Nürburgring 24 hours earlier on in the year was 3rd position for Maxi Goertz, Daniel Juncadella, Raffaele Marciello and Fabian Schiller. So definitely notable by their absence, but Audi have made sure that they are not, as Danny Brink, Chris Rink, Philip Lyson, huge grins on their faces after a hard season of work, 8 races. They were ready for the 9th as well, but unfortunately that couldn't take place earlier on in the year. Podium's going to be redressed, and a chance therefore to celebrate with other class winners, including for Group H, for the Cup class, for TCR and for Cup X and Cup 5 as well. So we will tell you who those winners are in a moment or two. If it's Group H first of all, that will be for H2, and therefore in their little Renault Clio, this will be, I think, the Overbecks. To the middle step of the podium, the winners of the Cup class, i.e. Cup 3, and Cup 3 was won by the 75 Porsche, which had a penalty along the way. No, that was this morning, had a penalty during qualifying, but Horst Baumann and Kai Riemer put that behind them and came out on top in Cup 3. In H2, a victory for the 614 Clio, I think I said it was, yes, that's right, the 614 Clio, driven by Tobias and Daniel Overbeck. In the TCR class, TCR Pro that is, Hermann Bockmann and Alexander Prins were the winners. And that's nice, they'll each get a chance to stand on the top step of the podium as well. So photographs taken, then they step aside and the next winners will come in. So Avia Zorg Rennsport race suit appearing next, which may well be not the ST10 winners. Oh, this is for VT2, I reckon. So Emir Asari, Moran Gott and Brett Lidsey, who were victorious in their Team Avia Zorg Rennsport BMW 330i. Still more space on the podium for, at the very least, the Cup X winner and also victors in Cup 5 as well. So now creeping into shot, team race suits with the word Bock on the back. So that will tell me that it's the TCR Pro winners in car number 810 of Hermann Bock and Alexander Prins, who's been driving 2 cars this afternoon and was actually victorious in each of his classes. So that's the TCR Pro class. In Cup X, it was a win for the 9-10 combination of drivers racing KTM Crossbow 910. So Manuel Amweg, Florian Wulff and Felix von den Laden. And that should mean it's just Cup 5 still to come now. And Cup 5 winners were the 870 car, and 870 being Francesco Merlini, Yannick Fubrick and David Griesner, all welcomed to the podium as well. I think the general way this is done, Snowy, is that they just pick out some classes from further down the order at random. And I mean, the podium too small and the field too large to get absolutely everybody up there as far as the class winners are concerned. But a chance as they rotate it round to round for people to at least enjoy this very famous podium here at the Nürburgring.
Well, it's a very equitable way of doing it, I guess. And one thing that certainly isn't random about it is the way you've kept up with it all and predicted what was coming up next. And I'm sitting here, and I mean this absolutely genuine, absolute awe of how you've just done that. And never mind what was coming up next, you predicted it already and got the correct winners up there already. So
with a little bit of help.
Watch, listen and learn.
A little bit of help from Michael Werner, who is helping the direction of the commentary team there as well. So I had some forewarning of who was joining, but the race suits have certainly helped. And congratulations to all those names that I've mentioned, well, at least twice now.
I think all credit, though, for spotting Bock on the back and getting to the right people in a nanosecond.
Yeah.
Hugely impressive, I have to say.
More champagne will spray, and it's starting to actually get dark now at 10 to 6 local time. So great that we could extend the race meeting to 5 o'clock local time in order to fit the race meeting into the daylight hours. And I to look back on the various things that happened. The turn one, big lockup for the Mansfield to Mercedes, and directly in the firing line, unfortunately, was Tobias Müller, but he located first gear in a split second, pulled back behind him and got back into the race, and on course, of course, for then a win in the Pro-Am category, together with his co-driver Felipe Fernandez-Laza. There was all sorts of carnage at the start of the second group as well, and start group 3 eventually got going too. But then, well, nobody really could predict the twists and turns that this race would take, including, unfortunately, the moment for Max Hesse, where he got caught on the wrong side of a back marker into the wall, and the 44 BMW would be out of the race. At the end of 7 laps, basically the top 6 and 7 runners all came in together, but unfortunately for the number 3 Porsche, it was caught behind a wall of also pit-stopping cars. There was a side-by-side moment in the V2T class on the Dottinger Ruhr, which was a scary moment at the time. The Mansfield and Mercedes, heavily bandaged up and given a bare carbon nose, a front bumper, was able to at least put some laps into the book, but it was then several laps down. Really good dicing in the early stages between the Lamborghini Huracan from Conrad, between the 2 Audis from Phoenix and the 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches. Very much a strong lineup sported by all of those 3 key teams, particularly this late on in the season. The BMW from the V2T division had to come in for a pit stop to repair a rear left puncture. Great straight line speed from Kim Louis Schramm to go around the outside of the Porsche at the time. So many other highlights as well that we just cannot mention at this moment, but a really good season as a whole for NLS, and brought to you every bit of it live here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. That's about it. Thank you, Peter Snowden, for your company all morning and afternoon.
Thank you.
You'll be back for plenty more of these NLS races in the new year, I'm sure, and I'll be very pleased to have the odd invitation here and there if possible.
If my heart rate and blood pressure can cope with it, yes.
Well, likewise. Yes, same
Need the winter off to recover.
I think so. Congratulations to Danny Brink, Chris Ring, Philip Larson. They are title winners again here in the NLS for 2021. We'll see you next year. Bye-bye.
Langstrecken-Serie wurde Ihnen präsentiert von Falkenreifen.